Ladies and gentlemen, it's 5:30. Our meeting is set to begin at this time. I know there are people still in line to sign up, and we are going to give you the opportunity to continue doing that, okay? So if you're in line to put in your speaker's form, please continue to do so, and we'll go from here. Now there's seats down here, and on this side, people standing in the back are over on that side, and if you have a preferred side, that's okay too. I'm going to kind of get into it at this point. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome as I call to order the March 20th special meeting of the Escambia County School Board. The purpose of this meeting is to consider a citizen challenge to media materials. I ask that you silence your cell phones at this time. Okay? This meeting was properly advertised in the Pensacola News Journal on March 1st, 2023, legal notice number 5606287. I want to make everyone aware of how this meeting will run this evening. After the adoption of the agenda, we will have a public forum. This is your opportunity to speak on any item regarding education in Escambia County. The public forum forms can be found in the back of the room and can be brought forward to Mrs. Dwelly at the front table. There's a different colored form for each item tonight. Please let Ms. Dwelly know, or let Ms. Harris know in the back of the room which item or items you want to speak to, and she will give you the appropriate form or forms. After the public forum, we will have our presentation on the 4 books being considered this evening. Following that, we will hold a public hearing on each of the books individually. There is a specific speaker form for each book, and it can be found at the back of the room. You must have a form for each public hearing you wish to speak to. Okay, so you may have to fill out as many as 5 forms. If you choose to speak to the public hearing on one of the books, you must keep your comments to only that book. After the public hearings have concluded, the board will then move to take action on each of the items. As we did last month with this meeting, I'm asking everyone to please remember to be respectful, that this is a professional meeting. Everyone has valued opinions. We want you to be here to share your opinions, and we want to hear everyone's. Cheers, applaud, whatever. Please keep it constrained so that it doesn't become a wrestling event, okay? And I say that with, at times I've seen people get very upset or very fired up. And we really want to keep this as professional and calm as we can. We want to hear your opinions, we value them, and we look forward to that. Before we get started, I'm going to take a minute of personal privilege, and I'm going to ask, you all have signed up to speak on books or individual books. With a show of hands, who has read, not just saw reviews or read reviews, who has read from cover to cover each of the books? All right, thank you. I appreciate that. We will begin with the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Superintendent, are there any additions or deletions to your recommended agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are none.
Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
I have a second.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded. We need to vote. All right.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. We will now begin public forum. The purpose of the public forum is to give members of the public the opportunity to address the school board on any matter of concern, particularly regarding education and the administration of our schools. In this setting, we as board members are not compelled to answer questions or respond to you, and typically will not engage in back and forth dialogue in this venue. However, this board and the superintendent will note your contact information for a response if appropriate. As always, we invite you to contact any of us by phone or email for follow-up. A list of our meeting times and locations is posted on the Escambia County School District website. Speakers must adhere to the guidelines printed on the back of the speaker form. Please direct your comments to the chair. You are expected to be respectful in your address to the board. You are also asked to use titles and not individual names. Personal attacks against school board members, superintendents, staff, or employees will not be tolerated. If you fail to follow these guidelines, you will be warned by the chair and subject to removal if violations continue. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Mrs. Odom serves as our parliamentarian. Ms. Buswell is our timekeeper, and we will start the timer with your opening remarks. The buzzer will sound when your time has elapsed, and when the timer sounds, please bring your comments to a close. Okay? Our first speaker is Lou Brogna.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for the opportunity. Can you see me, by the way? I'm a little short. Anyway, real quick, I don't need the 3 minutes, probably more. But anyway, Frank Zappa once said, "A mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work if it's not open." We are here discussing whether or not to ban certain books because a small cadre of people objects to the certain passages contained within their covers. I have read and heard many reasons for the objections, but the prevalent reason given seems to be that we need to protect our children. Good idea, I agree with that. Question then becomes, from what? One's prejudice towards certain ideas or words does not always fit with everyone's view. We all have disagreements at times. This is not a one-size-fits-all disagreement. There is a solution as partially advocated by Jody McColt, whose book, I am sorry to say, was banned. Quote, "There is absolutely nothing wrong with a parent deciding a certain book is not right for her child. There is a colossal problem with a parent deciding, therefore, no child should be allowed to read that book. I say if you, as a parent, do not want your child to read or be exposed to certain literature, then simply write a letter to your child's school principal and make them aware of your decision. That way, parents who want their children to have a true grasp of history, art, fiction, non-fiction, entertainment, ad infinitum will be able to have interaction with and share in the wonders, fascinations, glories, social activity that the open parachute provides and which gives our nation its true identity. To paraphrase the great scientist and astronomer Carl Sagan, writing is perhaps the greatest human invention, binding together people, citizens of distant epochs, who never knew one another. Books break the shackles of time, proof that humans can work magic." Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Brogna. Our next speaker is Ginger Keating.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am Ginger Keating, born in Savannah, Georgia. My formative years were Bluffton, South Carolina. At age 5, my family moved to Charleston, South Carolina. I lived in Charleston until graduating from St. Francis School of Nursing and becoming a registered nurse. In 6th grade, I was sexually molested. That opened me to confusion, anger, lust, guilt, and pain. Very, very serious. In the 10th grade, at Bishop England High School, at a weekly mass, after receiving Holy Communion, I was caught up into heaven. A purity and boldness came into me that all guilt and shame and pain left. I am forever grateful. This sexual molestation that is dark and the dark side wants to shock our innocent children in the same way that this physical shock shocked me and so many others that have experienced sexual molestation. The goal, that, as I interpret it, is to take our children and steal the innocence and infect them with a spirit of lust, anger, and hate. I vote and agree with loving parents and grandparents, and I vote no to evil and yes to the protection and innocence of the precious children. We need to wake up. We need to ask God's forgiveness for our lukewarmness and beseech our Father to come back to our schools. We need to bring the Bible and prayer back to our schools and our country because we love God, our children, and the United States of America. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Keating. Oh, I have a signature, name's not printed out. Number 4, 3A. Larry, your penmanship has dropped since the last meeting.
They had me pressured down there.
This handwriting, being the teacher that I am, this handwriting
Well-
reminds me of what you work with most of the day.
Well, listen, if you look at any doctor's signature, it's gonna look very close to the plumber's, all right?
All right.
Okay, all right, no, that's all right. That's all I need for right now. I'm gonna speak on each one of them. You know, I was listening to one of the parents do a interview outside with Channel 3, and you know, the biggest thing that I've noticed is this is it's a division of the people, and this goes across. You know, even a lot of Democrats are divided on this. You know, you think not, but these there's a Republican. There's a rep, he's a Democrat rep from Tallahassee, his name's Gallup Franklin. And so this is in the paper from Friday. You know, it says protect trans kids. Well, drawing fire from fellow Democrats in the first 2 weeks of his first legislative session, the pharmacist turned lawmaker has since walked back remarks that appeared to support a ban on gender-affirming care for transgender children, but stands by his support for what would be the largest taxpayer-funded school voucher program in the nation. I mean, and there's another one here too, and it's a state rep from Jacksonville. And I can't see her name, but anyway, she's in this paper too. So there's clearly a divide. So, you know, I see nothing wrong. I went to Books A Million. I bought this book here, The American Story. You know, I don't particularly agree with it. Like the parent said out there to Channel 3, you know, she doesn't want the books banned. They're not banned. You're not banning books. You can buy these books all day long. I bought this one here for $18. Yeah, it's $5 more if you go to Canada. You know, that's where our inflation is taking us. So anyways, you know, if it's on this list, that means that there's already a problem. There's already a problem. Putting these agendas out that are mind-bending for children. And if you think children aren't children at 15, I mean, it depends on, depends on which agenda is being pushed. They can't make a whole lot of other decisions, but in here they want to protect trans kids. Their parents and some doctor may want to cut their private parts off, and they think that's okay. That's not okay. These are minors. They can't make these kind of decisions. And parents and doctors who make these kind of decisions for children who change their minds, that's wrong. Whenever they get older, let them make those decisions. Same way with these books.
Mr. Downs, since you were when you started talking, another form
Okay.
came up.
Thank you.
Donate you minutes, 3 minutes. Carol Reese, would you raise your hand?
I'm not
Okay, you have 3 more minutes.
gonna use it all. I was just brushing it. But anyways, subjecting these children, whether it's, third graders, fifth graders, eighth graders, 10th graders, whenever they become 18, let them get what they want, or the parents can buy them for them and let them have story time at their kitchen table. If they want to buy All Boys Don't Wear Blue, they can read that to them at their kitchen table. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. Nobody's suggesting go to the bookstore and burn the books. That is just rhetoric. What I'm saying is I don't agree that our tax dollars should be funding something that's supposed to be basic education. Basic. Basic does not mean that we subject these kids to confusion. It's creating a soft society, really is. I mean, there's a lot of people who aren't going to agree with me on that, but if you just take a look around, you're going to see a lot of males that have soft hands and soft minds. That's the truth. You may not want to admit it right here, but y'all know it. Everybody knows it. They're soft. All right, that's enough.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Our next speaker,
Sooner or later, you may actually need some
Mr. Downs,
men.
your time is up. Thank you.
our next speaker is B.J. Brunius.
Good evening, I'm B.J. Brunius, and I want to start by addressing with the Frederick Douglass quote, Frederick Douglass said, "Once you learn to read, you will be forever free. Once you learn to read, you will be forever free." You see, because almost 200 years ago, Frederick Douglass knew that the very bedrock of American freedom came through literacy. And the irony of all of this is that quote is spread up and down the website of the Florida Department of Education. And what's good about all this is that I actually went to look up the Department of Education's website when it pertains to English and language arts. And what you'll notice, how many times does gay, black, transgender, critical race theory, how many times do you think that shows up? It's 1,288 pages. I recommend you read it. It's a lot. It's a lot to consume. 0 times. But you know how many times Shakespeare appears in the curriculum? 153 times. Shakespeare, you know, the one who wrote about 14-year-olds who had sex and then offed themselves at the end of the story? That's Romeo and Juliet. I read it. It was great. Enjoyed it. What about heresy? He wrote about heresy. He wrote about witchcraft. He wrote about murder. He wrote about drugs. That's Hamlet. We all read about that. But what we know is this is not about inappropriate content for children. Because if you had a problem with Shakespeare, then you wouldn't have a problem with the Bluest Eye. If you don't have a problem with Hamlet, then you won't have a problem with New Kid. This is about dividing us, dividing the community, turning us against each other so that we're fighting while you all are making decisions on our behalf. But we're going to say no more. We're no longer going to allow these decisions to divide our communities, turning parents against teachers, turning parents against school board members, all for what? What's the end game here? And so what we're gonna say is we're not falling for it anymore. We are woke now. You didn't want us to be awake, but we woke now. And so we are now going to pay attention to everything that is done in our name. And I'll close with this. There are several people who want to use culture issues to divide us against our neighbors. My warning to you would be that incessant need to divide us will be the very root of your political demise.
Our next speaker, Lindsay Dirtshe. Oh. You have 6 minutes. Michelle Nelson Schmidt. Where is Michelle? Okay, so you're giving your 3 minutes to,
No, that's me.
oh, you're giving, okay, I'm sorry.
Like, I don't
You
know
have
if I
three.
need that much time. All right, let's make define some things here. Book banning is a form of censorship. It occurs when private individuals, government officials, or organizations remove books from libraries, school or otherwise, school reading lists, or bookstore shelves because they object to their content, ideas, or themes. Access elsewhere does not negate the need for resources in our school libraries. What are our schools responsible for? What are our libraries responsible for? Public school libraries have been recognized as demanding special First Amendment protection. This means that even if a particular book title can be accessed elsewhere, the restriction of them in libraries is nonetheless a potential infringement of students' constitutional rights. What if a child never has access to a book at home because it's their home life that's fueling their need to escape into a book? The education system is not meant just to teach facts and figures. I know at my children's school, they also teach our kids how to be super citizens, good friends, kind community members. However, I find we are censoring materials that would otherwise teach our children how to be empathetic toward very specific and targeted communities of people. Our school library's purpose is to intentionally choose texts that are diverse and complex while still supporting the general educational goals of the district. You have an obligation to offer to all of our students, not just the ones whose parents threaten the loudest. How close-minded is it for us to think that every book must be a mirror to the life we find acceptable? That's what we're doing here, right? I genuinely hope you've taken the time to reflect what your decisions tonight may mean for our district as a whole, especially our students' ability to compete on a national level for placement and scholarships, not just what it means for Florida's anti-woke agenda. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Nelson Schmidt. She has 6 minutes, and there are 3 donated from Kevin. Okay.
Don't think I'll need all 6. I just didn't want to have to rush. My name is Michelle Nelson Schmidt. I am a children's book author and illustrator. 2 of my books have been pulled not from this county, from other counties, simply because one of my characters has 2 dads. Because I write inclusive and diverse books. That's my crime. Every day, our teachers, media specialists, and principals are making choices for our students. Choices to help them prepare to become thinkers, to help them prepare to be in a world that is difficult and messy and isn't fair. They are thinking of their students. These educators are not trying to please politicians or school boards or superintendents who seem to be playing political games in what is not and should be not political games. It is time that the school board do the job they were elected to do, to serve the students of this county and follow the policies you all have voted on, respect the committees that were created for this democratic process and protect our students' rights to have access to books deemed appropriate so that they can choose them to better prepare themselves for their education and their future. I remind you, just because a book makes you uncomfortable does not mean it meets any other criteria to be banned. And banning, by the way, if it cannot be in a school, it is banned in that school. I am begging you to follow the advice of your committee's findings today. It's been said that the book bannings in Florida are a hoax. It's been said that you, the school board, are misinterpreting the new laws if you're banning books. That was said by our governor, by the way. When I have shared with others across the country what is happening, I've been sent the press video of DeSantis, and I have been called a liar and told that books are not being banned, even though I've watched it happen last month with 3 books, and tonight we'll see if 4 more will get banned. There are hundreds and hundreds and hopefully thousands of people watching this live right now to see that sadly I and those fighting for these books and our students are not liars. I've spoken with some of you up there privately. I've had meetings with state representatives on both sides of the aisle, and frankly, I'm feeling rather hopeless about all of this. I left my dying dog to be here tonight. The sweetest dog you could ever imagine, who shows more loving care to humans than any of us deserve. I'd rather be with him than trying to convince a school board to do its job and allow students the right to read books. I cannot believe this state will ban books before it will ban guns. I can't recall the last time a book killed a child. Yes, I'd rather be home with the best dog ever, but I knew if I didn't come tonight, I'd hate myself, because if more people don't start standing up for what is right, I'm terrified for what will be the future for all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Parker.
Thank you. I had no intention of speaking. I'm a proud constituent of District 4. 8 to 10-year-olds consume 6 hours of screen time per day. 11 to 14-year-olds consume 9. 15 to 18-year-olds consume 7.5. ChatGPT is writing their papers. We have an anti-intellectual movement that's sweeping our country, and we're missing the forest for the trees. Every teacher in America is saying, please read, even if it's the back of a cereal box, read. Meanwhile, we're banning books. I had no intention of being here, but I was on a field trip last week to our nation's capital with 7th graders. When we stepped off into the elevator in the Holocaust Museum, the second exhibit said, quote, "The book bans and burnings were not spontaneous. They were a calculated and coordinated effort to, quote, purify German culture. The Nazi soldiers and students worked from prepared blacklists, some that you may have seen on websites, printouts from people who have never even read the books. Meanwhile, our students aren't reading. Is there no system that would allow parents a decision? When a child picks up a book from a library, can a parent not be notified? And if they don't want their children to read it, they say, we do not allow this. We're in a computerized age. Please stop handcuffing us. Allow books and teachers to make our students empathetic, wise consumers of information, and understand the world in which they live. The targeting of the Black community and the targeting of the LGBT community makes them ill-equipped to go to high school and to college. This is an opportunity for parents to instill their values. Have a discussion about these books that you don't like and explain to your children why you don't like them. Have that conversation and let these books be the opening, the doorway to do that. That way your children leave your home with your values instilled. Please stop the madness. I'm proudly a constituent of District 4. proudly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Our next speaker is Carol Jenkins.
Hey again. School board members, you have a very hard decision. You've heard a lot of good arguments from people wearing red that are against changing the routine that you have established for these books. It's your responsibility, obviously, to protect our children from harm and to correct any decisions that have been made. The District Review Committee, under the guidance of the District Media Specialist, voted 4-1 to keep the novel Push in our high school library, claiming that most high school students are mature enough for this book because most of them are exposed to more than this through social media and personal experience, and that school libraries are a place where students may freely and voluntarily explore diverse topics. However, I'm appalled that this committee seems to think that high school students deserve to have a book like this and others that glamorize and give explicit details, some with pictures, about sexual acts, incest, sex with animals, suicide, rape, etc. And they present these lifestyles as normal. Those in favor of these books have talked about the diversity, but they really have not addressed the other issues that I'm presenting to you now. I want to know, though, who is responsible for choosing these kind of books for our libraries? In fact, this lengthy process, which is just now beginning tonight, and you could end up having 170 plus books that you're going to have to hear about, it sure seems there's a lot of time involved and expenses as far as what you are having to pay for as taxpayers that we are. You have the right to change this. Our First Amendment of free speech doesn't protect obscenity, but somehow people in our school system seem to think that our children should be exposed to all kinds of activities that are taking place in the culture so they will be educated. I am sure you remember the argument for people subscribing to Playboy magazine that these articles were good, even though there was nudity in them. And there was a reason that these kinds of magazines were hidden from young eyes. Apparently tomorrow, in fact, you are going to be looking at a consent agenda that's going to give 4 free books to each student for summer reading. I suspect that the same people who chose these 170 books have also submitted this list to you to agree to for summer reading that our children will have. Beware. I beg you to be courageous and respect these parents and teachers who have found these books that your district review committee thinks are appropriate. In fact, one individual, okay.
Our next speaker is Allie Garrett.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing this event to be here. I've heard some strange arguments for the books in question tonight, and I happen to wonder if the people who have spoken for them have actually read them, because I do not find that it restricts a student's freedom to read. I have read them, and what I've read made me want to vomit. As a victim of rape myself, these books put me right back into that moment, into those woods, wondering if I was going to get to see my parents again, wondering how I got here. Lord Jesus. Are you aware that Florida Statute 847.013 states that anyone who knowingly exposes a minor to pornography can be charged with a sex crime? I believe that everyone who is allowed these books, if you are not going to stop it right here, you need to be charged with 37,804 counts of a sex crime involving a minor, because that's how many students are being subjected to this explicit, graphic, awful You know, out of respect for my mother, who is now with the Lord, I wasn't going to read any of this, but I feel like we need to see this. The books say, kind of messy and mostly just laid there, but busting a nut is busting a nut. One of the books says, love to all night, was part of my harem for a couple of months, ended up in the hospital for a few days with some kind of infection, asked me to visit her, her in the bathroom as she was high on painkillers, too doped up to say much, whatever.
Please, you don't need to read those.
If I cannot say that in here, then those books do not belong in our public schools. And I will not read any more, but I'm demanding that any further books found with this kind of content be disposed of immediately. And if not, then our lawmakers, our police officers who voted to uphold the law need to arrest every single one of you with child sex crimes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Hughes.
Good evening, Chairman, and thank God we can still say things like that instead of person of the chair or any weird stuff. I did want to start off with, I noticed in the reporting of the last meeting there was an error that students still get a public library card. I am a voter, a registered Republican in District 5. Both my boys came up through the Escambia public school system, very proud of that. They were given library cards from the school, which they made use of. But having spoken with some media specialists since that time, I've become aware, and I don't know if someone can double check me on this, but because the governor's law is as powerful as it is vague, the schools have suspended that program so kids no longer get a library card. It is entirely incumbent upon them that if they're going to be exposed to these godless, horrible books, that they're going to have to buy them. Which does bring me to my point, because you all have had the emotional pulchritude to go ahead and, like yourself, I have not, I'm assuming most of you all, like myself, have not had time to read these books, but still, going over the, going past the committees that you all have set up and going ahead and voting to get rid of these anyhow, again, that is a stand that I am 115% behind. And it just worries me, though, that we're banning these books, we're removing these books, but then what happens? I mean, are we just stacking them up and putting them on the side of the road? Are we just bundling them up? I mean, these books might still end up in the hands of kids, impressionable kids that no one is protecting. And I want to know, do we have discretionary funds? Can we take these horrible books about, gay penguins? That is so scary. Gay penguins are so scary. Can we take some discretionary funds or something and make sure that once these books are removed, they are burned? Can we have a big old book burning? Because that is where we need to go with this. If these books are so dangerous that kids can't see them, they need to not exist in the first place. I yield my time, thank you.
Mr. Hughes. Our next speaker is Michael Ward.
I'm a retired military vet who lives in Escambia County, and I'm deeply disappointed that the school board voted to remove 3 books from our schools at the last special meeting. When I joined the military, I made an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. The foundation of our country is built on key tenets that I vowed to protect and defend, to include freedom of speech, which includes written material and books. These rights are being infringed upon, and all of you are part of the problem when you support removing books from the schools. I watched the last special meeting online and was alarmed by several people who attempted to force their individual beliefs on our public schools. Public schools need to reflect the values of all students, regardless of race, sexual orientation, religious belief, or sexual preference. When I took my oath, I vowed to defend all constitutional freedoms, not just the ones I personally agreed with or felt comfortable with. I understand the current Florida law and the chilling effect it's having on school districts. However, you have established processes that use book review committees. You should respect the hard work these committees do on reviewing these books and determining whether or not they meet the intent of the law. Using justification that these books were banned in other communities or overturning their hard work because of personal bias or flimsy moral objections is lazy and disturbing. The standard on whether or not a book is deemed appropriate should be based on the law and whether or not our right to free speech is being infringed upon. Your religious beliefs, your personal opinions, your comfort level about the material, your personal morals, or any other personal bias should not be the standard. Obviously, we need to ensure that books are age appropriate and not pornographic. However, most, if not all, the books currently being challenged are available unrestricted in the public domain, which I would argue proves they are not pornographic in nature. I know many of you will counter that this is not a ban, since these books are readily available in the public domain. However, there are many students in this community that do not have the resources or ability to access a book online or at a public library. So for these students, this is a ban. This is a slippery slope. Banning so-called controversial books may seem unimportant or trivial, but make no mistake, this is just another step towards government taking away the very rights you as elected officials and I as a citizen should defend. Doing the right thing is often hard and not popular. You are elected to make hard decisions that are in the best interest of all students and that represent the value of all constituents. Voting to restrict access to books in our schools is just another step towards restricting even more rights. Please start defending our students and defending our rights. Quit voting to restrict access to books. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Our next speaker, Minister Clinton Powell.
Good evening. First, get on to God, who's the head of my life, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I wish I had a crowd like this when I graduated from PhD. First of all, I come to tell you the truth. Every one of y'all in here think I'm black. Oh, that's what man say. My life and your life is a book. Every last one of y'all lives is a book. You're not white because that wall is. I'm not black, I'm brown. But the one that woke you up this morning told you he made you in his image and his life. You are somebody. Learn about those books. They right and they wrong, but you're not even concerned about the one that woke you up this morning. You can't even walk without it. You can't talk without it. You can't breathe without it. You can't even have a bowel movement without it.
Minister, we need you to speak into the mic. So
I do have a loud voice.
Uh,
You know, never give a preacher a mic.
We have to this time, so, but you need to speak into so the people at home who are watching live stream can
Oh,
hear.
they're watching me at home? I'm a celebrity now?
You are.
The very reason I'm here to let you know, the two most important days in my life was the day when I was born. And the other day is why. Every one of y'all know what day you was born, but do you know why? Why you here? Do you know your purpose? Your purpose here to give your will back to God that he gave you. I'm not your enemy. The school board not your enemy. Self not your enemy. Your worst enemy is your free will. That's your enemy. I can sit up here and talk to you about church and religion, but I don't have a religion, I have a relationship. That's the problem. On Sunday morning is the most segregated hour of all around the country. Blacks and white can't go together because of religion. Still having a relationship. And you worrying about those books. Yes, those books are wrong. But all you got to do is read this book. This is the book. All you got to do is read in Romans, the 1st chapter. It tell you about this. This ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Minister Powell. Our next speaker is Mary C. Williams.
I'm going to actually give up my time, but I am here because the U.S. Constitution guarantees our right to freedom of religion, freedom of speech. To ban books that kids have an opportunity to read is a violation of those rights. I just would like the school board, the public education system, to be reminded that this is public education. Those who do not want their kids to read or learn about life in general should send their kids, and they have choice, to private school where their rights and their values will be taught. This is a public education system, not a private education. You can keep your kids home. You have the right to homeschool them. But to take that right away from the general public is illegal, unconstitutional, and I ask that you try and remember, as the man said, this is public education and it's a right for all students, not just for a few or the church. The church now seems to be the new political party, and they're the ones deciding what the government should be deciding. And the government, as this man served to defend the country, to uphold the Constitution. So please, you are elected to uphold the Constitution as an elected official. Teachers are here to teach public education, to prepare your students, our kids, to be out in the world, not to be out in the church or their neighborhood or in their parents' home and relationship. They should learn how to be good citizens and responsible people throughout this world. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ashley Faulkner.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley Faulkner. I'm a resident here in Escambia County, although I did not grow up here, and I don't even have raggedy children, so you may be wondering why I'm here tonight. Well, what I am is a product of a public education and a voracious reader since days of yore. Don't let the tattoos or piercings fool you. I am also a responsible citizen and do wild and crazy things like vote, pay taxes, and at times like this, become incredibly concerned for what is happening to this generation of fellow public school kids. These kids are growing up with adult bullies who have no business making educational decisions affecting what they are able to receive, whether it be lunches, curriculum, or books in the dang library. These amazing kids grow up and turn into the young adults that I then get the absolute privilege to work with in public higher education. At that point, they become my kids too, and you ain't messing with my kids. Now, I was raised to read whatever I could get my grimy little hands on, with the stipulation being to please talk to my parents if I didn't understand anything or if I had questions. It was this unrestricted access that shaped and molded me into the ticked-off citizen you see before you today. Blame it all on my roots and growing up reading authors like Robert Heinlein, who in one of his retro Hugo Award-winning novellas called If This Goes On from 1940, has a character observe the following. I begin to sense faintly that secrecy is the keystone of all tyranny. Not force, but secrecy, censorship. When any government, or any church for that matter, undertakes to say to its subjects, this you may not read, this you must not see, this you are forbidden to know, the end result is tyranny and oppression, no matter how holy the motives. Mighty little force is needed to control a man whose mind has been hoodwinked, contrary-wise. No amount of force can control a free man, a mind whose is free. Oh, sorry. No, not the rack, not fission bombs, not anything. You can't conquer a free man. The most you can do is kill him. And I think we need to ruminate on that. And as a special note, stay strong, Dr. Smith. Salzman sucks.
Our next speaker is Keith White. Keith White.
All right, hello, my name is Keith White. I've spoken to you before. I read one of the children's books that just so happened to not get voted on by you. I don't know why. The one person who has started all of this mess never appears. It's very easy to do this anonymously with a form, but it's very hard to stand up and fight for what you believe. You said, the chairman said, that everyone has a valued opinion. I'm gonna call BS on that. You got council members right now not paying attention, rocking back in their seat, rolling their eyes. They say, I didn't read this book, I don't have to. Then excuse yourself from the vote. Trust your committees. They have read every single word. They voted, they talked. It's not always unanimous. There's two sides of the equation, and the committee goes through it. For you to completely ignore what they do and just do your thing, totally wrong. And I can't wait for the day when you're not here anymore when that person is you. So what I want you to do is I want you to listen to a couple of words. These were written, not by me, but in 1988. And I think they are very fitting. And I want everyone in this room and at home to listen. Do you see what I see? Truth is an offense. Use silence for your confidence. Do you hear what I hear? Doors are slamming shut. Limit your imagination. Keep you where they must. Do you feel what I feel? Bittering distress. Who decides what you express? Do you take what I take? Endurance is the word. Moving back instead of forward seems to me absurd. It doesn't matter what you see or intuit what you read. You can do it your own way if it's done just how I say. Independence limited. Freedom of choice is made for you, my friend. Freedom of speech is words that they will bend. Freedom with their exception. Do you choose what I choose? More alternatives. Energy derives from both the plus and negative. Do you need what I need? Boundaries overthrown. Look inside, to each his own. Do you trust what I trust? Me, myself, and I penetrate the smokescreen. I see through the selfish lie. Doesn't matter what you see or intuit what you read. You can do it your own way if it's done just how I say. Do you know what I know? Your money and your wealth. Use silence to hear yourself. Do you want what I want? Desire not a thing. I hunger after independence. Lengthen freedom's ring. Doesn't matter what you see or intuit what you read. You can do it your own way if it's done just how I say.
Our next speaker is Missy Ward.
Good evening. My name is Missy Ward, and I'm speaking tonight as an active member of one of Escambia County's book review committees. I wanted to share with the school board and the local community about my experiences serving on this committee. First, the book review committee follows to the letter the discipline process approved by the Escambia County School Board. Second, the committee members are required to take mandatory training issued by the Florida Department of Education entitled Library, Media, and Instructional Materials prior to assessing any book being challenged. This comprehensive training includes a description of the applicable Florida statutes, the criteria for selection of library materials, which includes the definition of pornography, as well as the collection development process. Third, each member of the committee reads the challenged book in its entirety, and not just the sections referenced by the challenger. Each committee member must assess the book in its entirety when determining their individual recommendation. Fourth, this is a transparent process that welcomes the participation of the entire community, to include review book committee members like myself, attendees at our committee's meetings, and finally as commenters about the book under review. Fifth, our assessment is based on an extremely disciplined, robust process. It includes details on the following: the challenge, the Florida statutes, the state's clarifying guidance, the Florida statute 1006.28 and .29, which describe the school's library media center and other educational materials, full text reviews of the book, a list of the awards the challenge book has received, and community comments. Finally, as stated earlier, the process that the book review committees used to assess the book challenges was unanimously approved by the Escambia County School Board. I stand in front of you tonight as a member of this local community and as a book review committee member, asking that you honor the process and accept the committee's recommendations regarding the book challenges. In closing, I want to emphasize that regardless of the committee's recommendation and any subsequent school board decision, parental rights are honored when choosing a book for their own student. This process for parents to decide what books their students have access to existed before the current Florida criteria became law last year and still exists today. Thank you all for all you do to ensure our local schools meet the needs of all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Charles Henderson.
Thank you. My name is Charlie Henderson. I've worked for the school district for 10 years, but I'm here representing myself, my wife, herself a teacher for 15 years, and my two children, both enrolled in elementary and middle schools in the county. I'd like to start by addressing some of the inconsistencies in the school board policy concerning Chapter 4, Educational Media Materials, specifically Section 10, Challenge Materials. Part A says reconsideration of challenge materials. Number 3, no parent, guardian, or resident of the county has the right to determine the reading, viewing, or listening resources for students other than their own children. Number 4, Part A says access to materials under review. Any material challenged on the basis that it contains content that is pornographic or prohibited under Florida statute shall be placed in a restricted access area of the library media center until a decision has been made by the District Materials Review Committee or Board. Parents may grant permission for their student to check out the material by completing the permission to access restricted materials form located on the website. All other challenge material will remain in circulation during the pendency of the review process. Parents may at any time opt their children out of all materials currently under review, which remain in circulation. And then the procedures for reconsideration of materials. These procedures shall be followed. The availability of challenge materials is changed to restricted status and placed in an area not accessible by students. Parents or guardians may opt in by completing the permission form. So throughout all these challenges, either a parent, guardian, or resident is determining the reading, viewing, listening resources for a student other than their own children. They're making this determination for my own children. They're making this determination for the children my wife teaches. and I don't see how that is allowed per the policy. Additionally, the only books that should be moved to the restricted areas, again, according to the policy, are those that are being challenged on the grounds that it contains pornography. Per policy, any book challenged for any other reason should remain in circulation. The New Kid, Milo Imagines a World, Tango Makes Three, Black Girl Unlimited, Drama, and I'm sure a whole host of other books should still be in circulation. Before we get into it for the specific books, I would ask that you guys move to consult with the Director of Media Services, determine which books are not being challenged for pornographic reasons, and make those books available to all children. Again, except for those parents that have the option of opting their children out of restricted materials. Beyond that, I'm asking you to respect the decision of the committees. Why have those committees? Why have those people take the time to read through, pour over all these materials to just ignore their advice? You haven't chosen to uphold their decision for a single book that's come before you, and I'd like to see you respect them and not leave it up to a small group of people within our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Next speaker is Jenna Henderson.
Good evening. My name is Jenna Henderson. I am a product of Escambia County Schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. I've been a teacher here for 15 years. My husband is a district employee, and as he said, our two daughters attend elementary and middle school here. I say this to show that I have strong ties and a very deep commitment to this district, and most importantly, our students. To say I'm all in would be quite the understatement. You know, some here tonight have given their life and mission to the military or the church. I've given mine to this district and our students. I have a deep love for reading, and my biggest joy in teaching comes from teaching students to read and helping them find books that they will love. I could go on for much more time than I'm allowed tonight, discussing the joy that comes across a child's face when they're handed a really cool book that I just picked out for them, and how that joy has been stolen from my students and I this school year. Obviously, I'm passionate about this. However, I didn't come to the last book restriction appeal meeting. I think I had a small remaining faith in our system and our school board and the committee that y'all approved to do these. A committee of teachers, administrators, media specialists, parents, and community members was convened, and we just heard how they were extensively trained. By my understanding, they met twice and spent quite a bit of time reading the books, the requests, the community input, the laws, and then they came to a decision that the books should remain in our libraries. As a school board who says that they are united for all, I wrongly assumed that you would trust and support the decision of your professionals, your educators and administrators who work tirelessly for that committee and to always do what's best in the best interest of our students. However, that wasn't the case last time. There are many reasons why the books being discussed tonight should be kept in our libraries, and I'm sure we're going to hear opinions on both sides tonight. Luckily, we have strong guidance in the decisions already made by the committee. You claim to support the teachers and administrators of our district. I urge you to show that support tonight by upholding their decisions of the committee and keeping these books in our libraries. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gary Porter. All right, Mr. Porter, you have time donated from Joanne Porter. Joanne, would you raise your hand? And from Ronnie Southern. Okay. You have 10 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, 9 minutes. No, 10. Well, on here, on the paper they wrote, oh, there's another one. Scott Stallman. Okay, so that makes the 10 because you can only have 10 total.
Thank you.
All right.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for the service that you provide to our community. We appreciate that. We really do. It's a tough decision that you have to make. These are always tough decisions. But I got to be honest with you, being a pastor, I've sat on church board meetings, and this is a cakewalk compared to some of the board meetings I've been in. So I'm just telling you that sometimes it gets intense. And I understand that we're very polarized in this room tonight. I get that. I totally understand that. But I want to just come at it from a couple different directions and just present some things that I haven't heard yet here tonight that I'd like to present to you. You know, we're talking about censorship, but
On the other side, we have had one person bring up the subject about what's legal, and that's the question I really want to ask, because I don't believe anybody here, in the sound of my voice, or those that are watching, believe that we want to remove good educational material from our students so that they can excel academically, because I think we're all in agreement to that. And I think that certainly we do not believe, and I don't believe, that you're not on board for wanting to do the same. The question I believe is that, do parents by large want the ability to guard their children from subjects that they feel they're not ready to hear or see or watch? That's the question that you've got to answer. We can argue at length about the socially redeeming values that are being presented in the books that are being brought here tonight, because there's a wide spectrum of beliefs, both religiously and politically, in this room. There's going to be a large one. But for me, the question first here on the very front of this is that, are they legal? Now, I know that some have argued for that, some have argued against it. My question would be this, is that I went and pulled up and read the statutes on pornography and obscenity by the state. And my question would be, has these books been presented to our local district attorney and allow him or her and his staff to look through the books and material to determine if in fact they meet the quality or the standard of what we would call obscenity or pornography? Because flat out, if they do, and some of the things that I've read, I believe it would meet that. If they do meet that, then the question's mute here as to what you decide, because already that should be off the plate. Those books should be immediately dismissed because of the legal standing of them, because they meet the criteria for what we call obscenity or pornography. So that shouldn't even fall to your plate. So that's a question that I present to you. I don't know if you've addressed this issue, but I want to present it to you that it should be addressed, because it could resolve a lot of this issue here, a lot of this tension. The other side of that is some saying, well, you can't legalize this. You can't, the morality of this or that. The truth is, all law is a legislation of morality. The question is, whose morality? That's always the question. So all the laws in the United States, every law in the United States is based on some form of morality. Now, as a pastor, I can tell you that in pastoring for over 45 years, I can tell you I have counseled hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people who have had the effect of being sexually abused, like the young woman that spoke earlier. I've gone to prisons. I've met with hundreds of men and women in prisons who've told me the story of that. Almost everything goes back to the point of being exposed, either because of someone's contact, and most of the time because of being exposed to pornographic type materials or obscene type materials. My own daughter, as a toddler, was violated. I put a man away for 7 years for that, not knowing that that he was already on probation, because this is before everything was digitized, didn't know that. But he was already there, went away for another 7 years, came back out, did exactly the same thing. He had been involved in pornography since a young man. So I've testified in court numerous times as an expert witness to many of these issues. I can tell you the books at hand are not healthy issues. Paul, I just want to quote this. There's only one scripture. I know that some people have gotten up and they've said some things, but there's an interesting scripture that Paul the Apostle wrote. And he wrote it, interesting enough, he wrote it right in the middle of the chapter on love, which is 1 Corinthians 13. Many of you probably know it. But this is what he said. And of all the argument I'm hearing here tonight, the one people that we don't have, or the common denominator that we don't have here in the room, are the people that are being affected most by what we're talking about, and that's the children. Now, this is what Paul said. When I was a child, I thought like a child, I reasoned like a child, and I acted like a child. And when I became a man, I put away my childish things. So I want you to think back. I think back when I was 5, 10, 12 years old. I was so ignorant about many of these subjects that we're talking about here. Had no experience with any of them. Most of our kids don't either. And I know that individuals here tonight are very upset about, we don't want our freedoms taken away. I understand that, is that we love our freedoms. All of us love having the freedom to choose. I do. I have the freedom to choose. I want everybody to have the freedom to choose. But the bottom line is that the line has to be drawn somewhere as to what we consider to be acceptable material for young people to be permitted to see or to read or to hear, participate in. And unfortunately, that's left on your plate. I realize that. And my encouragement to you is that I'm praying that God gives you the wisdom, because it's got to go above you and me. And I know some people may not have a faith factor in their life. I do. Obviously, I do that. I tell people all the time, I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. I want everybody in our church to love everybody. Now, does that mean I accept everybody's behavior or lifestyle? Not necessarily. I don't. But I want love to be the guiding factor. Well, the truth is that if I really love my kids, I protect my kids. If I love my kids, I protect my kids. And I love my kids. When we first started our church is only 4 years old. When we first started our church, I came to find out that a man who'd been long-standing in this community and had been involved in the educational system had been a prolific pedophile and had violated numerous people. I'm thinking it's probably too many to mention. And so our local state's attorney has convicted him, and he stands convicted of that today. I am thankful he was outed out early in the relationship in our church, that he never got a chance to promote what he had been doing probably for many, many, many decades. Now, we can argue about the value of all of the sexual content and things like that, but I find it interesting that when someone did bring up the sexual content in the last meeting that they brought it up, is that we find it that we cannot speak to the sexual content that's in the book. If we as adults cannot bring that sexual content to the floor right now, then why would we allow children and young people to have that? The wisdom, common sense wisdom. There's certain things I taught to my children and my grandchildren all the time. I said, look, there's certain things that you're just not permitted to do. As much as if my 8-year-old boy didn't like it, guess what? I pulled out the centerfold to the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, because I didn't think he needed to be looking at private parts at 8. That's just something as a parent I chose to do. And I know that you've got to draw that threshold, but I would just ask you to consider first to go and find out where that legal threshold is in this whole situation here. And find out if some of this material here has exceeded that threshold, then what I would do is I would act quickly and put that off the table. And that's something that you shouldn't have to deal with, and we shouldn't be having to even discuss. That's something at a legal level. If we don't like it, then let's go to Tallahassee and make the changes necessary to do that. If you want to change those thresholds, do that. But if it does meet that threshold, then remove that material and let's move on to other things. And I'm not asking you to remove anything except the stuff that clearly here we've been talking about tonight, which is pornographic. And that's the stuff I think that's damaging. I personally have had to deal with the disrepair to homes and marriages and families because of material that's presented in these books. And it pains me deeply. It pains me deeply. And I just pray God's wisdom and favor on you all. God bless you. Thank you for the job that you're attempting to do. And I pray for you.
Rick Branch, he's donated time. All right, so it looks like 9 minutes. And Mr. Branch, excuse me, Linda Fussell, okay, and Dawn Jackson. All right, thank you.
And before the time begins, just a quick suggestion, if you want to hear it. If you let us know who's on deck when you call us up, we might be able to get up here faster. Just want to give that suggestion. So, good evening. I am the Reverend Dr. Rick Branch from First United Methodist Church of Pensacola, but these days I also proudly answer to the not right so Reverend. As we go through this process tonight, I pray that it is possible for all of us to have enough respect for each other that we stop with the fake facts. We have heard a lot of them in the conversations that have led up to tonight. Here are a few facts that I hope we can get right. Every time a person Testing, thank you. Every time a person gets up here and says that a book that we're talking about tonight shouldn't be taught in a classroom, we need to all understand that they are either misinformed or they are lying in order to spread fear. None of these books are being taught in the classroom. None of these books can even be found in the classroom. These books are only available in the libraries, where a child would have to go into the library and actually self-select the book and check it out. Another misinformed fact, it's easy for them to go to the public library to check these books out. Ask your teachers how easy it is for them to get their students' parents to come to schools for meetings. The reality is that we live in a poor county. A lot of parents don't have the luxury of taking time off of the 1, 2, or sometimes even 3 jobs they have to work in order to take their child to the public library. Fact, gender-affirming care for children does not include cutting off their private parts. Fact, most of us, actually none of us, couldn't read my writing, none of us in here think that Playboy should be in our school libraries. Fact, it seems crazy I have to say these things. Another fact that wasn't misinformed, but it was actually just a flat-out lie. A Christian gentleman left this last meeting that I spoke at and called one of my parishioners that night and told him that I said at this school board meeting that I believe that our middle schoolers should be taught how to engage in sodomy. Now, he actually said a different phrase than sodomy, but I do realize there are children in the room, and so I'm not using profanity. There is a difference in speaking profanity publicly and reading any profanity that might be in a book. But in case that man's here tonight, and really for the sake of all of us, let's please remember that little commandment that goes something like, "Thou shalt not lie." Another fact gotten wrong, some have said that having these books in the libraries is breaking the new law. The aim of the law, according to Mr. DeSantis' office, is, quote, to ensure that parents have knowledge of what is being offered to their children in the classroom, end quote. Not the libraries, but the classrooms. Brian Griffin, press secretary for Mr. DeSantis, said in a statement this month that the removal of books from school shelves was not ordered by the state. Quote, there has been no state instruction to empty libraries or cover up classroom books. In a separate response to a request for comment, he reiterated that, quote, the intent is not to empty libraries, but ensure pornography is not provided in classrooms. I got those quotes above from The Independent, a British online newspaper that is covering us. Education Week, an independent news organization covering K-12 education in the United States, printed that Governor DeSantis and Manny Diaz, the state education commissioner, blamed districts for overreacting and removing books. Diaz wrote in a letter to the Duval school superintendent, quote, Florida students deserve to be in a district where literacy is a priority and where providing books for students is at the forefront of teaching and learning. So, what are we doing here tonight? Why are we going through all of this when you can follow your own procedure, your own process, your own governor's process, and affirm the recommendations of your own review committees? How much have we strayed from the path when the national and international news organizations write about us? How far off the rails have we gone when Last Week Tonight with John Oliver covers us? It's almost never a good sign for John Oliver to be interested in you. I hope we all understand that we all want what's best for our children. We disagree on what process is a better system to use. We disagree about whether it's better to live in a society that bans books and bans lifestyles and therefore actually bans some of our children, or whether it's better to live in a society where we live and let live and love and let live. I hope we can all agree that we are here tonight to make this world a better one for our children. But we are not all correct in the way we are trying to accomplish that. Jesus loves every student that can relate to any of the protagonists in these books. The more books that you remove that relate to them, the more harm is caused those students. The more isolated they become, the more alone they become, the more hopeless they become. You might think one book doesn't make a difference, but to those who need to see their very existence as worthy of representation in this books, it is a death by 1,000 paper cuts. I know that is not your intention, but it is the reality. No one is harmed by a book being on a library shelf. Every parent already has the right to decide when and if their child can read any of the books in your libraries. But your students are harmed when books that reflect their realities are removed from your libraries. You remove a chance that they have for belonging. You remove a chance that they have for acceptance. You remove a chance that they have for understanding. You remove a chance that they have for hope in a better future. That should not be your legacy. Christians like me will fight passionately for the right of every parent to raise their children in the way they see fit, as long as there is no abuse of any kind involved. And Christians like me will fight even more passionately against any efforts by anyone who moves beyond the home or beyond the church to impose their values on others. Christians like me will fight tirelessly for every child that is isolated or left behind because other Christians are too fragile to allow books to sit on a library shelf if those books do a better job than we Christians do of offering love and acceptance and peace and belonging and hope to our marginalized children. If our personal beliefs remove us from the more marginalized members of our society, those who identify with the protagonists of these books that have been challenged, or more accurately put, if our personal beliefs remove the more marginalized members of our community from us, if our beliefs cause us to exclude those who are not just like us, instead of causing us to actively include every last person in our community, then I suggest that our beliefs are informed more by our own prejudices than they are by the Word of God or by the love of God. Our community will be stronger when we Christians and all our community leaders believe in our hearts that those in our community who make us the most uncomfortable have the same rights as those who are just like us. Our community will be a lot closer to being the kingdom of God when we Christians and all our community leaders believe in our hearts that God loves those who are most unlike us just as much as God loves us. So again, for the love of God and for the love of all of our children, please stop taking away their identities, their lifelines, the hopes and dreams that they find in these books. If you are here tonight to support these books and more importantly to support the children who need to read these books, would you please stand and stay standing? Finally, here's the most important thing I'll say tonight. To every child out there that has had or will have a part of your reality banned in this room, please know that you are still seen. You are still valued. You are still loved. By God, by me, by all those standing up for you right now, and by many other people outside this room, we love you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tabitha Christopher. The one following her is Sue Stevens.
Good evening, everyone. I am actually going to be speaking to what I believe is a solution to bridge the gap between both sides. I would think that we all would agree that we're in a mental health crisis amongst our youth. And when I'm reading these facts here that I pulled off of Warren Hicks 2022 online, where it says here that the mental health issues among teens are steadily on the rise. Here in Escambia County School, counselors are seeing more signs of students' anxiety, depression since the pandemic. And unfortunately for teachers and counselors alike, the training that is needed to be in place to provide the assistance for students to help them cope with these types of traumas experienced in the wake of pandemic was not there. Now, my name is Tabitha Christopher of TabithaChristopher.com. I'm a Mind Style Makeover coach and Thrive speaker for students. And the goal of what my whole coaching center is to provide training and tools that will help them to be able to thrive, regardless of what challenges they will face, what challenges they faced in the past, and what they will face in the future. What is most important for them to know in our society is to be able to know that life challenges will happen regardless of what they may believe right now. But one of the things that's being missed is what are the tools being provided to them to be able to overcome and be resilient regardless of what they face. Now, I'm a former actress and double national certified personal trainer, with more than 17 years of experience in building programs to help transform the health and minds of CEOs, Hollywood elites, and public officials. And what I have had the privilege of doing and working with more than 7,000 trailblazing students is to be able to see them from a state of suicidal state to being top-notch students right here in this district. One of which was failing miserably right here in the public system. No one knew what happened to him. But after just one 90-minute presentation focusing on the identity of who he was created to be, not what he feels, by identity meaning not what your thoughts are telling you, but the truth that never changes. Facts will come and change from moment to moment, but truth remains the same. As the sun has risen and have set for the last 6,000 of years of recorded history as we know mankind to be, we need those truths to continue to be stable for our youth. But right now they're being thrown with a lot of different information that is causing them to not know who they are supposed to be in society. Now, with these books that we're talking about tonight, I know zero about them. But what I do know is that our youth today are our future of now and tomorrow. And what they're needing are tools and trainings to help them to know the resilience that's within for them to rise and shine and thrive regardless of what they face.
Thank you, Ms. Christopher. Sue Stevens and Laura Hobbs donated time, right? And Betsy Walker, okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you tonight. I've spent several hours over many days trying to write a coherent statement to read to you tonight before realizing the problem wasn't knowing what I wanted to say. The problem was that it seemed pointless. In the past, you've chosen to ignore the public input in the comments section of the online form. You've ignored the input from the school library advisory councils, and you've ignored the recommendations from the district review committees. Each of these groups are made up of community members, parents, teachers, and administrators who have volunteered to take time from their lives to study, read, and discuss these challenges. You've ignored the number of people who came to speak in favor of keeping a title. These are people who represent a variety of voices, ranging from retired teachers and librarians, ministers, professionals, parents, concerned community members, as well as a student, versus people who seem to have predominantly focused on one viewpoint. You ignore the part of the statute which says that you should consider the book in its entirety, as well as the community as a whole. Instead, you have chosen to make your decision based on excerpts from the book, personal beliefs, and political expediency. So, no wonder I was overwhelmed with the feeling that I was just wasting my time and yours by speaking tonight. And then I was reminded that democracy depends on everyone's participation, or it moves closer and closer to an autocracy or even a theocracy. So I would simply like to share some facts and thoughts with you as follows. In response to the comment that students can go to the public library because the district ensures that all children get a library card, this is no longer true. The district stopped doing that with the advent of the new legislation, as they could not guarantee what books would be made available to the students. It is now up to the families. And the sad truth is that many of the kids who would read the challenged books are also members of marginalized groups that rarely have access to the public library or bookstores. Parental rights is the term currently invoked to support the removal of challenged books. Parental rights seeks to ensure that the parents who do not want their child to read a particular book have that right. All a parent has ever had to do is request that their child not check out that book. They can limit checkout by the author, the title, or even the subject, or any combination of this. They have that right and that power. A parent can search the school library catalog online to determine if a particular title is in the library, and they can search by author or even by the subject. This way, a parent is able to fast-track removing a title from their child's purview. Furthermore, this addresses the rights of all parents to decide what their child should read and ensures that one person is not making the decision for all parents. Clearly, if there is sufficient concern that harm will be done to students as a whole, then a challenge is the way to go. But just as an accused criminal is granted due process in our democracy, so should the removal of access to a book for all students be given due process. The comment from a board member that he doesn't understand why the superintendent doesn't just go ahead and remove these books is troubling for several reasons. This is easy to say when you are in agreement with the challenger, or it is politically expedient to support the group with the loudest voice. But what happens when a book you want to keep is challenged? Will you then wish that you had followed the policy you established? Due process is fundamental to a functioning democracy and ensures that the rights of all are protected. I was very impressed when you approved the current materials review process back in December and naively thought that each book would be objectively reviewed and a decision would be made based on its merits, and that you would ask, what did the public input form say? What did the School Library Advisory Council say? What did the District Review Committee say? What did the citizens say at the board meetings? I thought you would consider the professional reviews and the awards. I thought you would consider that these books were chosen by a professional. I thought you would consider what other professionals have researched and written about young adults. I am disappointed that your reasoning involves little of this and that some of you have disparaged the process and would really like to just see it go away. I also want to speak about indoctrination, a term that has been used multiple times by speakers in the challenge documents. The Britannica Dictionary says that indoctrination is, quote, to teach someone to fully accept the ideas, opinions, and beliefs of a particular group, and to not consider other ideas, opinions, and beliefs, end quote. As I've listened to other speakers, it seems to me that the folks who want to have the challenged books removed are the very ones who only want acceptance of their beliefs and are not open to consider other ideas, opinions, and beliefs. Also, I wonder what it says when one person has chosen to challenge over 150 books and cites indoctrination as a reason to not accept many of those books. How can it be indoctrination when the district has over 800,000 unique titles and these books represent a meager 0.00022% of all the titles available? I would like to share some additional statistics with you for the books being voted on tonight. The Bluest, acquired in 2002. It's in 5 schools and no challenge for 20 years. 20 years. Checked out a total of 47 times in 20 years, so about 2 to 3 times per school per year. The Nowhere Girls, acquired in 2019, it's in 7 schools, no challenge to 2022. Total checkouts 12, so about 4 a year per school. The New Kid, acquired in 2019 in 26 schools and no challenge to 2022. Total checkouts 1,226, so about 408 checkouts per year or 15 per school per year. Drama, acquired in 2013. It's in 24 schools and no challenge for 10 years. Total checkouts 5,601, so about 560 a year, and 23 per school per year. So I would ask you, does this meet the criteria for indoctrination? Or even, why has it taken 20 years, 10 years, or 3 years for these books to be challenged. Another issue is the content of these books. There are concerns about alcohol and drug use, sexual orientation, sexual acts, and racisms in some of these books. And I want to address this with remarks from an interview UWF librarian Britt McGovern gave. She said, "I am concerned that the debate is not getting the depth it deserves. Young adult fiction, by its nature, often includes complex subject matter that helps teens connect to the difficult issues they face, and when excerpts are listed out without context, some may find them objectionable. Additionally, the political thrust fueling these book removal efforts, as well as the targeted books themselves, gives many as many challenges are put forth by interest groups or those with a particular point of view. So attempting to ban books strikes me as a bit disingenuous." Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Our next speaker is Jerry McIntosh, and after that will be Brian Seifstein.
Good evening. So, there was books banned in the 30s in Germany. They was erasing history in Germany. They didn't stop there. They began to erase people once they erased history. They put people in the chamber, in the gas chamber. They burned people. They murdered people because they didn't believe in the history of those individuals. History is not there for you or I to like or dislike. It is there for us to learn from. And if it's offensive to you, it's even better because then we are less likely to repeat the same history like we are doing now. Over the years, I never thought the day would come when I would have to stand here and say that book banning is wrong and that the First Amendment do cover those issues that a lot of people has talked about. Most of the people that came up here and talked about rape and all of that, most of the people never read one of those books. Not one of those books was written by, even read by people that do rape. Rape has been going on since the beginning of time. And so, and that's not justifying rape. As a matter of fact, I think rapists should be killed if they do it. Incest, all of these things has been going on since the beginning of time. And so, to say that, you know, to ban history, to ban books that are written by African Americans or other people in these communities, to say that they should be gotten rid of because we don't like the content is a fallacy in itself. We are not at a point where we can start banning books, burning books, because it leads to something else. It always has, and it always will. The thing that separates us from totalitarian regimes around the world, like Ayatollah Khomeini's Iran, like Hitler's Germany, like Mussolini's Italy, like Putin's Russia, is that we have the right to speak freely in America. Because we have that right, we can speak on different issues and agree or disagree on those issues. But that should not lead us to begin to burn books, ban books, or any of those things that affect the life of our children. Then we need to ask the children, how do they feel about what's going on?
Mr. Chair,
Might I take a moment? I noticed we do have some young people in the audience, and I don't know that they're here to speak or not, but they do have school tomorrow, and I was wondering if there was a way that we could accelerate those small children that want to speak to us. I know it's not normal. I thought we had at least one elementary. They could stand up and if they were going to speak. I just want to ask the board if they would indulge that. I know I have at least one young man who is here to speak about a specific book. He goes to my church and he spoke to me about it earlier. That's why I know he's here. And I see some other young people, I don't know they're here to speak or whether they're here with parents. But if you wouldn't mind indulging, so that he could go home and get supper and that kind of stuff.
On each book. It's not just here.
We're in the public forum stage right now.
I don't know which way. Did he decide to just speak on the book, or did he want to speak to public forum and speak about the book at that time? Well, I just didn't know what your time constraint was. What would Braden like? He wants to wait, or does he want now? Would that be okay? McFerrin.
Huh?
His last name is McFerrin. If he wants to come forward, he can tell Miss Dwelly.
Yeah, come forward and tell Miss Dwelly his name, see which list that he's on, if he's on the public forum or whether it's to a specific book.
It was to a specific book, but the
Well, then that's really, I don't know.
time is. Okay.
How about a show of hands and let the young man talk, okay?
Okay.
If he wants to speak now, we'll let him speak next. And
Hello, my name is Grady McFerrin. I go to Cordova Park Elementary. My mom is on the committee that had the job of reviewing New Kid. She asked me if I wanted to read the book with her, so I said, sure, I'll read it with you. I also went to the committee meetings to learn about the rules and process. I know a lot of adults are making the decisions about these books, but I think it's most important for you to hear from the kids because we're the ones reading the books. I read New Kid and loved it because it helped me get ready if I ever go to a new school. I thought it was important for me to learn about Jordan's experience because he has a different experience than me, and his new school had a lot of kids that didn't look like him. Some of them weren't kind or inclusive and said mean things. This book was a good reminder that we are all equal and should treat people with kindness and respect, because you never know what someone is going through. I don't think you should ban this book.
well, are you leaving afterwards?
I'm going to take him home to do some homework and get to bed if that's okay. May I shift to public comment as well? I filled out the form.
I realize that. I'm going to let you do it, but this is really unprecedented. Go ahead.
If I can add a recommendation maybe in the future for any books for elementary to be moved towards the front, that might be helpful. I appreciate that, Chair.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer McFerrin, and I have the honor of knowing most of you in my professional role through the work we do to partner with the school district and support students and families in our community. But tonight I'm here in my role as a mom of 2 elementary school students within the district and a committee member for the book New Kid. And I invested a significant amount of time into the process of learning our responsibilities and duties, studying the statutes in which we were tasked with reviewing the book in accordance with, and reviewing the material accordingly. And this wasn't a task I took lightly. The majority of our committee voted to retain this book in elementary, middle, and high school libraries, and we're all here tonight because our vote was appealed on grounds that it violates House Bill 7 for inclusion of critical race theory in instructional material. However, this book isn't being used for instructional material. Our vote was to retain it for optional reading in school libraries. The events in Duval County that have already been referenced this evening, where a book was banned and then endorsed by the Department of Education as their book of the month, serve as a reminder that it's critical that we honor our duty and obligation to evaluate the material in accordance with the statute for which it was submitted in violation against. Simply put, New Kid does not violate House Bill 7. And in accordance with our recommendation to retain this material in libraries, it's also important to keep in mind that we're tasked with evaluating the appropriateness for the grades in which New Kid is intended for, which according to the publisher is grades 4 and up, and according to Common Sense Media is age 8, hence why we recommended to keep it within school libraries. When my kindergartner, on the other hand, goes to the library with his class, he's guided to select a book from a section that aligns with his reading ability. I've also confirmed that his experience isn't unique, it's universal throughout the district. The reality is New Kid wouldn't be something that he could select, and if by some chance he made his way to the upper elementary sections and checked it out, he wouldn't be able to read it anyway. This book, a Newbery Medal winner, is an important story that fosters empathy for so many experiences. When I committed to serve in this capacity, I offered for my son Grady, who you just heard from, to participate alongside me, and he attended the committee meetings, learning about the process and joined me in reading New Kid. The opportunity we had to learn about Jordan's experience was one that engendered compassion, broadened our experience and perspective, and encouraged us to be intentional in extending kindness and inclusion to others we meet. Empathy and compassion are qualities we want all children to develop for all people that they interact with. Thank you for the opportunity to share, and again, Chair, I appreciate the chance.
Thank you, Ms. McFerrin. And
Thank you, Board.
I also appreciate the rest of the audience being willing to make that change. Brian Seifstein, and next would be Timothy Parrish.
Hello? Okay. My experience with Escambia County's public education was you brought in reformed virgins to tell us the dangers of premarital sex. They brought up a paper heart and tore a piece off, and each time you have sex, giving it out, saying, this little torn up piece of heart's all you have left to give to your spouse afterwards. So when I heard that you were thinking of banning books with LGBTQ subjects, I knew where the writing was on the wall. But I was shocked to find out that one of the ones you had gotten rid of was about 2 male penguins adopting a little baby penguin. Where has our humanity gone? How has it come to this? How can we dismiss the reality in front of us that these things that if the bar has been set so low for what you are willing to get rid of, then every book on that list should just be gotten rid of. You should vote right now and be done with it. I hope that you had just made a mistake, that you just pressured into what you did. I hope that you will follow the recommendations of the committee. Those are people who are from our entire community, not just a section of it. Humans are capable of infinite kindness and boundless cruelty. Don't hide that fact from high school students by getting rid of some of these books. You don't do them any favors, and you don't make them tough.
Mr. Parrish has 6 minutes. Lamar Anglin was donated. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, board, for having these meetings. I come as a minister of the gospel, but not from that perspective do I come, because since we are in a democratic republic and we chose to elect you, you have that responsibility, not me or anyone else here in this regard, that when it comes to in our great society of the United States. My encouragement and my concern concerning the pornographic material would be asking the superintendent in his capacity to inquire from the Attorney General or the county attorney an opinion whether those would meet your criteria or the legal criteria of being pornographic, in that it would be caused, so if someone would come and demonstrate or participate in child pornography, they would be arrested and go through the legal process. That way it would be averted, and it could solve a lot of this issue here. That's my summation. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Latshaw, and then would be Sarah Brummett.
Good evening, y'all. I'm Sarah Latshaw. I'm with the ACLU. And I came out tonight because I think banning books is un-American, it's unpatriotic, and it stands in the face of the values that this country was founded on. Now, the truth is, I would prefer to be home right now with my husband and tucking my kiddo into bed. Actually, it's probably past his bedtime now. But the strange thing is that I'm here having to fight to keep books in libraries. And the even stranger thing is that I'm fighting against a group of people who already have a remedy. There are people in this room who would like students to be barred from reading books about certain subjects. They don't want their kids to know that gay people exist or that racism is real and a historical problem. The thing is, these people, they have a remedy. They already have a remedy. They can opt out of any book they want. They can opt out of any subject they want. And yet here they come telling us what our students can and cannot have access to in our school libraries. This is America, and we have protections for free expression. I know a lot of people have said it, but I'm going to say it again. This board has created a process to ensure that our kids are protected. You have a wonderfully representative group of people that are doing an analysis of each of these books. They are seasoned professionals who know what is appropriate for students. Can we please stop second-guessing our educators? You're second-guessing our teachers. You're second-guessing our administrators. You as a board are second-guessing our parents and our community every time you ban a book that has already been approved by a review committee. Now, you may think that you're somehow abiding by Florida law. You are not. But in case you haven't been following the news, Governor Ron DeSantis says you're doing it wrong. He is throwing school boards under the bus and saying that you are banning books that aren't pornography and you are doing it wrong. And if you think a book about two penguins raising an egg is pornography, the problem is not the book. I ask you to stop allowing a fringe group of people to make decisions for every student in this entire community. Please, I ask you to trust the experts who are doing the hard work, and please defer to your committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Brummett has 6 minutes. Donating is
Jansen.
Jansen Brummett. Jansen, raise your hand. Thank you.
It's an unusual name. So thank you. My name's Sarah Brummett. I was here for the special meeting that was held in February, and I'm here again tonight. I'm a lifelong Pensacola resident. I went to the schools here. I have 2 children in the schools here. I have family members that work for the district. I've worked for the district. I have community members that I talk to on a daily basis in my capacity as an organizer. And I'm also a student of history. And the fact that we've even reached this point is alarming. An earlier speaker said that if books are on this list, then there's already a problem. I agree with that. There's clearly a problem when a vocal minority of people with hateful anti-LGBTQ and racist agendas can print off lists of books to remove from our schools, then whip up a false narrative and a feeding frenzy and pressure our elected officials into carrying out that removal. And that's in spite of the district's own processes. Last month, this board voted to remove all 3 books that were on the table, despite each having been cleared to remain in schools by rigorous processes. After attending that meeting and seeing the outcome, I wondered what the process this board has overturned looks like. So I went to a committee meeting. They're public, they're open. You can go to a committee meeting. They convened to consider one book. These committees it's not one committee hearing all the books. It's individual, unique committees convening to hear one book. There are volunteers from among our teachers, our administrators, our parents, and community volunteers as well. They read the book, they evaluate it against a robust rubric, and then they make a recommendation. And the recommendation is not just, can we keep this book or not? It's what grade levels is it appropriate for these books to be available for? And so, as other speakers have started to point out, the board should just be standing behind this process. It shouldn't be overturning the committee's decision. It shouldn't be bowing to this outrageous and frankly bigoted political pressure. Characterizing books that contain LGBTQ identities as inherently obscene or pornographic, relentlessly and blindly challenging any books that make any reference not just to LGBTQ identities, but also to the very real and very important history of the Black liberation and other civil rights struggles. These are not the acts of concerned parents. These are the acts of people with a political agenda. It could not have been more evident when they were speaking in opposition to Antango Makes 3. There are folks here today making emotional appeals about sexual references in some of these books, but Antango Makes 3 is a pure and sweet book that only tells the true story of 2 male penguins raising a baby together. There's nothing pornographic about it. The real motives of this movement are made very clear in that context. Giving ground to any of this is counter to your responsibility to our students and to our community and to our teachers. It means in practice the erasure and othering of our LGBTQ friends, neighbors, community members, teachers, parents, and most of all students. It also erases our shared history and the ongoing legacy of racism, a history that can never be overcome and a legacy that can never be overcome if not first understood and confronted. And ultimately, it perpetuates a false narrative that our educators are somehow leading our children astray. I've heard words like indoctrination and grooming thrown around quite a bit. And that's an important element of what's going on in this conversation. As these bigoted attacks on our LGBTQ community continue to ramp up, teachers are also being targeted. And I have to wonder if many of these so-called concerned parents even have students in our public schools. I think the answer must be no, partly because last month several of them told on themselves talking about homeschooling and private schooling, but primarily because the pictures that they paint of our schools has no basis in reality. Students are not being assigned or required to read these books. Teachers are not reading these books to their students. This has been presented in a completely absurd and alternate reality sort of way. The reality is actually that our teachers have been heroes. First, throughout the incredible challenges of the COVID pandemic, Now, through understaffing and underpay, the classrooms are too full. Teachers are working long hours, past their contract hours, to try to make our students have the best possible chance at success, and they're under attack right now. So on top of everything else, they're being targeted, they're being insulted, their professionalism is drawn into question, and I personally know many teachers who are so scared of being targeted that they have completely emptied out their classroom libraries. Do we think that's acceptable? I am so disappointed to see the members of this school board bowing before political pressure last February, and I don't want to see it again. We have a committee process for a reason, and if you want to retain teachers in this district, there are so many barriers to that. Don't create another barrier. Stand up for our LGBTQ students, stand up for our Black students, and most of all, not most of all, equally though, stand up for the teachers. Thank you.
Sierra Chapperton, and she has time donated from Walter Arrington. Okay.
Hello, thank you everybody for coming here. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you especially to the hardworking members of the committee who have spent weeks and weeks of their lives poring over these books in granular detail. I've heard a lot about how, that it's a shame that we haven't read every single book cover to cover. Have you read the reports cover to cover that they've worked on? That people that I see as mentors, one individual is a mentor to me. These are people in our community who care and who are educators and are people who we should be revering. But what we see in these political attacks on the school board is exactly that, an attack on librarians and teachers. These are the people that raised us. I could not stand in front of you today. I could not be going to the University of West Florida if a teacher had not taught me how to read. If I had not had access to books in the library, so I'm a little frazzled today. I apologize. It's been very scary. It's been very scary. I can tell you that. But I was born in Pensacola. My mother was born in Pensacola, and her mother was too. I consider this my hometown, and I don't consider trans people to be an enemy. But I think that's underlying a lot of these attacks. When they talk about the woke stuff, when they talk about that, what they're really saying is they don't want to have recognition of the history of this country taught to our students, and they don't want to have recognition of students and their own identities. And it's not just that. There are numerous attacks on teachers, as Sarah mentioned. They're attacking their speech rights. They're attacking their, teachers have been asked a lot. Teachers have been asked a lot, and we should not be today demonizing them. And I want to point a few things out that some people may not be aware of. At the University of West Florida, I talked to a lot of students. I've talked to a lot of my friends. There are many students who have been interested in pursuing a career in teaching who are no longer going to do that, who have said that because of the attacks, the weaponization of the school board, the weaponization of our education system by the DeSantis regime, our public education is being dismantled, and we've got to turn back the tide. We've got to turn back the tide. We need to provide students with an essential right of theirs, the right to literacy, the right to a full education, and they're being deprived of that. This is an equity issue too, because you're depriving a young transgender student from being seen in the library. You could tell that you could bar them from the bathrooms, you could bar them from school teams, but you can't bar them from being able to be seen in the library.
Walter Arrington. And next would be J.W. Novotny.
Good evening. Thank you, school board members, chair, superintendent. I first want to say that I'm pretty glad that I'm a son of a Methodist preacher. Seems we're well represented here tonight. Seems like maybe we'd be on the right side of things. I don't know. Maybe just me. But I first want to say is, I'm little bit older now, but I was a public education student here in Northwest Florida. I was a queer public education student. All right, so during my education in public schools in the 90s into the 2000s, I was bullied relentlessly for who I was. You know, and it was just normal at the time. We had normalized that as a culture, just to treat other people different and as less than because who my creator made me to be, okay? Books were that escape for me. I could go to the library and I could read about different people and I could read about their success and I could just escape from the torment and the pain that I experienced being a queer student in public education. When I joined the Marine Corps and fought overseas, I had to hide who I was. I served during Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I got out and like two months later they get rid of it. But I had to hide who I was while I was serving to defend the freedom of speech and the right of every American to have equitable access to education, to have equitable access to see themselves represented in the books of their public library. For us to sit here and just continue to try to turn the clock backwards, I mean, come on. We know how this ends. You know, history, everybody says history repeats itself. Well, that's what we're doing right here. Books. When I was in the Marine Corps were my escape. That was the joy that I could imagine myself and be the person. And that's what these children need. We need equitable representation of the BIPOC community, of our black and brown brothers and sisters and they, thems. Children need to see representation of themselves in books if they're LGBTQIA. I mean, that's a difficult time. Let's think about that. I don't know if anybody can remember middle school, but like there's a lot going on. And I remember my own lived experience. Like, this is the 90s. They were like killing us and tying us to fences during that time, And so to take the books out there, you're just telling them that they're supposed to hide and be ashamed of who they are. We're better than this. We are so much better than this. As a nation, we were founded on freedom from tyranny, freedom of a lack of representation. These books are our representation, are the representation of children from different backgrounds. I'm a social work professionally. I work with people that are reeling from trauma. They need these books. Books heal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. J.W. Novotny has 9 minutes. He has time donated from, I assume, Andre Ryland?
Yes.
Okay, and Trista Blowen. Okay.
When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for the people to resist the bonds placed upon them, a decent respect to mankind requires that they declare the causes that impel them to resist, and let our grievances be submitted to a candid world. Thomas Jefferson, the Declaration of Independence. I'm calling upon you, our school board, to help put an end to this egregious and aggressive purging of our innovation centers and classroom resources. There's no feasible process to evaluate every piece of media used in a class curriculum, nor is it fair to allow a hostile few to hold our district captive to the oppression of a few zealots. I'm a 20-year veteran of Escambia County School District. I teach world history, U.S. government, and macroeconomics. Mr. Fetzko, you hired me once. Mrs. Hightower, you and I have met on occasion. Mr. Adams, I've taught and coached your sons. Mr. Slayton, I have worked beside you for countless years at WFHS while you were at Georgia Stone. Mr. Williams, I worked with you as a START consultant for 2 years with your tenure at PHS. As an employee, I've been made to take mental health counseling strategies. I've been made to watch Stoneman Douglas videos about measuring active shooter corners. I've been made to take triage training. I've taken courses in ESE, IEP, and 504 training. I've been versed in ESOL. I've been made to teach the COVID germ breeding ground. I've had 5 children report to me that they want to harm themselves. I have reported domestic abuse 3 times upon parents who have damaged my children. I've performed the marriage of 2 women, one a past student who I consider a daughter. You continue to add to our responsibilities but handcuff our resources. Teacher pay is not adjusted to the cost of living, and our benefits, to put it lightly, are not what they used to be. The only reason any teacher is still in this business is children, kids. We love these kids, but politicians have made it even harder for us to stay at our jobs. My space will always be a safe place for trans kids, black kids, and any other kid who needs a safe space. We are told to keep politics out of the classroom as teachers. I say we also keep the politicians out of the classroom. We cannot use fear and political rhetoric to convert the uninformed. Remember, majority rule does not make minority rights obsolete. Do we know why diverse stories are essential? They validate the experience of those who can see themselves in these stories, our Marine and our other people. They validate the experience of those who can see themselves in those stories, and they encourage empathy and understanding for those who don't, like our young man. This semester, I had a young lady confide in me that while in middle school, she publicly declared her two moms to be her mom and her aunt because it was too difficult, and I quote, to explain where she came from over and over. Imagine the compassion a book like 10 Tango Makes 3 could have created for her life. Our kids practice hiding from active shooters every month, but we don't think they can handle two male penguins adopting an egg. Sadly, we have become the laughingstock of the nation. We are on Joey Behar's banned book list and John Oliver's last week tonight. We've allowed one person, who has been pointed out is still not here, to hijack our school resources, our time and money. We've totally missed the point of reading, and we pay this panel of people to read their hourly rate, we pay their hourly rate of pay to read all these books. We have a teacher shortage. We can't get teachers, but we can pay additional funding for reading. Parents should be setting the boundaries of our children's reading selection, not a school board and certainly not the governor. He challenges wokeness, a term his counsel, his defense, specifically defined as the view that there is a systematic injustice in society and that we need to have policies to address them. That is exactly what we need to do, address these problems. When leaders prevent what we can read and what we are allowed to teach, it moves us closer to the line of despotism and indoctrination. Our innovation center's catalog does not need to be purged. Parents need to be more involved in their children's reading. Do we understand the significance of the perks of being a wallflower? Without spoiling the ending, the main character was abused. The book was about finding a place in this world while suffering so much mental trauma. What if that book could find its way into the hands of a sexually assaulted child and provide them hope? Just because a side character was gay does not mean that a reader will spontaneously change gender or sexual orientation. Our students are in a new era from when we grew up. The founding fathers had no inclination what the internet would be. We have so many books being pulled about race, but don't we need teachers who understand the dynamic and diversity that they need to be teaching? Mr. Williams, I know that I counseled you at PHS when I was mentoring a teacher there who taught above her students' head, not intellectually, but culturally. Why would we not have books that allow us to cast light on the cultural condition of our populace? Our student demographic in Escambia County is 46% white, 35% black, 8% mixed, 8% Latino, 2% Asian, and 1% identify as Indigenous Americans. Are we teaching critical race theory? No, sir. No, ma'am. No, we're not. We are teaching history, teaching that there has been racism and that systemic racism has persisted is not CRT. We tell the stories of the past to change our futures. We should come to understand the disproportionate obstacles that people of color and LGBTQ kids must overcome. Historically, we have undervalued and underrepresented the contributions of minorities throughout our history. We have taken a to the victors go the spoils attitude. In reality, we just marginalize the history of others. You cannot change history by censoring it. We interned Japanese Americans in the Second World War. We banned Chinese immigration for years. We deported Mexican Americans during the Depression. We created a false clinic to treat African Americans of syphilis for years at Tuskegee. We banned interracial marriage until Loving versus Virginia. Gay marriage was not protected until 2015. We forced Black people to drink from separate water fountains and swim in separate pools, which, by the way, is in our learning standards. Our history is one of subjugation and exploitations. We historians don't want you to feel bad. We need you to acknowledge it. When Ruby Bridges broke the color barrier, we threw rocks at her. Those people who did that don't want their grandchildren to read about them throwing rocks at her. We must learn from the past and do better, not ignore our ugly parts. We are denying the children the education that will help them overcome the class divisions that perpetuate our economic inequality. Our history may have dark parts, and we may have gay kids, Black kids, trans kids, and so forth, but foremost, these are kids, and they have a right to representation, and we have a right to all of our history. Hatred and ignorance spreading fear may always be a sad part of civilization. However, there will always be people here to hold you accountable. I am again asking you to end these purges of our books, of our resources, and that we go forward together to confront our history and not hide from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Melanie Eubanks has 6 minutes, 3 from Lynn Hahn. Lynn? Raise your hand. Okay. And then will be Vanessa Reynolds.
Thank you, Superintendent and School Board. I, as a citizen, parent, grandparent, former employee of the Escambia County Schools, I am appalled by the reconsideration for appeal committee proceedings. I have personally attended 8 of them since February meeting. No wonder it's so difficult to find out who is serving on these committees, because no one wants to be held accountable. I have volunteered twice to be on a committee, but I don't think I meet the criteria. I think I get name called from the other side. Though I would be an excellent committee member, there must be a roster of people to choose from: media specialists, teachers, parents, community members, and the number of people on the committee varies also. I have seen a student, high school student, sit on a committee. I was told they were not allowed to vote. Also, I understand teachers are paid to be on these committees. I wonder if anyone else is paid. Plus, what will the board do with the book that have been voted on by these committees, but they do not meet the criteria of, say, K through 3? And are they going to be pulled from the schools? I think that we really need to think about parental rights, and our kids have the right to be taught the way that we want. We send them there for reading, writing, arithmetic. We're not sending them there for other information. And you know, I like to read, but I do not think that we have to present reading fiction material in our libraries with explicit sexual content, vulgar language, and things that are just not good for the well-being of our community. You know, these are some of the things that I have heard at the committee meetings. I didn't understand how to answer the question relative to kids. Teens we teach speak this way anyway. It's not entertaining, or it's entertaining, not educational. There was no emotion in that sex. The graphics the students comprehend help them relate to the characters. And that includes, that's why they have to have the language or the explicit sexual content. Graphics must be told as a person tells their story. This should be read with an adult. It's very raw. Oh yes, only with adult. Kids are impressionable. Not everyone should have access.
The importance of the story is lost through the graphics. Someone disagrees. Too many have experienced this too young. Look at the mental health module. Sexually abused kids have a different culture. That was my first meeting. My thoughts are teachers mental health professionals? I hope not. And referring students, if you know a student has a problem, you refer them to the proper authorities. Gulf Kids House, DCF, you need to get those kids help. Members are being guided by their emotions, not by the law or good judgment. Some more comments. Only mature readers should read this, hard call. It has imaginary graphic content, but not too much for high school. It's what they see. This could be bad if you have a rape victim in your class and you wanted to discuss it. We need to err on the side of caution when voting. And on the school media slideshow, slide 11 says, media specialists should always err on the side of caution when selecting materials. It is good practice to assess whether or not you as the adult making the book selection decisions would be comfortable reading aloud the material in question in a public meeting. If you would not be comfortable reading the material in a public setting, then you should lean towards not making the material available in the school library for children. The high school student who attended this committee meeting, she was there and they were passing the book out to be read. She was allowed to share her opinion about the book before the others even read about it. And, one teacher actually said they brought up the person who wrote the appeal and who other people have mentioned that this person is wasting your time and money. She is not. She has been waking up what is going on with this illicit sexual content, graphic material, and foul language. One teacher said the person who wrote the appeal should be scared to walk down the halls of my school. Is that the kind of schools we have in Escambia County? Come on. They talk about us and everyone being accepting of everyone, but they can't accept people different from them. I tell you, I have a big heart and I care about children. I have a lot of children. I have a lot of grandchildren, and I have a lot of kids I teach. I still teach a class on Friday nights for kids whose parents have been addicted to drugs. Why? Because I care about them learning skills in life that they don't have to repeat the process. Most of the books in the adult young literature are fiction. I heard it said they're like romance novels.
Thank you, ma'am. Vanessa Reynolds and then Paula Montgomery.
Hello. The last time I was up here, I gave a little bit of a history lesson, and I think a lot of people may have thought that maybe perhaps I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist because I came to the conclusion that this is all about unrolling the Civil Rights Act. And it's no longer a conspiracy because last week, Governor Ron DeSantis, AKA Tropical Hitler, he held a diversity, equity, inclusion roundtable. And that was hosted by somebody in there by the name of Scott Yenner, who has labeled feminist an enemy of the state. When you are labeled an enemy of the state, that is fascist talk right there, period. Mr. Yenner stated that Florida should pass the, quote, Colorblind Florida Act, an act that would make employees of Florida's government civilly liable in state court for collecting data on the basis of race or sex. By ceasing to collect this data, Florida would also cease cooperating with the national government in the collection of race-based data. This will set up a salutary confrontation with the national government over race-based policies and will offer Florida a chance to lead the country with popular anti-affirmative action sentiments. This might present a chance to extend current Supreme Court decisions. The national government collects such race-based data in order to conduct disparate impact investigations of state practices. A colorblind Florida Act would allow for a challenge to this aspect of the country's corrupting, quote, civil rights regime. Okay? I am also a product of Escambia County Public School District, and I went through a lot of trauma in my life. My parents got divorced when I was about 10 years old. It was a very messy divorce. I was used as a tool to get them both back. My mother became a very nasty alcoholic and took out her revenge on me because my father wasn't around. I was also molested as a child. But the trauma that has never happened to me was reading a book. As a matter of fact, I think books probably helped me because reading stories that I could relate to helped. I didn't tell anybody about my sexual abuse for a very long time because that man told me if I said anything, he would make sure that I was harmed. Now, come to find out, when I did finally say something, the statute of limitations was up, and he had harmed many other children. I will have to live with that. Thank you.
Paula Montgomery and then Tiffany French.
Good evening, and thank you all for hearing from us, members of the public. My name is Paula Montgomery, and I am the Education Committee Chair for the League of Women Voters of the Pensacola Bay Area, which is both Escambia and Santa Rosa County. We in the League strongly advocate for public schools. Those public schools are as described in the Florida Constitution, need to be free, they need to be of good quality, and they need to be available to every child. This gives the public schools a window of opportunity to guide children in how to make difficult decisions and how to think about unusual situations. As you know, you cannot completely shut a child away from all of the things that they will have to face as they grow and mature. If you try to keep them completely sheltered and in total ignorance, you will cripple them. They will not be able to evaluate what they are seeing when they actually come face to face with it. One safe way to teach these sorts of evaluating talents is to read. You can read safely about novel situations and things that they will encounter as they grow up. This is best done, of course, with explanations when the child has questions, or even if they don't, by an interested adult, be it a teacher or a family member. The child needs to be provided with guidance, but does not need to be shut away in a non-thinking jail. If a child is blocked or forbidden to read certain books or about certain ideas, their curiosity will grow phenomenally about whatever that is. They will really want to know. If they don't have the tools for handling these things, then they may actually be harmed by their own ignorance. Now, any parent can forbid access to certain books or ideas for their child, but no parent and no community member should have license to block other children from learning. To do so will leave many children unprepared to evaluate and cope with the things that they encounter in real life. Banning access to certain books because they don't conform to one or a few parents or a few community members' worldview or religion has a real crippling effect on many children. Remember, ignorance doesn't protect. Knowledge does.
Tiffany French, and then Ellen Javney, Jauncey, Jauncey. Tiffany?
Hello, thank you for your time. I don't have children, but removing these books affects everyone in Escambia because these kids will one day be running our county and our whole world. And keeping them from getting a well-rounded education that incorporates diverse viewpoints hurts us all. In addition, these regressive, draconian actions are making Escambia and Florida a less desirable place to live and run businesses, which will lead to brain drain and hurt our economy. It will also make our state less diverse because people of color and LGBTQ people will feel less accepted and safe here and will leave because it seems like most of the challenge books are by or about people of color and LGBTQ people. Toni Morrison has won dozens of awards, including a Nobel Prize, a Pulitzer, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Is this the kind of author you want to be preventing kids from reading? The Bluest eye is required for AP and IB tests. A small minority is trying to force their religious or just plain discriminatory beliefs on others when parents already have the option to opt their children out of using the school libraries or request alternate assignments if they object to content. One of the speakers says you can go buy the books, but not all kids can afford to buy books or have a way to get to the public library. This is a slippery slope to the wrong side of history. Thank you.
Ellen, and then Joe Vinson after Ellen. Ellen's still here. All right. Joe Vinson has 6 minutes, donated from Bradley Vinson. And then will be Roy Skinner.
Hello, board. Thank you for allowing us to speak. Last year, when the legislation that colloquially became known as the Don't Say Gay bill was being debated, many of its supporters took great umbrage at that sobriquet, saying that there's no discrimination against gay people. It's just banning, inappropriate discussion of sexual orientation in classroom instruction. Likewise, outside of classroom instruction, Governor DeSantis has said we have to get all the hardcore pornography out of the libraries. So obviously, I agree with your decision to remove Tango Makes 3, not because of the 2 boy penguins who took care of that baby chick, but because of all the boy-girl couples who were, making chicks. Obviously, lurid stuff has no place in our schools. So congratulations on getting rid of that dangerous book. Speaking of classroom instruction, I wanted to bring to your attention a troubling rumor I've heard that people are discussing in classrooms our 6th president, John Quincy Adams. You can imagine my concern as a parent of an elementary school child. If my child comes to me and says, John Quincy Adams, but there's already a John Adams, I have to explain to my child that John and Abigail, we can't have that. So joking aside, obviously, when we talk about discussions of sexual orientation, the bans are only applying to non-heterosexual orientation, which is discriminatory. It's tempting to make these kind of satirical points. If I had nothing better to do with my time, I'm sure I could fill out 100+ challenges. But that would waste everyone's time, it would waste taxpayer funds. So I'm not gonna do that because ultimately the goal of this whole movement is to dismantle public education. The same forces who opposed public education when it originated in Florida during Reconstruction, the same people who opposed public education and pulled their kids out of public schools after Brown in 1954, the same people will hold up their Bible and they will say, this is why we have to do this. They'll hide behind it, but it's bigotry. It is discriminatory intent, and it comes from a bullying impulse. In an often banned book, 1984 by George Orwell, a character is describing their vision of an authoritarian future. But always, do not forget this, Winston, always there will be the intoxication of power, constantly increasing, constantly growing subtler. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. And that's what you're doing when you talk about trans people, queer people, critical race theory, it all comes from the same impulse of taking a marginalized group and trampling them. And sorry, give me a moment. I am a product of the Escambia County Public School System. I have 3 amazing children that I have entrusted to the Escambia County Public Schools. I served for many years as a board member on the Escambia Public Schools Foundation. I am on the side of public schools. Ostensibly, I am on your side. We are on the same side. The people who support these bans, they are happy to defund public schools. They would like nothing better than to have all this private right of action to file lawsuits and take all the resources away that should be going to educate our children. And so I want you to think about whether or not you are complicit in the destruction of our public schools, because that really should not be what you're doing up there. And I want you to look deep in your hearts. I don't know the hearts of the people who are here opposing this. That's between them and their God. I don't know what's in your hearts, but I think that if you look inside your heart and you can identify that discriminatory, that bullying impulse, then you can begin to mitigate the harm you've done. And you have done harm. When you remove a story because it has a child with 2 male parents, there are kids in this district who have 2 dads, who have 2 moms. So what you told them is that they are not normal, they should be ashamed, and they have to think about that. So please, please, reconsider your approach to this book banning, this moral panic. In the Holocaust museums, it says, when books are burned, people will soon be burned. And yeah, thank you very much.
Mr. Skinner,
And thank you for allowing us to
McLaren.
be here. Why are we here tonight? What has driven everybody to be at this meeting tonight? We must have 200 people in this room that are very interested in one subject, book banning. Frankly, I'm opposed to it. I've read one of the 2 books. It's excellent, okay? So I will tell you exactly why we're here discussing banning books. It's because Ron DeSantis wants to be president. And he knows that this is a great lightning rod subject to rile up his base, to get them excited and get them to go out to vote. It is not about safety. It is not about caring about our kids. If it was caring about our kids, we wouldn't be having to have active murderer drills in our schools, okay? Don't call them active shooters. They're active murderers. They're not actively shooting tin cans. They're shooting our kids. So, it's fine with Republicans, evidently, okay? That is why we're here, to excite his base and get them to come out and vote. Period. End of subject. That is why we've been hearing about this for 2 years now. And one other quick thing I want to touch on is separation of church and state. These are public schools paid for by taxpayers. And we got people marching up here with their Bibles and quoting their Bible. They're quoting their Bible verses they've already memorized. Not that they've read many other good books, but they know that one, okay? So, separation of church and state needs to be applied here. I'm tired of seeing that.
Ian McLaren and then Joseph Meehan.
Good evening. The most compelling reason why I think you should not listen to the people arguing to ban these books or any other books is because people who want to ban books are never going to be done banning books. Some of these books have been in the library for 20 years. I doubt your inboxes have been overflowing with teachers complaining they couldn't teach their subjects or their test scores weren't rising because people were reading these books. To my point, last time a majority very shamefully voted to ban a children's book about penguins. Very recently, I read with my children A Cricket in Times Square, a book that involves animals, including a cat and a mouse, who are both male, living together. And there's even a section where they say, they discuss that living arrangements in urban areas are different than rural areas. What are you going to do when they come for that book? As I said, these books have been in the library, one of them for 20 years, and it hasn't caused a disruption. What we say here tonight will not be remembered, and what you do here tonight will only be remembered in 10 years when students get back together. They won't remember these books, but they'll remember if you attacked their classmates. I ask you not to do that, and also just reiterate that the goal of education in Escambia County is not basic education. Obviously, we hope our children don't just read car manuals, they read Shakespeare and Wallace Stevens and do calculus. The idea that we want to make our children's education more basic is antithetical to what you are supposed to be doing here. Thank you all.
And then Pamela Schwartz.
I'm Joseph Meehan. I'm a retired military leader and retired civil service leader for 45 years combined. I know that a committee is not the final decision. The leaders are the final decision. The committee makes a recommendation. And I've seen in many cases in my career where a committee makes a bad recommendation and the leadership overrides it. There's nothing wrong with the leadership here being the superintendent and the board of overriding a committee. Especially, it seems like the committee process might have problems right now because of this size of a crowd with differences of opinion. It sounds like the committee process might need to be looked at. And one of the things that someone recommended, district attorney, may be part of the training process for these committee members is this is what child pornography is. And if you endorse child pornography, you can be held liable for child pornography. So when they do send a book up that has child pornography into it, you as leaders have the authority to change that committee's perception or that their decision. The process, I did like the idea of having a DA get involved, even if it's just part of the training process. When you have the committee members who are going to be part of the committees, have someone from the district attorney's office or get an attorney from in town who can come in and tell you what pornography is and how far a book can go without exceeding that. But the fact that some of these books I cannot say because I've got a camera on me here, that tells me the Federal Communications Commission prohibits that material from being exposed. I believe, I don't want to ban books. When a book is taken out of a school library, it's because of age appropriate. I don't want my second grader or my fifth grader learning all about a rapist culture. I don't want my first grader or my seventh grader learning about spousal abuse culture. Some of the books have spousal abuse, husband beating wives, wife beating husband. We shouldn't have that kind of stuff in front of a seventh grader. Now, if he's got problems at home that are similar to that, there's counselors, there's all types of other opportunities in the school system. He doesn't have to read it in a book to feel better. Well, I guess it's okay. It's happening in a book, so it's okay at my house. And some of these books endorse that, and we'll talk about that later on. The last thing I have to admit, someone said Romeo and Juliet. I don't want my second grader reading Romeo and Juliet. Maybe my 12th, 11th grader, but not my second grader. Anyway, But that's how I feel, and the whole idea is we're not banning books. All we're doing is we're restricting access to certain age groups. And when they reach a certain age, they can read that book if they want to. Or if they want to read it at home, it's up to mom and dad. If they want to read a porn book at home, it's up to mom and dad if they want them to read a porn book. And I won't say who they are. Thank you very much.
Pamela Bowen Schwartz.
Hold on, Pam. That is not in public, that's on a specific book. Okay. We let the elementary student do that. Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't mind making exceptions. I truly don't. And if you feel that you have to do that, but it's really gonna get things way out of order, and we were trying to do things in a fashion that caused the least disruption, and so people could focus on one thing at a time. All right, thank you, ma'am, I appreciate it. Pam?
Pamela Bowen Schwartz will be 75 at the end of this month. In my 3/4 of a century, I am a mother, I am a grandmother, I was a teacher in this district for 30 years. I retired in 2002 because over 30 years ago, I was tired of the bureaucratic busy work that kept teachers who had the love of children from teaching and doing bureaucratic busy work, which is what this is. And I am here tonight because in my 75 years as a patriotic American woman, and this is Women's History Month, when I retired, I went to join the nonpartisan groups that would give me the opportunity to freely work in the way that I wanted to form a more greater union for all of us, we the people, to form a more perfect union. I support the United Way, that their 3 pillars are health, education, and financial stability. And none of what we're doing here tonight helps our young people become better prepared. We have discrimination in our health practices, we have discrimination in our educational systems, and we have discrimination in the way people can earn a living, including women who still don't have equal pay for equal work in this society of America. We have the suffragettes who only in 2020 celebrated their 100th anniversary of having to fight for the right to vote. So as a woman, I am more scared of how our democracy as a whole is endangered in these scary times with the abuse of political power at every level of government, and especially in Florida, where political aspirations for personal power and profit are promoting misinformation, disinformation, and blatant lies to fuel anger and hate to divide us as Americans. Uninformed citizens who do not fact check are undermining the U.S. Constitution for we the people who are striving to form a more perfect union for life, liberty, and justice for all people. Human rights, civil rights, the First Amendment rights, voters' rights, our bodily autonomy and privacy, our free will rights, women's rights. These are all under attack by power-hungry elected officials who are bullying and set a horrible example for our young people today, whose mental health is under the worst stress in my lifetime. And I am very concerned with religious zealots. I am a person given a foundation of faith, hope, and love by my parents who were Depression-era World War II people who believed in the American dream. And religious zealots are insulting me and my religious freedom when they say that teachers who are being demonized and made scapegoats are the problem in our public schools.
Time.
Please,
Thank you.
let us unite for the justice for all.
That's time. Thank you.
Eric Majors, and then Elizabeth Peace.
Have more time than that?
I have 3 minutes on here.
Right, but I thought we worked that out, but it was just, we fill out the white form. Right. I can't use that time for this. All right, well, I'll give it a shot in 3 minutes.
Okay.
Look, I just want to say to everybody that what bothered me, I came here last time and I spoke about my concerns about some of the language in some of the books. And I ended up being in a video by the Socialist Party of Florida calling me a bigot. They didn't put my voice on what I was saying because I'm a white, conservative, Christian, male, right-winger. But you know what? I don't hate gay people. Okay? I'm not prejudiced, okay? And I hang out with some of the most conservative people you're ever going to meet, and they don't hate them either, okay? The scriptures tell us that we're not here to condemn, we're here to save, okay? Now, we worship God in our way, and we still accept everybody in this community. I just want everybody, what I would like to see is the hostility toned down a little bit. We all have to live in this community together. And people are coming up here and they're saying things like, oh, it's just this little, people. There's a board of people that read these books and approved it. Why do you think we're here? It's not just a handful of parents. There are some parents in your community, yes, and the people who live in here, the gay community, the LGBT community, all of it. There are people here, parents, who are concerned about some of the passages in those books, just a handful of them. Nobody's expecting you to pull every book out of the library that has to do with people in a public school, because we know that the LGBT community is in the public school. It'd be impractical. It'd be like saying, let's yank the Bible out of the public school. You can't do it because it's too part of a history, okay? So my concern, my wish is that we all remember that, hey, everybody's coming up here. It's like a therapy session. And everybody's coming up here and they're internalizing everything and looking at it from their point of view. We have to learn how to get along with each other, guys. And maybe it's just a matter of saying, I'm a parent of a child in school. I'm concerned about the book. Can you appreciate that? It has nothing to do with you being black, white. It has nothing to do with that. And I appreciate you people. The LGBT community is accepted as valued citizens. They're creations of God.
Mr. Majors, we're supposed to be addressing the board.
I just want to share with you all that my hope is that we can walk out of here unified. Not everybody's going to get their way because this is a public school. That's why, as a Christian, I sent my kids, before they went to public school, to Christian school. And this is a state where you can get vouchers to do that. So maybe you should create a school where you can put all the material in there. But in a public school, where we have this divergence of this conflict amongst, or not even, let's not even say conflict, but let's say we don't agree, it's a public school, so we're going to have to, the only way I can think of facilitating it is to say there's going to have to be a ring fence around certain subjects. And that's it. So we don't hate anybody. It's just like, hey, this is a subject the teacher's just going to have to say, you have to talk to your parent about this. It's a public school, okay? Make another school. This state gets vouchers for schools here. That's all. I love you guys, all right? Don't be mad at us.
Thank you, Mr. Majors. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to let the young lady from Washington come up and have her time. We're going to take 10 minutes. Thank you. That's the young lady? Okay. All right. All right, Madam Attorney, Mr. Superintendent. Ms. Odom. All right, we're going to start again. Okay, we're going to start again, but we're going to let Ella Jane Hoffmaster, the student from Washington, take next. Then after her, I skipped someone inadvertently. Leanne Ward will be after her, and then we'll have Elizabeth Peace. All right, Ella Jane, whenever you're ready.
Hello, thank you so much for letting me go early. I really appreciate it, and my GPA is also very grateful. For those of you who do not know me, hello, my name is Ella Jane Hoffmaster, and I am co-vice president of Student Government Association at Booker T. Washington High School, and I am also treasurer of National Honor Society. I'm here today because I want to be able to represent the students that I help lead for well, and to be good to my community. I really enjoyed reading the book Drama. I read many of that author's books when I was little, and they were always really popular in our school library, especially the book Smile. For when I was a kid, it was really hard for me to find books that I liked because I'm very dyslexic, and when I couldn't read the words, I often got very frustrated, which led to many, many arguments with my mom and, unfortunately, my poor teachers. But what I really specifically liked about these authors' books were the graphics. All of her books are graphic novels, but still have words. So if I wasn't understanding what I was reading, I could look at the pictures and kind of grasp what was happening, which really encouraged me to continue reading. And the more I read, well, the better I got at reading, which has led to me now actually really enjoying school and trying to learn as much as I can. I would hate for these books to be taken off the shelf for other students who have similar issues as I did with reading. I think that reading graphic novels is really great for students with dyslexia, and we don't have very many, surprisingly, in our libraries, so I think it's important. The book complaint, when I was reading it, it was about the book being sexual. I reread the book actually this morning before school, and I did not read anything sexual in that book at all. There is one gay character, which is a very minor part of the book. There's like a part where the girl's like, hey, you're kind of cute. And he's like, oh, I'm gay, but thank you. But other than that, it really didn't have any effect of the story. And this book is for middle schoolers, which I think is very appropriate for middle school. I read it in middle school and loved it. I also liked how the book was about theater, because theater was also something that I was very interested in middle school and still am. So that was also a good thing to help encourage me to read. I would like to caution you guys, I am here because I support all of you thoroughly. Like, I could not imagine being here this late. I respect all of you, but a lot of students, I think, are a little bit frustrated at school with the whole banning book things, especially LGBTQ students. They feel like you guys don't respect them, and I think that is kind of a dangerous slope to start going down. But thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Leanne Ward. And then Elizabeth Peace will be after her.
Hi, thank you, board and superintendent. I'm going to read from an article. Under new Florida law, all books in school libraries, including classroom collections for independent reading, must be reviewed by a certified media specialist. State training on these new laws requires that books be free from, first, pornography, defined in the Merriam-Webster dictionary as a depiction of erotic behavior, as in pictures or writing, intended to cause sexual excitement. instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity in grades kindergarten through 3. And then lastly, discrimination in such way that an individual, by virtue of his or her race, color, sex, or national origin, is inherently racist or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. And then the Florida Department of Education training also covers existing law regarding the distribution of harmful material to minors. Florida Statute 847.012, under that law, harmful material includes any picture, photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture, film, video cassette, or similar visual representation or image of a person or portion of the human body which depicts nudity or sexual conduct, sexual excitement, sexual battery, bestiality, sadomasochistic abuse, and which is harmful to minors. Any book, pamphlet, magazine, printed matter, however reproduced, or sound recording that contains any matter defined in Statute 847.001, explicit and detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual excitement or sexual conduct, and that is harmful to minors. We can't read what is in some of these books. That it violates obscenity laws, and I appreciate what that pastor said, that we should get this cleared up, that the pornography that's in some of these books, as defined here, just need to be removed. As defined here, just need to be removed. This is a weight too heavy for our children to carry. They don't need, and those that want to, and their parents want them to, then yes, Amazon Prime, public library, you can have, I don't know of a child that doesn't know how to get anything off their smartphone, and everyone has a smartphone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Peace, and then Aaron Schneier. Okay, well, Aaron Schneier will be next. And he has 3 minutes donated by B. Thomas. Oh, she's gone. You only get 3 minutes there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, board, for letting us speak today. What I want to know is, why does LGBTQ have to do, what does it have to do with books needing to have graphic sex scenes in them for minors? That's what I want to know. Why does that community need graphic sex scenes in them for minors? Does that make them LGBTQ? I don't understand that. So I don't understand why they say that not having graphic sex scenes in the books that they want in our libraries is discrimination against them. Are they uniting with graphic sex? I don't get it. So this is what the Holy Spirit says in Romans 1:24 through 32. And it says, "Therefore God gave them up in the lusts of their hearts to impurity, to the dishonoring of their bodies among themselves, because they exchanged the truth about God for a lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forevermore. For this reason God gave them up to dishonorable passions, for their women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature." So they had natural relations, they exchanged them to what is contrary to nature. And the men likewise gave up natural relations with women and were consumed with passion for one another, men committing shameless acts with men and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. This is what God's telling us. This is the Bible. You can't be a Christian and not believe in the Bible. So the Bible says that these things are unnatural. That's another reason why we don't want them in our schools. We don't need to bring perverted things and perversion for our children. So there's a day of judgment coming, and I wish that you all would know, it's not funny, I wish that you all would know the blood of Jesus Christ, that you would have forgiveness in him. I don't want judgment. I don't want judgment for people, nor does God. So I'm reading out of the scriptures because the scriptures are the one sure thing that speak to this evil that is in our school libraries. And it's specific. 1 Corinthians 6, 9 through 11 says, "Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God." So it says murderers will not go there. It says sexually immoral and homosex people will not go there. So we need to repent. And this is, these books pervert our kids.
Thank you. Next, Michelle Schneier, and then will be Jim Mayall.
Hi, thank you for having me. I would like to see Escambia County Schools get back to basics with basic education. Be on time, participate in class, and abide by the rules. We understand that we can't prevent our children from being exposed to every single bad thing, but we don't want to be the ones who expose them to it. Schools are not here to teach values and social standards by reading sexually explicit content or violence in books. So they call us bullies. Well, since I've been here tonight in this room, I have been made fun of because of the sweater that I'm wearing, because it's made of mixed fiber. I've been flipped off by a woman with her finger up her nose. She's like the poster child for this group in red. I've had, as I was approaching the door coming back from the restroom, I had a woman in red aggressively push the door to me and just glare at me as if looks could kill. And that's how they act. Listen to them. The book review committee is deliberately not selecting people on the committee unless the people support the books. They're specifically picking people who support the books. I attended one of the meetings with 2 friends, and my 2 friends asked to volunteer to be on the committee. And they have not gotten an invitation to be on the committee.
There's no rudeness needed, okay? Everyone has listened to everyone else. Let's continue to do so. I know it's getting late, we're getting tired, we're getting irritable, but let's be respectful. Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, that's about all I have. I just really would like to see the school I grew up in the Escambia County school system, and I turned out fine. That was a long time ago. Things have changed now. These people are talking about kids that have all these problems. The school system has changed. You've brought in all these social agendas, all these social issues. Like the school was supposed to raise these children and teach them that, you know, it's okay to have problems. I mean, it is okay to have problems. It's okay to work through problems. But you don't teach children about all the bad stuff, the sexually explicit stuff that's in these books. It's just too much. Sex should come naturally and organically. They shouldn't be coerced or urged in any specific way. So thank you.
Thank you. Jim Mayall, and then Barbara Mayall.
Giving it to Barbara.
Yeah, but she already has, that's 9 minutes, Barbara.
I won't take 9 minutes. I probably could, but I won't. Thank you to everyone who donated time, and I really appreciate everyone here and everyone up there for your time and your patience and listening to the people that elected you. So we really appreciate that. We listened to y'all on the trail, and so now it's time for you to listen to us a little bit. With the door knocking we heard, so now it's our turn to knock on your door for a little bit. I've heard a couple things, and I just want to say what I read in one of the local papers was that, let's see, the comment was that if you don't have a child in the school system, you shouldn't be making remarks. Well, if that's the case, I pay city taxes and county taxes. If you don't want me saying anything up here, don't charge me any taxes, because I'll be glad not to come up here if I don't have to pay those taxes. But otherwise, I have 9 great grandkids in the school system. And so therefore, I should be here just as much as a person with 3 kids or 1 kid or in the first grade in the system. So, and Mr. Alzen and I are good friends, so there it goes for the N Weekly. And I really appreciate him and his comments, but he is wrong on that one. Also, what I'm hearing tonight also is kind of like a double standard. I think we were here not necessarily at this podium, but a few years ago, weren't we downtown? We were marching about history. We had monuments taken down because we wanted to delete our history. We don't like it, it wasn't nice, but it was still history. But here I'm hearing from the same people that wanted to take the monuments down, I'm hearing a double standard. I'm hearing a double standard when I was being told that I had to get the COVID shot, that it was necessary, it was going to be mandatory for me to get the COVID shot. It was the same people that are here tonight saying that we should have our freedoms, freedom of choice. Where was my freedom when all this was going to be mandated and was mandated? Where was my freedom on the shot? And as they mentioned, our elected officials, our governor, and some good things, and also not so good with our elected officials. But I would also like to remind that our representative for District 1, Michelle Salzman, was here. So she did have her opinion, and that is her opinion. And she does represent a pretty big part of the state, District 1, as do you, Mr. Adams. As people have been talking a lot about the Lord and about church and different things, yes, in 1 Corinthians, that is the love chapter, but it's called born again. Jesus, God loves everybody, but he doesn't expect us to stay that way. He expects us to change, and he expects each and every one of us that's given authority, everyone that's voted and given authority, you are held to a higher standard. So you remember that, because we aren't getting any younger, and there will be a day. So I ask that you think of these things. Think of these things, as the Bible says. And I also wanted to say that as far as the books, I think each and every person here has a relative comment. And they have their issues that are important to them. But I will tell you, I have friends on the left, I have friends on the right, and at the end of the day, in most cases, I can walk out of here and I can hug that person on the left, and I can still be friends with that person on the right. And so I think that's the way it should be. We can agree to disagree, but I have plenty of friends on the left that I do not agree with. But it does not affect how I feel about them when I walk out of this room. And I think that should be the way we all feel. I think the people that are heckling and not heckling, I mean, people gave you respect when you were up here. I think they deserve the same when they're up here speaking. And so that's about all I have to say, except for I'm going to remind you about our Risen program, Friday and Saturday, March the 31st, April 1st, and then the next following week, the death, burial, resurrection. And this is educational, so I can mention it. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Nancy Hagman, and then it will be Joshua Luther. And you have 6 minutes. Elma Woods. Okay, you're here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Hagman, and I appreciate being here today. I worked at the Gulf Coast Kids House for several years, 17 plus, and I have worked with sexually abused children and adults for 30 plus years, and still do to this day. And one of the things that has always concerned me is the lack of education. I have worked with young children, 3 years old and up. I'm sorry to say, I wish that I couldn't say that. I wish that I could say that there were children that were not sexually abused, but they were, and they have been, and they continue to be. And I feel that it is happening because there isn't enough conversation and education about safety. Safety in particular. One of the statistics that you may know, and if not, maybe this will be helpful, is if you look at this room, and I know it had a lot more people in it before we had the break, but look at the room, and out of all the women that are in this room, 25% of them have been sexually abused by the time they were 21 years old. You heard from several of them today, and I'm sorry that they experienced that, but they didn't experience it because they read it in a book. They didn't experience it because somebody read a book to them. They experienced it because of the situation they were in, and that they may have, and I wonder, had they have been taught at younger ages or informed sooner in their lives that there is a way of being safe, and there is a way of safe touch and unsafe touch. Of the men that are here, there are anywhere from 10 to 15, possibly 20, because it's not disclosed as often, sexually abused males by the time they are 21 as well. Children are curious. I loved it when somebody brought that up because that's true. And the minute we make these books go underground, the likelihood is they're going to find books, but they're not going to find ones that are done well. They're going to find ones, and somebody mentioned the internet. Sorry to say, most of the pornography is on the internet. So it's not necessarily in books, it's going to be where your child is finding it, and that'll be on the internet. I have testified in court on numerous occasions, and I have worked with children and adults, and none of them said that they were raped because of a book, because of what they read, because of what they saw in a book. They might have been curious, they may have looked at something, but if we ban them, they will be more curious. When you are told not to look or not to know, you are more likely to be inquisitive about whatever it is that your mom and dad or anybody else is telling you no. I
I feel that the books are really the saving grace for many of the kids. They find an identity in there. And I also had children disclose to me that they were gay or lesbian when they found the safe place to do that, which they had not found in their home. So I encourage you not to ban books in our schools in Escambia County. Thank you.
Joshua Luther.
I brought my Bible up here, the infallible Word of God, a sure foundation. And if you're not founded in that, what are you founded in? Your own opinions? The experts? That's a big religion of the day. Hitler was talking to a group of pastors, and he told these pastors, "You take care of the church, and I'll take care of the people." And one of the pastors rightly saw and told Hitler this: "It is our job to take care of both the church and the people. As Christians, we are the light of the world. We show Christ and Him crucified for all who will leave their sins and turn to Him for salvation. But we are also to expose evil for what it is. For how can someone be saved if there's nothing to be saved from?" Brother Aaron brought out that passage in 1 Corinthians, that list of those people who will not inherit the kingdom of God. And Paul goes on to say, "And such were some of you, but you have been washed." There's cleansing. There's redemption. We can be reconciled to our God. And to give children these evil books that attempts to normalize sin, we're withholding God's grace, God's salvation. If we say this is normal and this is good, how will they escape in the day of judgment? At the end of World War II, we put the Nazi officials on trial. We had a problem. By what law would we judge them? Would it not be unfair to judge them by American law? That's our law. They had their own law. And all the atrocities they did were perfectly legal under German law. What then law was it wrong to do those things? You can appeal to natural law, but why is there a natural law? There's a natural law because God made right and wrong. And while you can have a sense of that right and wrong in the natural law, why not go to the source, His very words, and know more clearly what is right and wrong? And once you know what is right and wrong, you have a duty to apply that to your life. You people are ministers of God, servants of God, to punish what is evil, to promote what is good. That is your first duty as a public servant. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Luther and Katie Grace Luther, all right, and Carissa Luther donating. So you have 9 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be able to speak. I am a husband. I am a father by the grace of God, a husband, a father, and only by the grace of God. So much has been said tonight. Really does come down to what my son just spoke of. What is the source of truth? And we can try to one up each other. We can be like the clowns with the cream pies and try to get someone good in the face. But the reality is we are all human beings created in the image of God. And that very statement is really what is at stake in all of our hearts. That we are human beings created in the image of God. If we are created in the image of God, and the only God being the God of the Holy Scriptures,
then we are responsible for what we think, for what we do, for what we say. We're all sinful people in the sight of this God. Yet he is a gracious God. And I'll read just a little bit from R.C. Sproul's book, The Holiness of God. He says, the cross was at once the most horrible and the most beautiful example of God's wrath. It was the most just and the most gracious act in history. God would have been more than unjust. He would have been diabolical to punish Jesus if Jesus had not first willingly taken on himself the sins of the world. Once Christ had done that, once he volunteered to be the Lamb of God, laden with our sin, then he became the most grotesque and vile thing on this planet. With the concentrated load of sin he carried, he became utterly repugnant to the Father. God poured out his wrath on this obscene thing. God made Christ accursed for the sin he bore. Herein was God's holy justice perfectly manifest, yet it was done for us. Christ died for sinners. The Apostle Paul said, whom I am chief. Many,
Mr. Luther, will you tie this to education in Escambia County schools, please?
with all due respect, you questioning that, with all due respect, sir, you questioning that to the education of Escambia County schools is very suspect.
Okay.
Listen, I began by saying we're talking about truth. Truth. How are you going to define truth, people? Source documents. Source documents. Aha. And there is when your mouth is shut, because you don't have source documents. What do you have, you who support the perversion, sexual perversion? What do you have? You have the Kinsey report. You have Alfred Kinsey, the advocate for pedophilia. You see, this is where it's all going, dear people. You don't see it, but time will tell. We who are Christians, we are not at all shocked at the behavior. You know why we're not shocked? Because we know where we have come from. We know the wickedness of our own hearts. But God has saved us through this Christ on the cross, through this resurrected Christ that never died again. And he is sanctifying us. We are still tremendous works in progress, but we are the best citizens of any nation, true Christians. And true Christians established so much in the medical innovation and the love, the compassion of helping the poor and the destitute. And you just have to read history. And this is what's being rewritten even. We have the woke thing. Now in, just as a side note, Scholastic. And this is one thing too. Why are all of our schools in our counties just running to have Scholastic publications come in? I mean, you go in and type in LGBT among the children's books, and of course that's all they are, is children's books. And you get 57 results, and they're true results. It's not fuzzy search, it's true. And they're proud of it. It's not anything that they're hiding. Yet our schools are so excited that we have the Scholastic Book Fair. Now I know the argument may be, well, those books aren't in the book fair, and they may not be. But I think Goosebumps is, and the author of Goosebumps has come under charge because Scholastic has changed so much of the wording in Goosebumps, made it a woke thing. You know, we gotta clean it up. And the author is saying, and this is public, he's going, I didn't do anything. I had nothing to do with the decision. And of course, it's all contractual. We're not saying that Scholastic broke the law or anything. I'm sure there's a contract there that they have the right to do it. But just think of the absurdity of it. Here is a living author, and they're just going to scrub his work and make it woke. We already spoke, I believe it was last month, about Puffin books that made the Oompa Loompas gender neutral. And I was like, well, that author's dead, but here we have a living author with Scholastic who had no decision in the matter. So where is this going? Again, it's going straight to pedophilia. Do you even know about the Kinsey report? Some of you, and this is in the 40s, and that's why so many of us don't know about it. Some of the older generation here, you know about the Kinsey report. You know about the vile man that he was. But you would do well to see. This is what brought sex education in schools, was Alfred Kinsey and the publication of his two great, quote, great books, end quote. And so we got sex education, as if we needed to educate our children on this God-given sacred thing of sexual by design. The parents can do that. Let the parents do it. The children are not the children of this state. In our lifetime, there was a governor of Colorado who said, these children in our state are the state's children. And there was an uproar, but I don't know if there would be much of an uproar these days because people are believing it. But God has given to parents children. And Jesus Christ said in the beginning, God made them male and female. And for this reason shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be joined together unto his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. And what God hath joined together, let not man separate.
Thank you, sir. Keith Bowe. Keith Bowe. And then the last one in this public forum will be Rich Holzknecht.
Thank you. Guns and certain books are not banned because they are available outside of schools. There's been a lot of information here back and forth on this stuff. What we're here to discuss is parental rights. And this includes what books are available as well as age appropriate. A parent does not opt in or opt out to being a parent. And the committee that reviews the books, I believe, is the same committee that opted all of these books in. So there seems to be a conflict there. Now, I too, as someone else had tried, I've emailed and tried to get on one of these book review committees. I've never received an answer, and it's been over a month since the last one of these meetings. So I find that to be disturbing. How did these books get introduced? That's the question which I don't think it can be answered. But if it's controversial, the book should be removed for the parent's right. Not the parent's right to opt in or opt out. It's the parent's right to be secure in what is being made available in a school library. As I said earlier, these books are available, and it's up to the parent who is one-on-one with each student to decide, not by group. That's why we're a republic. We're not necessarily a democracy. Parents ultimately have the right for their children and the responsibility, and that cannot be taken away, and it cannot be usurped. All right. Excuse me here. The misconception begins with the calling of the parental rights law that don't say gay law. Nowhere in the law does this mention gays. The argument over the books is entirely based upon whom shall decide what is appropriate for the child, a parent, or a third party. Broken down in simple terms, it's a question of selection of age-appropriate books that are also available on the free market outside the classroom versus the school libraries. We certainly weren't consulted as parents during the origination with the inclusion of these books. But now that we're aware, we have the right to say it needs to be reviewed, and if it's got anyway, you get the picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Our last speaker is Rich Holzknecht, and there is 3 minutes donated from Paul Mack. Paul, will you raise your hand so I know you're still here? All right. And I'm butchering your name, but I'm sorry.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for their patience. We're all here because we feel very passionately about our children, okay? We feel passionately about education. This is my second time at a school board meeting. The first time I came back in February, through nothing that I did, I found out the next day I'd lost 500 Facebook friends because apparently my remarks got some wings, okay? But first of all, I come from a family of teachers. My mother was a teacher. My father was a teacher. Both my sisters and brothers were teachers. My wife was a teacher. My sister-in-laws are teachers. I love teachers, okay? A good teacher can have an amazing impact on the life of a child, no question about it. 18 years ago, while I was serving in the military, and thank you, military guys that have been up here, and gals, thank you. I was assigned overseas with my family, and while I was there, my wife died very unexpectedly in a foreign land, literally while nursing our youngest child. Okay, literally, a brain aneurysm, literally while nursing a child. So when I came back to the United States, I had to lean on some teachers. I had all 4 of them at Scenic Heights Elementary School at the same time. I was as active as I could be, but I had to lean on teachers, and there were some extraordinary teachers. And all 4 of them had the same kindergarten teacher. Her name was Paula Patterson. She was a godsend, and many of the other teachers were as well. This said, and as influential as teachers have been in my life personally, and as much as they helped me, there is no way that I would ever turn my children over to, quote, the seasoned experts, the professional educators. Some are good, some are not so good. Some share my worldview, some don't, okay? There's no way I would do that. In fact, I wouldn't want to turn my children over to my own mother because we do things differently. And these children have been entrusted to me. The last time we got together, I learned a lot. It was my very first school board meeting. And by and large, I think you guys did an extraordinary job. And it was brought up at the very end of the meeting that there was a disconnect between the book review committee, unelected persons, professional educators, and the parents, and the school board, and the community at large. Total disconnect. That a book like one of the ones we reviewed last time, All Boys Aren't Blue, could be recommended by the book review committee 5-0, and then be overturned 5-0, because the book review committee does not represent the parents. It didn't even represent you, okay? So that was a problem. They're unelected. Our superintendent is unelected. You're elected, and as one gentleman said, you're the leaders, you take input, and then you deal with problems, okay? So you did a great job last time. I wish I could have grabbed you afterwards. You did a great job because you got it right. You got it right. It's interesting that going back to I am a Christian, I'm a military man. We live on the Florida Panhandle. It's a conservative area. When the voting takes place and the rest of Florida votes, and an hour later our polls close, if it's close, we know which way the election's gonna go. It's gonna tip. They know it's gonna happen because we're on the Panhandle. And what we're seeing right now on that book review committee, they don't represent us here on the Florida Panhandle. Total disconnect. Total disconnect. I don't like bullies either. And I'm gonna say this. There are some things that our children just don't need to be exposed to. In the Garden of Eden, God gave one command. He said, of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat. The knowledge of good and evil. There are some things we just don't need to know. There are some things that a 6-year-old doesn't need to know. There are some things that an 18-year-old like my daughter at Washington High doesn't need to know. And it is not virtue to expose them to all things evil. That's not virtue. That is not virtue. And it should never happen. We have a responsibility to protect our children, and I'm going to do it with my life over my dead body. Now, I have children that have friends that are in this room that are on the other side. That's okay. I love them too. We're here because we love our children. I urge you guys, like you did last time, you got it right. You got it right. Please get it right again. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was our last speaker in that public forum. This brings us to item A, presentation of media materials and decision on appeal for drama, New Kid, The Bluest Eye, and the Nowhere Girls. Mr. Superintendent, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, we're going to have Ms. White come and do the presentation.
Good evening. I'm changing it a little bit because we're doing all of the books at once this time. So I'm going to start with the items that are included in every book's packet. And I'm going to address our committee work and how that happens. Again, any material, a challenger may bring a request for reconsideration of any material used in a classroom, made available in a school library, or included on a reading list that contains content that is pornographic or prohibited under Florida Statute 847.012, is not suited to student needs and their ability to comprehend the material presented, or is inappropriate for the grade level and age group for which the material is used. Materials found to violate these criteria will be discontinued for any grade level or age group for which such use is inappropriate or unsuitable. I always start with our policy. This policy was adopted by the board in December. Our libraries offer a wide choice of materials that support the instructional program that may be available to students and professional staff to allow for varying achievement levels. Free choice reading interests and teaching learning styles. Materials should be available in a variety of formats and reading levels. Offer a well-balanced coverage of subjects to support the diverse interests, needs, and viewpoints of the school community. The purpose of our library media centers in Escambia County: to provide a broad background of information resources in all areas of knowledge, and support the general educational goals of the district and the objectives of specific courses, including materials that represent diverse points of view. Meet the personal needs and interests of students, including materials that nurture the development of recreational listening, viewing, cultural appreciation, and aesthetic values. Represent the many religious, racial, ethnic, linguistic, and cultural viewpoints in our society, and reflect their contributions to the heritage and culture of our civilization. Foster respect for the diverse roles available to all people in today's society. Provide education media that reflect differing and/or opposing viewpoints.
Provide a comprehensive collection appropriate for the users of the Library Media Center. Student access. Parents have the right to determine what they believe is and is not appropriate reading material for their student. Parents will be given an opportunity to choose open access, limited access, or no access to the Library Media Center collection. The access will be noted in the Student Information System and in the library catalog. Parents of middle school students in grades 6 through 8 shall also have the opportunity to opt in for their students to have access to the Young Adult section of the Library Media Center. The access will be noted in the Student Information System and the library catalog. This system will roll out as planned in April. It is ready. Focus has the forms. We have the integration to overnight import that into Destiny. Until that time, parents can continue to use the right they have always had to communicate with the schools through a letter, through an email, or through a phone call. The objectives of our selection. The primary objection of educational media is to implement, enrich, and support the educational program of the district. Its secondary function is to contribute to the development of informed and responsible citizens. It is the duty of the district to provide a wide range of materials of different levels of difficulty, with diversity of appeal and representing different points of view, taking into account the varied interests, abilities, and maturity levels of the pupils being served. The utilization of any specific item in the educational media does not necessarily mean that the school or the district advocates or endorses the contents in them. To this end, the school board of the Escambia County District affirms that the School Library Media Center shall provide a comprehensive collection of instructional materials that will support the curriculum. Provide materials for teachers and students that will stimulate growth in knowledge, literacy, appreciation, aesthetic values, and ethical standards. Provide information that will enable students to make intelligent decisions and to understand the consequences of their decisions. Provide education media that reflects differing and/or opposing viewpoints. Provide materials which reflect the ideas and beliefs of the many ethnic, religious, and political groups that have contributed to the American and world heritage culture. Provide age-appropriate materials in multiple genres to encourage students to read for pleasure and information. The selection of educational media is a continual process which involves teachers, administrators, laypersons, and other instructional personnel, and students as appropriate. The responsibility for coordinating the selection process and making the final selection for library media materials rests with the school library media specialist, who holds a valid educational media specialist certificate. Beginning January 1st, 2023, school library media specialists and other personnel involved in the selection of district library media materials must complete the online training program developed by the Florida Department of Education prior to reviewing and selecting age-appropriate materials and resources. All of our media specialists have received this training. All library advisory councils have received this training. This training is approximately an hour long. The first 40 minutes are library materials. The second portion is instructional materials. Pornography is mentioned in the first part. Age appropriateness is mentioned. Professional reviews. What is not mentioned in that first part of the training? HB 7, HB 1557. That is not mentioned until the instructional materials portion of the training. School principals are responsible for overseeing compliance with school district procedures of selecting school library media materials. Teachers are responsible for fully viewing and evaluating outside media that will be used as classroom curriculum material. Final selection of classroom curriculum material shall be the responsibility of the principal or the principal's designee. To conform with that, our schools have a justification for use of outside media. Any material they plan to use that is not adopted by the state, our district, or already approved by a subject area specialist must be approved by the principal. That is different than self-selected media materials. Materials for purchase are considered on the basis of overall purpose, timeliness, importance of the subject matter, quality of writing production, readability, and popular appeal, authoritativeness, reputation of the author, artist, publisher, producer, format, and cost. In the selection of educational media, special consideration is given to the following: ideologies, factual information on any ideology or philosophy present in society. Profanity. The fact that profanity appears in media does not automatically disqualify a selection. Care is taken to exclude media using profanity in a lewd or detrimental manner. Religion. Factual, unbiased media which represent all major religions. Science. Theories and factual information about scientific knowledge appropriate to the age level for which it is intended. Sex. Pornographic, sensation, or titillating media are not included. But the fact of sexual incident appearing in the media does not automatically disqualify them. No book or other materials containing pornography shall be used or be available in the district as prohibited by 847.012. We'll read that in full in a moment. Sex education, factual information appropriate for the age group or related to the school curriculum, and stereotype sex biases. Educational media shall be freed from stereotype and sex biases. We have an entire section on challenge materials. The reconsideration of challenge material may be made by any parent or a resident of the Escambia County. No parent or guardian or resident of the county has the right to determine the reading, viewing, or listening resources for students other than their own children. Our process begins with the challenge. From there, if it is possibly in violation of the 847.012 statute, it is placed in restricted status. A parent may opt in should they choose. From there, the documents are gathered, and for us, I post that online, making it as transparent and open as possible. A committee is formed. Our committees are made up of parents, teachers, community members, librarians, and administrators. Others may be consulted as necessary. That is included in our documentation. Our teachers and our media specialists are paid for their time. We are asking for their expertise. They are paid for an average rate of speed of words per minute to read the book. If you're a slow reader, I'm sorry. If you're a fast reader, you got a little bit ahead. From there, we meet for the first time. It is an hour-long meeting where I go over these documents in details and answer any questions that they may have. Currently, I have 205 people who are interested in serving on committees. It takes time before someone is asked to serve on a committee. Each committee is comprised of new members as much as possible, trying to get a diverse point of view across our community. No school is represented more than once on a committee. From there, they take the materials home and they read them in depth and complete their review. We come back and it is a round table discussion. Not everyone agrees. All viewpoints are honored during those meetings. But at the end, it is a blind vote, and the majority is the decision of that district committee. Then that decision is written, shared with leadership, and sent certified mail to the complainant. Sent certified mail so we know when they received it, because that's when the 10-day count starts for an appeal to be sent to the board. To date, we have started or completed the reviews of 30 books. It is a long process. It takes time, and it should. Deciding to pull a book for all students, all parents, all administrators, and all teachers should take time. Some books have already been removed by committees. Some have moved from elementary, middle, and high to just middle and high. From middle and high to just high school. From middle school to middle school young adult opt-in. Not everyone's going to agree with the decision, and that is where it does come to you, where you have the full documentation from the committee and the appeal and the book to read to make your decision. The next piece at review are the state statutes. Florida Statute 847, harmful materials. An adult may not knowingly distribute to a minor on school property or post on school property
any material described in subsection 3. Subsection 3. Any picture, photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture film, video cassette, or similar visual representation or image of a person or portion of the human body which depicts nudity or sexual conduct, sexual excitement, sexual battery, bestiality, or sadomasochistic abuse, and which is harmful to minors. Any book, pamphlet, magazine, printed matter, however reproduced, or sound recording that contains any matter defined in 847.001, explicit and detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual excitement or sexual conduct, and that is harmful to minors. What is harmful to minors? Because to violate this statute, it must also be harmful to minors. Harmful to minors is defined in Florida Statute 847.001. Means any reproduction, imitation, characterization, description, exhibition, presentation, or representation of whatever kind or form depicting nudity, conduct, or sexual excitement when and it must meet all three criteria, predominantly appeals to a prurient, shameful, or morbid interest, is patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole, with respect to what is suitable material or conduct for minors, and, taken as a whole, is without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. This was gone over in depth in our training, that to meet all three criteria, this is what it takes to be pornographic that is harmful to minors that violates that statute. When the committee for the Department of Education was creating that training, they consulted with the DOE legal counsel, and she came in and said, yes, you start with the complaint, but you also read the book as a whole. Is it patently offensive to the community standards as a whole, not outliers on either end of the spectrum? And does it predominantly appeal to prurient? Prurient is sexual excitement purposes. Why is it there? What is the intent? We also look at House Bill 7, individual freedom. The legislature acknowledges the fundamental truth that all persons are equal before the law and have inalienable rights. Accordingly, instruction and supporting materials on the topics enumerated in this section must be consistent with the following principles. A person should not be instructed that he or she must feel guilt, anguish, or other forms of psychological distress for actions in which he or she played no part committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. Key words, instruction. Going back, if a teacher wanted to use a book in instruction, they must submit the justification form. These are library materials for self-selection. House Bill 1557, Parental Rights in Education. Classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards. Key words, classroom instruction. We also look at the Florida Department of Education Rule 6A-1.094124, required instruction, planning, and reporting. It gives the definition of critical race theory, meaning theory that racism is not merely the product or practice, but that racism is embedded into society and its legal system in order to uphold the supremacy of white persons. That would be the definition from our Department of Education on what is critical race theory. The most clarification that we have on House Bill 1557 regarding classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity comes from a lawsuit that was filed against the state. In the state's reply, they enumerate the following. The statute limits classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity. Nothing in that language aims at sexual orientations or gender identities that differ from heterosexual or cisgender identity. To the contrary, instruction on the normalcy of opposite sex attraction would be equally instruction on sexual orientation. The statute is neutral on the prescribed subjects.
There is no merit, for example, to the suggestion that the statute restricts gay and transgender teachers from putting a family photo on their desk or referring to themselves and their spouse and their own children. Those actions are not instruction, which is the action, practice, or profession of teaching. So too here, instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity would include teaching an overview of modern gender theory or a particular view of marriage equality. But just as no one would suggest that a reference of numbers in a history book constitute instruction on mathematics, no one should think that HB 1557 prohibits references in literature to a gay or transgender person or to a same-sex couple. Such references, without more, are not instruction on those topics, nor are references to a student's mom or dad instruction on cisgender identity or heterosexual orientation. Such references could be to a person of any sexual orientation or gender identity. Typical class participation and schoolwork are not instruction, even if a student chooses to address sexual orientation or gender identity. Again and again, the word instruction is referred to. For those titles that include a young adult title for the review committee, there is an article on the value of young adult literature. Again, this is different than the psychological term that we think of for young adults, 18, 19, 20-plus-year-olds. This is young adult literature that bridges the gap from children's lit to adult lit, and that is written for ages 14 to 18. The Young Adult Library Services Association finds another chief values of young adult literature is in its capacity to offer readers an opportunity to see themselves reflected in its pages. Young adulthood is intrinsically a period of tension. On the one hand, young adults have all-consuming need to belong, but on the other, they are also inherently solipsistic, regarding themselves as being unique, which for them is not a cause for celebration, but rather for despair. For to be unique is to be unlike one's peers or to be other. In fact, and to be other is to not belong, but instead to be an outcast. Thus, to see oneself in the pages of a young adult book is to receive the reassurance that one is not alone after all, not other, not alien, but instead a viable part of a larger community of beings who share a common humanity. Another value of young adult literature is its capacity for fostering understanding, empathy, and compassion by offering vividly realized portraits of the lives, exterior and interior, of individuals who are unseen like the reader. In this way, young adult literature invites its readership to embrace the humanity it shares with those who, if not for the encounter and reading, might forever remain strangers or worse, irredeemably other. Still, another value of young adult literature is its capacity for telling its readers the truth, however disagreeable that may sometimes be, for in this way it equips readers for dealing with the realities of impending adulthood and for the assuming rights and responsibilities of citizenship. By giving readers such a frame of reference, it also helps them to find role models, to make sense of the world they inhabit, to develop personal philosophy of being, to determine what is right and equally what is wrong, to cultivate a personal sensibility, to, in other words, become civilized. After they review all of the materials, they complete their own review form. They start with the complaint, and they look for what could be considered offensive in any way. When I go over this part with them, I say we don't bury the lead. What could be offensive? Not to them, maybe necessarily, but thinking of who they represent on that committee as a whole. Then they answer, are the questionable elements of this work an important part of the overall development of the story? Which grade levels would be most suitable? Taken as a whole, does this work have literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for the suggested audience? Those first two questions go back
to the 847.012. What is the overall purpose, theme, or message? Are the concepts presented in a manner appropriate to the ability and maturity level of the suggested audience? Again, a reason for challenging our books. Are the illustrations appropriate for the suggested audience's developmental age? Each of these are yes/no questions with opportunity for comments. Will reading or listening to this work result in a more compassionate understanding of human beings? Does the work offer an opportunity to understand and better appreciate the aspirations, achievements, and problems of different cultures or minority groups? These speak to our collection development policies. Nonfiction only. Does the material contribute to the evolution of ideas and/or support state statute standards, state education standards? Again, our collection development policies. The comments that are written here, this is what we guide our discussions on. And I have seen some change their perspectives based on that discussion, but there is absolutely no bullying or pressure that happens in those discussions. It is open to all ideas, and they are honored. The first book that's challenged is Drama by Raina Telgemeier. The reason for the objection: indoctrination of LGBTQ, age inappropriate, and content not relevant. Believing the purpose of the media was indoctrination and had no educational value for any grade levels. It has been appealed to the board that it violates state law regarding K-3 provision for sexual orientation and recommend that the book called Drama not be available. The committee after reading the materials, the statutes, and our policy and discussion, voted 6-3 recommending that Drama be available in all elementary, middle, and high school libraries. The 3 being middle school and high school rather than elementary. Next book that's challenged is New Kid. It was challenged for race baiting and anti-whiteness, believing that the purpose of the educational media was woke agenda and race baiting, and should not be recommended for any grade levels. Both of these were challenged back in August. We did not start a review process until we had a policy in place. Both of these had multiple professional reviews and inputs from the school library advisory councils at our sites. The appeal was based on HB 7 CRT. Specifically, that in the training provided to the media specialists, that any unsolicited strategies could be seen as indoctrination or that contain divisive materials such as critical race theory, social justice, and that may lead to student indoctrination are prohibited. Again, that slide is on the instructional materials portion of the training. The committee, this one was comprised, both of these two committees were comprised of elementary and middle school representation because that is where it is predominantly found. So we had 2 parents, 2 teachers, 2 administrators, 2 media specialists, and 1 community member. This title was voted 7-2 that it remain available in elementary, middle, and high school libraries. 7 votes to keep in elementary, middle, and high schools, and 2 votes for middle and high school libraries. The next book is Bluest. This one was submitted in August as well for graphic rape scenes, pedophilia glorified, and violent acts. And that the purpose of the educational media was shock and should be for adults only. This review packet consisted of a professional review and 2 rationales from the National Council for Teachers of English and 8 Library Advisory Council's input. The appeal is based on the Florida Statute 847.012, the pornography statute. Again, what is the intent of the content, and does it violate all 3 criteria of harmful to minors? The committee was comprised of high school parent, teacher, media specialist, administrator, and community member. The vote was that the title remain available in high school libraries.
This is not in elementary or middle schools. 3 votes to keep in high school libraries, and 2 votes to keep in middle school young adult opt-in. With the majority being in high school, that is where it has stayed until the appeal has been completed. All titles that were in a restricted status, they remain in restricted status until the appeal is complete at the board level. The last title is The Nowhere Girls. And the reason for the objection, graphic sexual scenes. And that the purpose was sexual introduction and sexual excitement. And that it should be for no age levels. And this one the packet had 3 professional reviews and 1 library advisory council. This was challenged that the school and classroom libraries require that books be free of pornography, suited to student needs, and their ability to comprehend and grade level appropriate. The committee, after reading the materials, completing their review forms, voted 5-0 that the title be available in high school libraries. 4 votes to keep in high school, 1 vote to keep in middle school and high school libraries.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. On the drama, as I was reading the decision, is it all elementary or just 3 to 5? Because at one place it says available in all elementary, middle, and high school, but then there's another question that suggests that it's only 3 to 5 in the elementary level.
So our voting ballots are to remain in elementary, middle, and high school, middle and high school, middle school, young adult, and high school, or none at all. So on the review forms, they do put grade bands, but on their final voting form, it does not have that grade band there. Mainly because that is in our collection development policy. We only have the one piece that we call out separate as the middle school young adult opt-in. Most of our libraries have it set up as one parent suggested. I know in mine, when I was K-5, my picture books were on one wall, my nonfiction was on another, my fiction was in the middle. I told my K1 and 2, you're on the walls. Unless I know you specific and what your reading level is, you're not gonna be in the middle with the bigger fiction books for lots of reasons, content and readability. But it could be at the end if the committees wanted the book available elementary, middle, and high. Because essentially that's what our voting pattern was. Options, and the appeal is to overturn the committee's decision. There are other options. It could be limited to certain grade levels if that's so choose. And then we can set that up in Destiny that only certain grades can check out books.
If I may ask one more question. And I think you were very clear in the fact that these are in libraries, these are not instructional materials. And also that, okay, now I just lost my train of thought. I think it's getting late. What's the other thing? And that, that the committee itself was made up of a myriad of people, not just school-based people.
That is correct. And each committee, I tried to get as many new people on committees as possible, because if you have one committee deciding for all the books, that becomes at some point no different than one person deciding. So I have had repeats because honestly, I don't have that many middle school parents that want to be on committees, because that's where we typically find the fall off on that. But teachers getting more involvement. And the way we started with getting committee members was I sent out a form to all administrators. Please send me names of those who would be willing to serve on committees in this capacity. And they sent back names. And I still needed more. So I went to the librarians. Who's serving on your library advisor council or is active in your libraries? Who would be willing to serve on a committee in this role? And then I got enough to get the first committee started. And from there, when we were done, like, how can I help again? As I want to get new as much as possible, but if you know someone else who would be willing to serve on a committee, have them contact me. And yes, I have had some that have called after the last committee meeting. It takes time to get through books.
It takes time to get that list of 205 people, but they will be called to serve on a committee.
Mr. Adams?
Yeah, it's more for Ellen on this one, because for me, on this drama, the bill they're working on now in the House, CSHB 1223, which is gonna broaden a lot of stuff. And what I'm asking is, if they vote on it tonight, on this, and then Tallahassee passes this other law that's on the train.
I would suggest that we wait to discuss this until we are in the discussion portion.
Oh,
As it
okay.
is, as it is right now, we don't have a motion, we're not,
Oh,
if you have, yeah.
so just check our questions then, right?
Right.
Okay.
All right.
I'll wait.
Are there any questions related to what Ms. White has provided us at this point? We will get into individual discussion on each title, right? Since there are none. Finished, Ms. White? All right. We will now begin the public hearing on drama. I want to remind speakers that they must keep their comments only on this book. All of the rules and guidelines for addressing the board remain in effect. And okay, ladies, how do I know which color is which group? Oh, okay. We'll begin with drama. Our first speaker, Larry Downs Jr. Thank you. Keep trying.
Hello, Larry Downs Jr. Hey, I'm gonna keep this one here real simple for you. Same with the next four I'll speak on, or three I'll speak on after this one. If you can read the entire book right here from this podium, broadcast it to the world, then keep the book. If you can't do that, get rid of it. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Mary Lynn McDonald, and after her will be Neil McDonald. Oh, all right, I'm sorry. So Mary Lynn will have 6 minutes.
Chairman of the board, school board, thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns with you tonight about the book Drama. This book, as you know, has been available in both our middle and elementary schools here in Escambia County, and now I'm hearing tonight they're making it available in the high school as well. I have read this book in its entirety, and I disagree with the District Material Review Committee, who voted 6-3 to keep this book in our school libraries. While some of the storyline of drama seems fun, woven throughout the plot is clearly the agenda of normalizing an alternative lifestyle to our children. It's not subtle, it's very obvious, the thoughts and suggestions the author wants to convey to the reader in this book. My question is, why do we want to plant the seeds of sexual confusion in our children's minds? Before God, who wants to be responsible for that? Isn't it the responsibility of school administrators, teachers, the school board, our superintendent, our director of media services, to be looking out for our school children, helping protect and keep them safe in their learning environment? Why should we as parents and grandparents have to worry about our children being exposed to these types of books when they go to school each day? Why does the goal seem to be to normalize these alternative sexual lifestyles and confuse our children on their sexual identity? Quite honestly, we, the parents and grandparents and other caring and interested people that are here tonight, are tired of this dark ideology being forced upon our children. And it is literally being forced upon them. Every book topic imaginable is being made readily available to our students here in Escambia County. Books on pedophilia, suicide, incest, students having sex with their teachers, with animals, and the list goes on. These types of books are all through our libraries in Escambia County. Many of us want to know who is ordering these books for our children. We want to know who appointed the district review committee. It sure does seem a little on the stack side, I have to admit. I mean, the ones that got up tonight did have their red shirts on, just saying. We want to know why we have a district materials review committee that in most every case so far has overwhelmingly voted to keep the agenda-filled and pornographic books in our libraries. What is the point of having a process for review if the review committee ignores the state laws and goes rogue doing their own thing? Such was the case with this book, Drama. According to Florida Statute 100628, this book violates the K-3 provisions for sexual orientation made available to minors. The vote on the book Drama should have been an easy one for the Material Review Committee. It should not be on the shelves of any of our school libraries, elementary, middle, or even our high schools. I'm appealing to the school board tonight to take responsibility and protect our children from the gender confusion that's being forced on them in this hour. Please make our public schools the safe place that our children and tax-paying parents deserve. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Durchie, and I think that a lot of the things that you had asked Ms. McDonald were explained quite well by Ms. White as to the process, how things were made up, all those other stuff. So we're trying to keep these specific to the book alone and not the process, because the first part was the process, our first public hearing. And I'm just saying, in the future, as people are speaking, we're 10 o'clock at night, we've got probably another 75 or so speakers to go. I just want to focus on the title.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
And with that in mind, I will skip my whole first section.
Thank you.
And right on to drama. I read this book with my third grader. He's incredibly gifted and loves every single book by Raina Telgemeier has written. But instead of boring you with a tirade of why books shouldn't be banned, and in case the committee reports weren't read by the board members, I want to address the reasons that this book was challenged and if those reasons meet HB 7 or HB 1557 guidelines. This novel was challenged on the basis of lack of relevance, LGBTQ indoctrination, and age appropriateness. As a former theater kid and musical theater graduate of Palm Beach Atlantic University, I can tell you the themes of this book Drama are spot on for any kid interested in the arts. This book focuses on friendship, teamwork, inclusion, and determination within a circle of friends and budding artists. What an excellent message for our kids to learn, whether it's arts, STEM, sports. Telling a story is not indoctrination. Indoctrination is teaching someone to accept a set of beliefs without questioning them. I believe a blanket banning, like the kind I really hope won't happen again and again in these meetings, fits more into the definition of indoctrination than this cute graphic novel does. The volunteer committee determined that this book is appropriate for middle school and early high school. These are years of uncertainty, bullying, selfishness, friendships, and searching, and are entirely appropriate for these years. However, speaking of appropriateness, in regards to all of the books, if you know you're triggered by certain content, I would advise not reading that material. It may not be appropriate for you. Being triggered by a piece of work is different than identifying with it and finding comfort in seeing yourself on the pages. I don't mean to sound insensitive, but it just doesn't seem wise to do so. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alicia Sloan, and she has 3 minutes donated from Joanne Porter. Joanne, thank you. After that will be Charles Henderson.
It's late. Good evening. Thank you so much for your patience as we express our opinions. I just want to say Drama is a young adult graphic novel, which I did read, written by Raina Telgemeier and is currently available in our elementary and middle schools before it was restricted. Wikipedia says that through her illustrations, Telgemeier is able to successfully address difficult subjects, specifically the LGBTQ relationships depicted in Drama. This book has appeared in the American Library Association's list of top 10 challenged books for its inclusion of LGBTQ characters and ultimately became the 7th most banned book between 2010 and 2019. This book has not been banned, merely removed from some school districts' public school libraries. It is readily available in bookstores and our local public library. According to Florida Statute 1006.282B, this book violates the K-3 provision for sexual orientation made available to minors. Did you know Drama was placed on the Rainbow List in 2013, which is an annual list of books that are reviewed by the Committee of the Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender Roundtable of the American Library Association? In an interview with Teen Reads, Telgemeier herself said she originally intended the characters in her graphic novel to be high schoolers, but Scholastic believed the setting was more appropriate for middle school. Are you aware that according to companies such as Amazon, Scholastic, and Graphics, who is the publisher of this book is intended for grades 5 through 9 or middle school? Why was a committee formed to discuss the book and decide if it was to stay or to be removed? There shouldn't need to be a discussion when the book is obviously in violation of Florida law. You, our school board, as well as our school superintendent, are well within your rights, according to district's counsel, Ellen Odom, to remove the book from our county's elementary public school libraries. Our county's public school system is in direct violation of the law and should move quickly to be in compliance with the law. And I do have a question because I am concerned. Apparently, on the list that Michelle White read and other people have stated, never once was it stated there are students on the committees, and yet there was a student on the committee. So my question is, are there students on these committees that are reviewing these books in question? Thank you.
I can answer that, Michelle. One student did sit in. They were not a voting member, and there have been no other students who participated in these at all. And in the future, we're not recommending that students be a part of it.
Alrighty.
Thank
you so much for your time.
All right. Charles Henderson. And then Jenna Henderson will be next.
Again, thank you. So Drama, it's a book about overcoming challenges, persevering, dealing with failure when it inevitably occurs. And the reason we're here tonight, children finding themselves and learning to accept others. Topics I want children to read about, a book I feel my children can learn from, and a book that illustrates the values I want my children and the children they interact with to uphold. With that being said, I don't think based on past school board meeting results that I can make an appeal based on nuance for the content of the book. So I'll appeal in a much drier method by referencing the laws themselves. The original request for reconsideration used the phrase indoctrination and LGBT. A book including LGBT individuals is no more indoctrination than books that include straight or cis characters. The state's own attorney in the motion to dismiss the suit against HB 1557 makes the same point, and I quote, "So here too, instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity would include teaching an overview of modern gender theory or a particular view of marriage equality. But just as one would suggest that references to numbers in history book constitute instruction in mathematics, no one should think 1557 prohibits incidental references in literature to LGBT or a same-sex couple. The appeal to the school board for Drama references FS 106.282B, which governs instructional material. Again, HB 1557 defines instruction as the action, practice, or profession of teaching, and clarifies that HB 1557 doesn't cover material not used for instruction. So following the state's guidelines, I feel that Drama should not be removed from school libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jenna Henderson, and then Rick Branch.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. When I got the emails that get sent out with these books to teachers saying that we have to take them off the shelf, I saw this title and I thought, oh, I got to check that one out because I know that I had it in my classroom library. I've seen my students reading it, and my daughter's read it, and we discussed it a little bit. But as any good teacher nerd, I wanted to make sure I did my homework, and there wasn't something for me to be concerned about. So I first went to my daughter and said, hey, do you remember Drama? You read it like a year ago. What's it about? And she was like, nothing, like nothing of concern. I was like, okay, let me read the appeal. Why they say it should be of concern. Okay, there's some reference to some characters who were even just wondering if they might be gay. And it references one part that the appeal was very upset about is a student in the play is a male dressed in a dress acting as a woman. And so I dug into that because I didn't want to take that just as it was, because I was like, okay, what's going on there? And I asked my daughter because I hadn't read the whole book, and she was like, well, the girl that was supposed to be in the play got sick or like couldn't do it, and so he jumped in as part of the team to play that. And we had this great discussion about how long ago drama, when the days of like Shakespeare, and I'm not really a history drama buff, but they were all males in dresses, and how so it was a teaching point for her. But then I read the book, and just 2 pages later, that same boy in the dress runs off stage and ask a girl to the dance. You know, it's not about him trying to dress like a girl. It's not about him being gay or anything like that. It's just middle school, you know? And so I thought, okay, what's the basis for this? And I went straight to the laws. Well, the law, and I actually highlighted the same portions that Miss White read to us. The law that this appeal for this book to be taken out of schools references HB 1557, but in this memorandum where the state attorney and judges dismissed a case based on this, says that it only prohibits the instruction of sexual identity. This book is not used for instruction. It's as a choice in our library for kids to read. It's not a part of instruction. It's not breaking a law. It's simply showing what middle school is like and giving a little bit of a voice to students who might not otherwise see themselves in books. So I urge you again, as I said earlier, trust your committee who did the research, who read the book, who thought it over, who was trained, who have said that this book breaks no laws and it should be available to our students in our libraries. Thank you.
Rick Branch, followed by Keith Bowe.
Thank you again for letting us be here. I want to start by saying if you enjoyed any chips from First United Methodist Church, I just ask you to clean up after yourselves so that the custodian tonight or tomorrow won't have to do that for us. I also want to just mention that drama can actually be read from this podium. There would not be any issues with the FCC with that, but that is of course not the tool we should use to judge these books by. However, you were given by that gentleman a free pass to go ahead and vote with your committee on that. I want to read a few of the comments that the committee did make. This is a story of a 7th grade girl who loves being in drama club and working behind the scenes. She has a crush on a boy who doesn't like her back. She also meets twin brothers and develops a close relationship with them. One of the twins is gay and has a crush on another boy. The book covers basic middle school issues like developing feelings for someone and becoming more independent. This book tells the story of the main character's romantic interest. There is no sex in any part of the story. The book does not qualify as indoctrination. There is no evidence of trying to make the reader accept the belief of the author nor characters. And there is no depiction of romantic contact between any of the characters. The story is about friendship and middle school crushes. And so I want to say that if a boy and a girl having a crush is okay, but a boy and a boy having a crush is not okay, that is the definition of homophobia. Over the years, I have worked and ministered with many queer youth in my church. I have seen the scars that homophobia leaves on their lives. They are deep and lasting scars. It is your responsibility and your option tonight to reject homophobia and to protect our children from the people who are trying to erase who they really are. Thank you.
Keith Bowe, followed by Linda Fussell.
This book is based on a real-life high school experience, which was written by this high schooler once she reached adulthood, and she chose to target the subjects as being middle schoolers. But she wrote the book for preschoolers, for first, second, third grade. This book appropriately belongs in high school. It does not belong in this, because when you get into puberty, that's when you start getting all of these emotions and these reasoning and these thoughts. But when you're in, if you're portraying these prepubescent, then you've got prepubescent, preteen teenagers think they want to be teenagers, and they've been targeted, deliberately targeted. And those are the words of the author, that she didn't think it would be good in high school. She thinks it would be a good symposium for a 10-year-old or a fifth grader or whatever. But the graphics, the book is more graphic than the words are. So in this case, you have to incorporate what the graphics are, what the suggestions are, and what the target is. And the target is third, second, fourth, fifth grade. The subject is based on 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade. So there is a direct target here. Now, I don't want to say it's woke, but it's woke. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, Linda Fussell will have 9 minutes. Derek Scott, okay, and Barbara Beck, okay.
Okay.
9 minutes,
And
and
I don't
then
have-
Melanie
we'll be good.
Eubanks.
We'll be good. Thank you very much. I know it's been a very long evening, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. This is about drama, and one would think there wouldn't be much controversy about a best-selling graphic novel about a middle school play. A graphic novel that includes no profanity, drug or alcohol use, or sexual content. But Raina Telgemeier's acclaimed and popular drama is on the hit list of the complainant, who claims the book is indoctrination of LGBTQ. The complainant's first request for consideration describes the reason for objection as indoctrination of LGBTQ, age inappropriate, and content not relevant. Indoctrination is a very strong word, and I am frankly at a loss to find any evidence of indoctrination of anything, much less LGBTQ, in this book. Indoctrination would have one taught or inculcated to a doctrine, principle, or ideology, especially one with a specific point of view. This does not happen in this book. The district committee has found that the book is not built around a questionable element and does not qualify as indoctrination because there's no evidence of trying to make the reader accept a belief of the author or the characters. The original complaint stated that there were no strengths of the book. The district committee stated that the book's message is about working hard to accomplish a goal, realistic portrayals of middle school teen angst, discovering who you are and how you fit into the larger scheme of things. Drama reflects age-appropriate concerns. It encourages young teens to be creative and problem-solving and think critically to achieve personal goals. The complainant continues and states that the purpose of the book is indoctrination. The district committee found a different purpose to this book. The members stated that friendship, teamwork, inclusion, and determination are part of the overall purpose. Working hard to accomplish goals, communication among peers, dealing with confusing feelings, handling conflicts among peers. This does not sound like indoctrination to me. In the most recent appeal, the complainant attempts to make a case that state laws are being violated by having this book in elementary school libraries. The complainant references that the book violates FS 1006.28 2B, whatever all that is. I went looking for FS 1006.28, etc., and I could not find a mention of employees, school and district and the school board being held accountable with protecting the innocence of children as the complainant describes in her final complaint. It may be there, but I could not find that specific language in the Florida statutes. I did find reference to instructional materials, but this book is not used for instructing. It provides self-selection for reading materials. I do know that the stated purpose of HB 1557 is to prohibit classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in certain grade levels or in a specified manner. To that end, the legislation provides that classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards. The key word, as we've been told already, is instruction. Instruction, instruction. You know, like teaching, having a lesson plan, practice, skill building, things like that. That does not occur in this book. It's a self-select book. There is a difference between the captive audience of a classroom for specific instruction and the individual choice offered in the library. Going to the library and choosing a book to read is a constitutionally guaranteed right. This constitutional duty applies with particular force in the school library, which, unlike the classroom, has a special role as a place where students may freely and voluntarily explore diverse topics. I wanted to bring up one more thing about having this in an elementary school, something that I haven't really heard spoken about very much. There are higher level readers in elementary school. And you saw the young man here tonight. He was in the 3rd grade. He read The New Kid. He's a higher level reader. And you have a media specialist works at providing opportunities for kids of all levels to read. And I think a lot of times we forget that the higher level readers may kind of, get hung out to dry. And if you're in a lower level classroom or lower level grade, you may want to, move up into a 4th or a 5th grade level kind of reading book. So those should be available to those higher level students. The District Materials Review Committee voted to keep this book in all school libraries. The committee members read the book, reviewed the laws affecting the challenge, discussed the book, and decided that this book can be kept in all libraries. And I ask that you honor the recommendations of the committee and keep this book. Thank you.
Melanie Eubanks and Vanessa Reynolds after her.
Thank you. The book drama should not be allowed in K3. Parental rights in education should give parents the innate rights of parents in regard to the care and upbringing of their children, even in a public school setting. This book touches sexual orientation. It's not appropriate or developmentally appropriate. One committee member spoke or quoted on their review, "There is no depiction of a romantic contact between any of the characters. The story is about friendship and middle school crushes," end of quote. This book is just not about children working together to put on a play, but it's about a boy who discloses that he is gay. He ends up playing a female part when the original actress leaves the play because she got her feelings hurt by her boyfriend. And he gets to be opposite of the boy he likes, and he gets to kiss the boy while he is on stage in front of an audience. Unlike the committee members' quote, this was a romantic contact between two characters. We need to obey the law and remove this book. We want books for students to be age and content appropriate. We also need to have a different system to review these books. We need better books in our libraries that kids will read that are not graphic or touch on sexual orientation.
All right, Vanessa Reynolds, and after Vanessa will be Aaron Schneier.
Thank you. There's a couple words and phrases that keep getting tossed around, like critical race theory, diversity, equity, inclusion, woke, and they're just all getting commingled together. And that was done by design by Christopher Rufo. He tweeted out on Twitter like 2 years ago that his whole purpose was to bastardize that word and make sure that nobody knows what it means, or anytime you hear it, it's a negative thing, okay? So that is what has happened. As far as the word woke goes, that's not even for white people. That is for the Black community to be aware of social injustices. It's not a bad thing.
But that's not in drama.
I'm just addressing what other people are saying because misinformation spreads.
Mr. Chair, we have to stay on the book, on the title.
We're trying. Go ahead.
So not all districts are consistent on the application of 1558 in library books. The FLDOE Library and Instruction Materials Training does not mention HB.
Ma'am, could you stop the clock, please? We're talking about this book specifically.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
we had public forum to talk about broad general topics, and that was the appropriate time for those kinds of conversations. This is not a second opportunity to repeat those kinds of topics.
I understand
This is specifically to address the appropriateness or not of drama in the schools.
I understand that. Drama is a graphic novel written for middle school ages that span 4th grade through 7th grade, depending on the student. The library must serve all grades and readers and should be unrestricted by the access appropriate to the youngest readers at the school. Many districts still include the book in their ES libraries for their 4th and 5th grade readers, as the content is similar to the topics of crushes and relationships found in the Diary of a Wimpy Kid series. The only reason there is an issue with his book and not those is the one of the characteristics is that the boy is gay. If HB 1557 is to apply equally to both heterosexual and homosexual orientation, one of the most beloved series among 4th and 5th grade students would also need to be removed because of the examples offered by one's sexual orientation. This committee had 9 people review this book, and they all said to keep the book. Nobody said get rid of the book at all. And so if you want to follow the guidelines that have been set by you and the law, then that is what you should do. You should honor what the board has come, or the committee has come together and decided. Otherwise, you are just going in violation and just going with whatever you feel is your own personal opinion. Everybody in here has their own views and religion and ideology, which is why we have laws so that we can have guidelines by which this is considered pornography, this is considered, wrong for minors. We can't just go by what I feel and what you feel. Otherwise, nobody's going to have any books in here for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Luther, followed by Charles Luther. Oh, I'm sorry, Aaron Schneier. Aaron and then Joshua. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all for letting us talk tonight. So the book Drama, this book is about homosexuality in the sense that it ends with a boy getting a chance to kiss the boy that he likes, and there's supposed to be a spectacular scene. So I'm looking that up on this site called booklooks.org, which helps us to see all of what these books have in them. So the book says on page 65, the illustrations on this page depict a young man and woman talking. The young woman says, "When you say he's cute, do you mean like like I like boys? Yeah. Oh, is that cool? Is it okay that I told you? It's cool. I guess I was never really sure if anyone I knew was actually, gay. You can say it, I don't mind. So this is encouraging homosexuality. And, you know, we're not asking to take books out of our libraries that have natural affection in them. We're asking that the books that have perverse, sinful affection would be taken out. So homosex is sin and abomination before God. And the whole entire Bible says that. It doesn't matter how many false teachers come up here from various churches saying otherwise. The Bible speaks clear. You're a false teacher. And so...
Schneier, we don't allow personal attacks on
Okay.
other speakers. Thank you.
Yes, okay, well, he is. So, what I want to say, drama, the book is a homosexually perverse book, and it needs to be
I
pulled.
think I said the other stuff first.
So, thank you.
We're disagreeing.
Have a nice
you. Joshua Luther, followed by Charles Luther.
The Word of God says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, and that's something a lot of people have been trying to
Your
erase.
comments need to be directed to this book specifically.
Yes, ma'am. We are here to see if this book is appropriate. We must have a standard of right and wrong. And we must look to the Bible for that is the only true standard. This book does not teach the fear of the Lord. Instead, it attempts to normalize perversion of God's institution of marriage. In your consideration of this, you're not put in this place by God to just look at this secularly. You are here to look at it by the law of God, by what He says is right and wrong. He says the perversion of His marriage, of His institution of marriage, is an abomination. He says man dressing up in woman's clothes is an abomination. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. This book does not teach the fear of the Lord. Jesus gave us a warning about those who cause the little ones who believe in Him to stumble. And I believe this book is a stumbling block. Word of God says, Jesus says, it would be better for him to have a millstone hung around his neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea than to cause one of these little ones to stumble. And He recommends drastic actions. He says, if your hand or your foot causes you to stumble, cut it off and throw it from you. It is better for you to enter life crippled.
Mr. Luther, we've been very lenient with saying, make it tie back to the book. We've let you talk, and a lot of other people too. I commend your faith, and I like that our sole purpose is to talk directly to this book and its merits and what this book says. Have you read this book?
No, I've not read the book, but I do know it has disgusting contents. If you were to open a bag of chips and find a dead frog, you would not go through the rest of the bag to see if it was any good. You would throw it out.
I have read the entire book, and I found no dead frogs. Now, I ask you, please, let's move on.
So,
okay?
just so we're clear,
okay,
you're saying that the Word of God is not relevant to this
I'm
decision.
not saying that at all. I'm not saying that. You're trying to put words into my mouth. What I'm trying to say, if you can't speak directly to this book and what this book has as content, then thank you. We're done.
So this truth is not relevant to your decision on this book. When you separate church and state, you betroth it to hell.
Okay. Charles Luther, have you read this book?
I've read the Cliff Notes on this book, sir.
Okay. Well, then give us a Cliff Notes, and you've got 6 minutes.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Yes, and so a
Let's
boy
stick with
kisses a boy, and we know from the book that the boys like each other. And so we've already read the law.
No, only one of the boys likes the other boy. The other boy
Okay.
has no idea.
Thank you for that correction.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
No, don't. Don't.
I just want to make the comment that it's interesting that because of the presence of the opposition to the Bible, that we want to cut people off. That's very
what we're trying
unconstitutional.
What we're trying to do, sir, is we're trying to be very specific. We let the open forum. You had 9 minutes, and that was fine.
Okay. Well,
But
real
it
quickly,
is-
out of all due respect, I did find a frog in the Cliff Notes.
Okay.
And it's a very vile frog.
All right.
Because homosex is being promoted in this book. And homosex is something that, yes, God's word speaks to, but even nature. When we put a puzzle together, we're happy that the puzzle fits really well. And God made men and women sexual by design to complement one another and to fit together. And I think that everyone here knows the vileness of a male sexual organ going into the part of a body.
There is no discussion in this book about sex.
Is filled with
There was
bacteria.
No sex whatsoever.
That's what it leads to, sir, and you know it.
I don't condone anybody berating anybody else. I understand that there are different opinions. I'm trying to stick strictly to what's in these books and what we'll make a decision on based upon having read these books. But there's some misunderstanding. When you just get the Cliff Notes, you don't see that other things happen, change, and make a difference. So we'll just let it go. Sarah Latshaw, you're the last speaker on this, and there won't be any more forms filled out tonight.
I've kind of lost my train of thought, and it's late, so I'll be very brief. I'm Sarah Latshaw, I'm with the ACLU. I did want to read one or two of the excerpts from the board's decision. They said there's nothing in this work that could be considered offensive. The book tells the story of the main character's romantic interest. There's no sex in any part of the story. The characters reflect real-life situations. This is like a middle school playbook. Every student can somehow relate to one of the characters in the book because they're experiencing the exact same discoveries and emotions at this age. And then my favorite review that I've gotten has been from my mom, who said, I read drama and I waited for the drama, but it never came. I think, this book speaks for itself. I don't think the frogs exist, but I did want to say that I don't think it's a violation of any of the laws that have been referenced here today. I doubt it will be in violation of any future laws. It's not instructional materials. Yeah. I hope you'll keep drama on the shelves for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. All right. We will now begin the public hearing on New Kid. I want to remind speakers that they must keep their comments only on this book. All of the rules and guidelines for addressing the board remain in effect. The first speaker is Catherine Harrison. Catherine Harrison? Yes, she went home. Our next one is Leah Harrison. A mother-daughter, they must have gone. Okay. Larry Downs Jr.
They were elementary people.
Okay.
Larry Downs Jr. Same thing applies to this one here. I know one of the commenters a while ago said, well, we got you. No, you ain't got me. If you can read it from this podium, I'm good with it. And I think that should be something that should be considered. If you cannot read the entire book from here because it's too vulgar for y'all or for these adults, and vulgar's a matter of perspective. I'm talking about for children. I mean, I could tell y'all jokes that would, that would be pretty funny for some and vulgar for others. So, but, that's where you're at. If you can't, this particular one here, the new kid, yeah, I want to speak on the next one though. But anyways, same thing. If you can read it here, keep it.
Our next speaker is Mary Lynn McDonald, and then after her will be Sarah Ratliff.
Chairman of the board, school board superintendent, thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. The District Materials Review Committee voted 7-2 to retain the new kid at elementary, middle, and high schools in Escambia County, regardless of the racial innuendos throughout. There are many issues of stereotyping based on race in this book. I have read this book and found that filtered throughout the whole book are jabs that promote racial hatred. We are just adding fuel to the fire when we keep bringing in books like The New Kid. Gentlemen, Mrs. Hightower, I appeal to you tonight for our children and families of all colors. You can help our children and grandchildren learn to strive towards love and unity, not racial division, by taking out books like this and bringing in books that will help promote the unity and the love. By allowing books like The New Kid in our libraries, we are watering the seed of racial divide. This book has already been removed from libraries in several states because of its focus on critical race theory, and I'm asking you to do the same. Thank you.
Sarah Ratliff, and after Sarah will be Charles Henderson.
Good evening. I'm a high school media specialist in Escambia County. There is a question I ask myself when I am building my collection of diverse titles. Will this book produce empathy for my readers? The book New Kid allows the reader to connect and empathize with Jordan Banks, the new black kid at his primarily white school. Book banning is wrong because it violates the fundamental principles of freedom of expression and intellectual freedom. The ability to express ideas and share information through the written word is a fundamental human right that should be protected and celebrated. Banning books like New Kid limits people's access to information, ideas, and perspectives, which can have a negative impact on their intellectual growth and development. It has been stated by proponents that these books up for removal can be checked out from the public library. Are you assuming that all children have transportation or an available parent to take them to the public library? Surely you recognize that this is not the case for many of our students. Banning a book like New Kid is often motivated by a desire to restrict access to controversial or unpopular ideas. However, it is precisely these ideas that are often the most important to engage with, as they challenge our assumptions and help us grow as individuals and as a society. Banning books denies individuals the opportunity to form their own opinions and make informed decisions about what they choose to read and believe. As educators, we seek to give students the tools to be independent and critical thinkers. People who are rallying for students to have access to books have been accused of indoctrination. The school board is telling children to accept one set of beliefs with each book removal. If select individuals are deciding which viewpoints students can read, that is actual indoctrination.
Mr. Henderson, before you start, I have one here from Keith White. Is there a Keith White in the room? He was going to donate his time to somebody. There's a number, but there's not a number 17 up here, ladies. But Keith White's not here, so we could let this go. Thank you. I'm sorry that I interrupted you, Mr. Henderson.
No problem at all. My time hadn't started, so.
All right. And then Janet Anderson.
Again, thank you for taking the time to listen to us all. unlike drama, I do actually have some opinions on New Kid itself and just the book as a whole. So the appeal to the school board for New Kid states that, I quote, "I know our district desires our school children have pride in their skin color and nationalities, but at the same time are respectful of each other's differences. This cannot be done when we are pitting one race against another, even with slight suggestions. New Kid specifically illustrates how we can have pride in skin color and nationalities while being respectful of each other's differences. The students in the book are taught by their family and their own experiences how to recognize and celebrate other people's differences. One of the bigger story arcs is how the main character keeps people in his life compartmentalized because of their differences, and learns how that is actually detrimental to all parties involved. New Kid is a story that so many people can relate to. Anyone that's ever found themselves in a new situation with new cliques and unfamiliar faces can identify with someone. The book also helps the reader recognize that even they can mentally paint someone they meet in a negative light based on stereotypes and first impressions. The narrator, Jordan, has to overcome his own biases and prejudices to see people as individuals. At the same time, he experiences the negative effects of being stereotyped himself. The negative stereotypes presented in the reconsideration are shown in a negative light, those that are referenced in the reconsideration itself. The emotional impact of those people affected by negative stereotypes are portrayed in a way that lets the reader recognize that those stereotypes are harmful. Examples of those stereotypes are provided in the text and in the pictures, but never in a positive light. The facial expression and dialogue let the reader see the hurt caused. The students in the book are taught by their family and their own experiences. New Kid does a great job of just letting us see individuals for what they are within a group and for what they are as part of themselves. So again, I recommend that you follow the committee's recommendation and keep the book in the elementary, middle, and high school levels. And we've heard about reading levels. One thing we do have to consider is that even if a book is at a lower reading level, where the reading level is lower than the content of the material itself, that students may need a brain break. We don't all watch intensive television all the time. It might give those students who need a leg up an opportunity of reading something that they like simply to get them interested in reading. Thank you.
Jenna Henderson, followed by Rick Branch.
Hi. When New Kid was added to the list, I didn't have to do my homework because this was a book that I had already loved. When it won the Newbery Award, I immediately thought, here's a graphic novel with diverse characters who won the Newbery Award. I have to buy a copy right away, and I did. And then I loved it so much that I found 4 copies at a thrift store, and I spread it around to other teachers. And then we got the email that it had to be pulled, and I literally had to take it out of one of my students' hands who was about halfway through the book because I was told that it had to be taken out. And I had to tactfully tell him that he wasn't allowed to have that book anymore, and in the best kind of way, tactfully tell him why. The appeal here to remove this book says that the book is full of racial stereotypes and perpetuates those racial stereotypes, but I think it does the opposite. The stereotypes are used, and if taken out of context, yeah, it sounds awful. A kid, Mari, is called Mario like Oreo, and if you hear just that line taken out of context, yeah, sounds terrible. But if you take the piece of literature as a whole and the graphic novel with the pictures as it's supposed to be, you can see that stereotype is used and shown by the author is very negative. And you can see and be able to empathize with the characters that are in those situations. That same character that is referenced as being like an Oreo stands up for himself a few chapters or whatever later in the book, and the kid who was calling him that name, you can see come over his face him realize how terrible that was, and all the characters and the readers learn from that situation. At the end of the book, the black kid who came to see that he had his own stereotypes and feelings and things that it's not just about the stereotypes of let's call black kids names, let's make white kids feel bad, anything like that. It's a book that's showing the empathy from multiple perspectives and is in no way detrimental to our students. And again, I want to reiterate that this decision has sort of been made for us by a committee that has put in the time, who has studied the laws, who's done the research, who are your teachers and administrators and parents who you have said you support. So please support their committee decision to keep this amazing book in our schools. Thank you.
Rick Branch, followed by Leslie Velarde.
Thank you again. I know it's getting very late, and I appreciate you being willing to listen to a false teacher. It's still not the correct measuring stick to use, but you can read New Kid from up here, so go ahead and vote with your committee. I am going to do just one little bitty Bible verse. And a little child shall lead them. Remember the words of Grady, the child that you let speak early because he's only in 3rd grade. I can't say anything better than Grady says. So please follow Grady's lead and let him have access to New Kid. Thank you.
Leslie Velarde. Not here. All right, Keith Bowe.
Simply put, this is a good example of where a student in the 3rd, 4th, 5th grade should have their parental guidance, this is an individual thing. I don't think it's a racial thing. I think it's written by an angry person who wanted to show his anger, and it takes some explanation in raising a child to understand where that anger exists, where it comes from. So it's not something that they should pick up in a library and just read and come up with their own conclusions. This is a book that a responsible parent would work with their child and read with their child. I think without the parent, this is not an appropriate book. I didn't see any pornography or some of the things. I think the book could probably be read, but it's a serious Black literature, not in the terms of the person, but in the terms of the darkness that it sheds on the reader. It's that type of a novel. Graphic, because it's really, it's got the graphics to go with a comic book style, so it's kind of, appealing to a very young age, but at the same time, it needs the maturity of an older aged person to explain it, somebody that understands that child and the environment, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying that this is a good example of where we need to have parental rights and a parental involvement, and I'm a strong proponent as such. Parents really need, and reading is important. I don't care if they read comic books or anything else, but things that are of a dark nature really can hurt a child if it's not explained correctly. And I believe this fits in that category. I'm not going to use any of the other acronyms, but I think that's sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowe. Linda Fussell. Linda Fussell, you have time from Derek Scott and from Barbara Beck. Okay. Do you need 9 minutes?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I'll try and I'll talk fast.
And next is Kim Stephenson.
New Kid by Jerry Craft garnered a lot of attention when it was published in 2019. In 2020, it was the first graphic novel to win the Newbery Award. The John Newbery Medal has celebrated the most distinguished contributions to American literature for children since 1922. That is over 100 years. New Kid is also literally a Sunshine State Award winner reading book in 2020-2021. That is a Florida Sunshine State Award winner reading book. When I was teaching, the kids would love these Sunshine State books. They would go down to the library, they would get them. There's a statewide reading motivational program. Of course, obviously, the purpose of the program is to encourage students to read independently for pleasure and to read books that are on, above, or below their reading level in order to improve their fluency. The Escambia Middle School Sunshine Readers compete in, I believe it's a trivia contest that uses all of the Sunshine State Awards books. They compete to be on the team. They practice. They have a great time. I would have kids that would read all of the books, and there's like over 20 of them or so every year. It's a great, just a great reading tool. So it provides an interest level for readers in the elementary, middle, and in the high schools. The complainant states in the original challenge that the objections to this book are race baiting and anti-whiteness. I was confused by these terms used in connection with the book. Our country struggles to talk about race productively, and the accusation of race baiting can imply that by discussing our divisions, we're making the problem worse by pitting racial groups against each other. There is a presumption that if we stop talking about issues of race, then everything would be fine. But that is just a presumption. The complainant never describes or provides a definition or context for using the term race baiting in the complaints that they have made. And personally, I was offended by both of those words. The district committee found, after reading this book, that elements seen as questionable are an important part of the text. The main character has to contend with blatant, intentional, and accidental racism on a daily basis in his new school. Other characters, not African American, also face these struggles in this story. As the story progresses, however, the characters find their way in an unfamiliar environment and they make new friends. They all learn from each other despite their differences and find common ground, which should be what we all strive for. The complainant in another appeal of New Kids states that younger children do not have the capacity or experience to understand racial oppression or racial privilege. Therefore, younger elementary students should not be subjected to this idea, even through colorful picture books with compassionate stories. A study from the Journal of Experimental Psychology General, published August 6, 2020, found that, quote, adults in the United States believe children should be almost 5 years old before talking with them about race, even though some infants are aware of race and preschoolers may have already developed racist beliefs. Previous research has shown that 3-month-old babies prefer faces from certain racial groups. 9-month-olds use race to categorize faces, and 3-year-old children in the United States associate some racial groups with negative traits. By age 4, children in the United States associate whites with wealth and higher status, and race-based discrimination is already widespread when children start elementary school. Even if it's a difficult topic, it is important to talk with children about race because it can be difficult to undo racial bias once it takes root, she said. This was one of the researchers. Toddlers can't do calculus, but that doesn't mean we don't teach them to count. You can have a conversation with a toddler about race that is meaningful to them on their level. If we wait until a child is old enough to ask a tough question about the history of racial violence, then it will be that much harder to talk about if there aren't any meaningful discussions about race earlier in their lives. The complainant refers to several instances of New Kid violating HB 7. HB 7 applies to instruction and discussion, and a library book available for self-selection does not fall into that category. According to the complainant, the purpose of the book is woke agenda and race baiting. The district committee found the purpose of New Kid to be the following: empathy. Don't judge others based on their skin color. Don't judge others based on their skin color, socioeconomic status, how a person sees themselves with others of different cultures and backgrounds. Middle school is hard, and it's even harder when you're the new kid and you get picked on. The purpose of this story is to show how a young boy stood up for himself and other students that were constantly picked on because they were different. And I would like to point out here that what the main character encounters in his new school is no different than what many of Escambia's students of color experience every day in their schools where they are the minority. I speak from experience because I have seen it and heard it from students and adults. New Kid was born in part because Kraft felt that stories about Black kids tend to dwell on trauma instead of normal life. I just wanted to have kids where the biggest dilemma in their life is if they wanted to play PlayStation or Xbox or what movie they wanted to go see, as opposed to always having the weight of the world, he says. Those are important stories, but I think we have to give kids things to aspire to and dream. All students deserve to see themselves and the issues that impact them reflected in their library. The District Materials Review Committee is doing the tedious work of reviewing the complaint, analyzing input from citizens and educators, and evaluating these books against specific criteria to ensure that they are appropriate and hold educational value. The committee represents the boots on the ground for the school board. We should respect the hard work that they have put into this process and defer to their decision. I urge you all to support the decision reached by the District Materials Committee and keep this book in our school libraries. Thank you.
Kim Stephenson, followed by Dr. Lauren Anzaldo.
Good evening. I have the absolute honor and privilege of being on the committee that reviewed New Kid. And my primary reason for being here tonight is to please ask you to honor the committee members, not just our committee, but every committee. We've put in the time, we put in the hours, we read every page, we sat in discussions, we reviewed the laws, we made our recommendations. Please honor them. You asked us to do a job for you, we did it. Please then honor us by accepting our recommendations as much as you possibly can with all of these books. As far as this book is concerned, one of the things that I loved about it is that I grew up a military kid. I grew up the New Kid every year, year after year. And being a skinny little blonde white kid, you would think it'd be easy, but when you're the New Kid, no matter what, you don't fit in right away. Then you have to learn your way around. And that's what this book is about. It's about a kid who would rather be in art school, but his mom says, nope, I want you to go over here because you're gonna have a better future with all these great connections you're making. And the dad going, how diverse is it? And it's not. The racism that goes on is not worse between the kids. It's the racism that comes from a couple of the teachers. And I compared it to Wonder, where we had another new kid, Augie, who goes in there, and I'm sure you all remember that book. It was amazing, another Sunshine book, another winner across the state. He's new and he's different because he has facial deformities. He's had surgeries to rebuild his cheekbones and his ears and his nose, and so he looks different. And some kids are just never going to be nice to him, where he slowly but surely makes friends. But one of the biggest differences is he had a teacher in that book who modeled acceptance and respect. And the teachers in this book did not. So what worries me, and I don't know the person who put this book on the list, and what worries me is that perhaps she took offense that the teachers were made to look bad. Well, sometimes adults don't do it right. And that's kind of what comes out in this book, that the kids find each other. The kids start to learn to accept each other for their differences. The rich white kid and the not so rich Black kid become buds. They become pals and they learn to hang out together. And that's the way things should be for new kids everywhere. They should always be able to find friends, and they should also always be able to find adults who model acceptance and respect. That's what we'd like to see. That's what we would all like to try to be. And so please keep this book. We voted elementary because 5th grade kids are getting ready to go off to middle school. And it would be a great book for them to read in anticipation of that big change that's coming in their life. And middle school, obviously, it fits in easily. And for high school, for some kids that maybe don't have a high reading level, that graphic novel is going to be special to them. Thank you.
Dr. Lauren Anzaldo, followed by Vanessa Reynolds.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Lauren Anzaldo, and among many roles that I play in this community, I'm a mother of 2 students in the Escambia County school system. These are bright, curious, and responsible students, and the irony is that I've actually been in this very room with them on multiple occasions as they've been presented with awards by this school board for PTA reflections. My daughter was mentioned, Sunshine Readers were mentioned earlier. My daughter every year read every Sunshine Reader. She participated in the Battle of the Books, which is the trivia contest that was mentioned to generate interest in reading and how much the kids love that. My son as well, he never read all the Sunshine Readers. It was a little harder to motivate him, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that in regard to this book, New Kid. So I'm here today in support of the book, New Kid by Jerry Craft. I have read and enjoyed this book. I read it when my son was reading it. He enjoyed it as well. He read it about the same time. Came out in 2019. He read it about the same age as the main character, who's 12-year-old Jordan Banks. And you know, the irony of just being here while the school board is considering banning books, it's really beyond me. But I brought it up with my son as I was leaving tonight to come down here to tell him that's why I was coming. And he was pretty appalled that the school district was wasting its time banning such a great book like this. So the character Jordan loves to draw and wants to be an artist. He's recently entered a school where he's one of the few Black students, and he's facing challenges making friends, as been mentioned, fitting in, getting involved in school sports, and navigating through school life, as well as life in his neighborhood, and he keeps those compartmentalized, was mentioned as well. He's subjected to stereotypes. He begins to recognize that people are treated differently and sometimes discriminated against because of their race, their gender, and other reasons. Throughout the book, he and his classmates stand up for their friends during various struggles, sometimes when teachers are not treating them fairly, and they form supportive bonds with one another, but there are also supportive parents and teachers in the book, and the students succeed academically and in sports. And parents like me and others in this room, I'm sure, can recognize that these types of experiences that Jordan has are familiar to children of this age who are learning to navigate relationships with their peers and to think critically about the world and who they are, to develop into positive, ethical citizens. And that exposure to relatable and resilient book characters like Jordan and New Kid is one of the ways that our young people learn, develop, and grow in these areas. Many Escambia County students are facing situations similar to those of Jordan in the book. Others have not faced these, but they can learn from him. And Jerry Craft wrote New Kid as a semi-autobiographical novel. Many of the parents also know that it can be very challenging to find books that will engage readers of this age, around 9, 10, 11, 12, especially preteen boys who don't always like to read very much, like my son. And so that's why we need books such as this in our libraries and in our schools for the young people who can benefit. It's really alarming to me that we have community members and people even on this very school board who don't understand the value of books within our education system, not just books that reflect what I already know and believe, but a variety of different types of books and the powerful stories that they tell. Much of what I've learned as an avid reader throughout my life was learned through reading books, and we need to not ban this book. Free societies don't ban books.
Vanessa Reynolds, followed by Aaron Schneier.
Sarasota recently reviewed Stamped, Racism, Anti-Racism, and You, and determined that the book, although it clearly discussed topics often included as the broader use of CRT, was appropriate to keep on the shelves. HB 7 applies to instruction and discussion, and a library book available for self-selection does not fall into either category. New Kid is a book by the celebrated author Jerry Craft. These issues are written age-appropriate by an author who has dedicated his career to writing for young readers. These books serve as mirrors for young Black students to see their lives reflected in the characters and as windows for students who are not Black to better understand how bullying and discrimination based on identity can be harmful. I just want to say that I do believe that there are a lot of things that should be left to parents, but allowing parents to teach race, sexuality, that assumes that all parents are free from bias and are not themselves also abusing their children. I can tell you as a white woman growing up here in the South, my lessons on race didn't come from school, they came from my mother, and they were not good lessons. The committee voted 7-2 that the title be available in elementary, middle, and high school libraries. I believe that we should honor that decision. Being new, feeling like an outsider, being bullied and harassed, disrespectful behavior by students and adults not learning names. So kids are in a minority by assuming kids or students of color are poor. Those are things that are stereotypes and that are felt and taught in white communities. That is something that I also was indoctrinated with by my racist mother. These are things that I had to learn later on in life. And when I learned it later on in life, I was very angry because I missed a lot of opportunities growing up. And that is why I'm here right now, because keeping things away from kids that may make them feel uncomfortable, you're not protecting them. Ignorance is not protecting innocence. And our students are not made of glass. They experience many different things in all different age groups. And we should stop thinking that teaching about race is going to make them racist or is going to make them feel bad. It's going to teach them how to empathize with people. And we need that. White supremacy is the #1 threat to this country right now. Thank you.
Aaron Schneier, followed by Joshua Luther.
Thank you all for taking such a long night to listen to us. I actually do appreciate that. I know what it's like to get tired. I'm not sure if in past years I wouldn't have minded a book like this to some degree, although there's parts of it that I really just don't like. But in these more recent years, we've had such a thrust on race, and I genuinely believe that this does divide us in the way that it's being portrayed. So we have like a little excerpt here from this book, The New Kid, and it's the white teacher talking in class, and she says, "Are there any other questions, especially from you new students, DeAndre, Jordan, Alexandra?" And the new student, the black student, says, "My name is Drew." And the white teacher says, "I'm sorry, Drew. DeAndre is one of my former students. He was a real handful." So that's the kind of stuff where, so this white teacher's like a racist, but we keep hearing these kinds of things like constantly from the media. They want to talk about this all the time. So I don't appreciate it. I'm Jewish. I don't want everyone endlessly focusing on the Holocaust to see if they have hidden prejudice or racism hidden somewhere. I want to find out whether you or you have racism. So I want to talk about the Holocaust endlessly all the time. I don't see why we can't just go up to students and talk to them if issues arise. Teachers can take that as a teaching moment, but we don't need these books constantly focusing on race. So we should just be able to walk up to people and just talk to them. If you have an incident that shows up where you need to deal with some kind of racism or prejudice, then the teachers are smart enough to do it. But we don't need books constantly, like The New Kid, constantly, giving bad examples like this teacher who ends up saying, DeAndre wasn't a real handful. So, thank you all.
Joshua Luther, followed by Charles Luther.
My input on this book is that if it's contrary to the perfect law of God, then it should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Charles Luther, you have 6 minutes. Katie Grace.
Fine, and even less. Just simply put The New Kid in making this emphasis on racism, which is not even a reality. Thanks only, and that really is no thanks to Darwinian thought, do we have even the concept of multiple races. There's one race, it's the human race. And in that race, we are to love our neighbor as ourselves. And anybody that will strive to love God will do that regardless of the ethnicity.
Thank you, sir. Lindsay Dixon, followed by Kevin Kirkpatrick. It doesn't hurt. Lindsay Dixon here. All right, Lindsay. Kevin Kirkpatrick.
High enough. I did read the book. I've read all 4 of the books. Who I am doesn't matter. What I've done doesn't matter. What I'm doing doesn't matter. What does matter is the validity of the arguments that we make and the intention that we all have. The welfare of our teenagers and children and their intellectual development. I think those are the important issues tonight. Whatever volume I bring, whatever eloquence I bring, doesn't matter. It's the validity of what I've read. Mr. Kraft wrote a good book. It's laudable. However, I disagree with people that it needs to remain in our libraries. The reason I think that is, unfortunately, in its a depiction of racism. It is the cause. Systemic racism is the cause of that. The divisive language that monolithically stereotypes us by our socioeconomic level and our skin color divides us yet again. This places the onus on somebody else for your problem. Whatever that problem is when you're the new kid, wherever you're the new kid, wherever you're the new man or new woman in a new job or whatever that is, it relieves them of the personal responsibility and accountability for confronting a problem head on and not relying on somebody else to solve the problem for you. That's what I read. The complexity of these issues, gifted readers, I understand them. I felt like I was one of them. Had a great mother who was a kindergarten teacher and made us just, read voraciously. I think this book needs guardrails around it of some sense where we can discuss with young people racism in a different context than this book presents it. Again, thank you for your time. We've been here so long, I need to shave.
And our last speaker is Christina Forrest.
Hello, and thank you for hearing me today. Cartoonist and children's book author Jerry Craft published the Newbery Award-winning graphic novel New Kid in 2019. New Kid also won Coretta Scott King Author Award and the Curtis Prize. All of Craft's books, his novels tend to focus on portraying the experiences of kids of color. Craft's work allows kids to see themselves in stories, provoking inspiration and giving voice to diverse experiences. New Kid focuses on the experience of being Black and the new kid in a predominantly white school. Follows Jordan, 7th grader, an inspiring artist from Washington Heights, New York. Jordan's parents send him to a private school to invest in his academic future. And as he navigates the differing environments in his neighborhood in the new school, he attempts to stay true to himself. This book is loosely based on the life of the author. If you ever watched The Fresh Prince, it's very similar except in a middle school environment. As a mom of 3 Black boys, as a mom whose life in the military caused my children to move from school to school to school, this is the type of book I want to see more of, not less. The bans are hateful in nature. If you ban this book, you're banning my son's experiences. My son's experiences in changing schools, different environments, learning how to cope, be different, and be new that they have had to do more times than I care to count. I myself had to go to 13 different schools before I graduated high school because my parents were in the military as well. This is what I want to see more of, that my sons can relate to. There are not many young Black authors that talk about Black children in such a positive light and how to navigate life. So, again, I ask you not to ban this book. I ask you to consider every child and see more of us, not less.
All right. We will now begin the public hearing on The Bluest Eye. I'll remind you that we're here to speak only to this book, and the rules and guidelines for addressing remain the same. First speaker, Larry Downs Jr.
Whew. I see you're losing your voice, Paul. I wished I was losing my hearing right about now. It sure helped me out. Whew. Listen, I don't envy y'all at all. Every now and then people ask me, "You gonna run for something, Larry?" I'm like, "I ain't running from nothing, and I ain't running for anything." They might accidentally throw me in there. Anyways, this book here, y'all know I can't read it up here, right? Y'all know, I mean, is that, or can I? Can I read some excerpts from it? I mean, I actually couldn't get through very much of it. I just had to stop. I was like, there's no literary value in that book. And, I mean, like the last one, I don't even know how, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I'd say pull this one. Pull it. You can't read it from here, so I think I just set that standard for everybody. I hope. I mean, some of them agreed with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Durkee, followed by Alicia Sloan. Lindsay's gone. Okay. Alicia Sloan, followed by Joanne Porter. Oh, she's donating time. And so is David Tedder. Okay, so you have 9 minutes.
It is late. Thank you so much for your patience this evening. The Bluest Eye is Toni Morrison's first novel. While Morrison certainly shares some harsh truths about racism in the 1940s, her book contains extremely graphic and disturbing details of pedophilia, rape, and incest, and from the view of the perpetrator. Many parts of this book are quite shocking and bizarrely disturbing to me as an adult. How is this literature appropriate for minors as young as 11 when it describes a rape scene in which the father says he is, quote, effing tenderly his own daughter as she's passed out on the floor? I can't imagine how traumatizing this book would be to any child and incredibly triggering to a child who's experienced sexual abuse. It is safe to say that this book would be extremely triggering to most children who've suffered sexual abuse and could cause a deep sense of hopelessness, even cause suicide, as there's no resolution or help for the child about which this story is written. This book may cause children to believe that the abuse in this book is normal behavior and should simply be accepted as such. Aren't we quite possibly desensitizing children to gross deviant sexual behavior, making it seem normal? Might young people follow suit if this is what they believe to be normal behavior? As a parent and an educator, I could not find this book to have any literary or artistic value. The Florida Department of Education's own Library, Media, and Instructional Materials Training states the following on slide 11. materials that are neither pornographic nor prohibited by Section 847.012 FS may still be inappropriate for students. Media specialists should always err on the side of caution when selecting materials. It's good practice to assess whether or not you, as the adult making book selection decisions, would be comfortable reading aloud the material in question in a public meeting. If you would not be comfortable reading the material in a public setting, then you should lean towards not making the material available in a school library for children. The American Library Association placed The Bluest Eye on the top 10 most challenged book list for 2006, 2013, 2014, and 2020. This book has been removed from some public school libraries for being sexually explicit, unsuited for age group, and containing controversial issues. In the districts where this has been removed from public school libraries, it is still available in local bookstores and local public libraries. When The Bluest Eye was first published in 1970, it was placed on many universities' reading lists where the average age of a college freshman was 18 years, 6 months. This book is currently available, before it was restricted, in both our middle and high school libraries. I would remind you the average child begins middle school at age 11. While the average 9th grade child is 14. They are minors. Sexual abuse crosses all social, ethnic, racial, age, and economic lines. If you've not experienced sexual abuse as a child or lived with a child who's recovering from sexual abuse, please count yourself blessed. You cannot possibly imagine the trauma the entire family endures. As statistics tell us, there are many instances of child sexual abuse that are never reported. Imagine the horror of a child who fits in this category and stumbles across this book in a school library or is required to read it in a literature class in middle or high school. That is an option. Our goal as parents and educators should be to provide our children with an innocent childhood free of adult issues. Thank you so much.
Amen. Charles Henderson, followed by Rick Branch.
So as far as it being read out loud, most of my literary consumption is done through audiobooks, and the audible version of The Bluest Eye is narrated by Toni Morrison, and it was one of the best audiobooks I've listened to. Her prose, her way with words, her voice lent so much weight to this book. But to the public at large, again, as we've said, there are apparently down to middle school students who have access to The Bluest Eye. And that I can't say I 100% agree with. To remove it entirely is unconscionable. I could see limiting it to high schools, but to censor entirely is, again, not what I'm for at all. For you guys up on the board, from the outside and based only on the content of the appeal, it seems like you have a difficult decision in discerning whether to keep The Bluest Eye in our schools or not. It's a tough read for reasons not related just to the graphic scenes. It shines a light on life in pre-civil rights America as an African American. If you have an ounce of empathy, you feel for the characters. You recognize their pain, the pain inflicted on them and the pain they inflict on others. You see the wisdom of children, you see the folly of adults. And through it all, we're led through the hellscapes these characters live in with prose that feels more like poetry. And with that, in the appeal, we're told, or we're asked, if our school district allows this book to remain in the library, then obviously it is not considered pornographic, and a literature teacher could use this book while teaching point of view. A psychology teacher could use this book while teaching about parent manipulation and rape. A criminal justice teacher could use this book while teaching about pedophilia. And then the complaint continues with, does this even make sense, especially since you, the board, have now become aware or made aware of this particular book? And I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for those curricular books that we can tie through multiple subjects so that students have more of an impact by this one piece of art. So again, this is not an easy book. It's not a book for young children. It's not a book for susceptible children who may have experienced trauma. But with it not being required reading for everybody, I think it's safe to leave in libraries and allow those children to self-select the books they want. We're expecting them to be adults, and we're getting them ready for adulthood within a matter of years. So taking those upper level high schoolers, even ninth graders who are learning to drive and learning to make tough decisions, letting them pick a book on their own is not a decision I think is beyond them. So I think we should put our faith in two things. One, our committees who approved this book, and two, the children that we're recommending the book for. Thank you.
Rick Branch, followed by Keith Bowe.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have such a concern for your voice. I have individually wrapped mints and some cough drops. If you want them, they're yours.
Thank you. I have some.
Okay. Nobel Prize laureate Toni Morrison just got her own forever stamp. Like, how awesome is it to get your own forever stamp? Maybe she is kind of a big deal. So would Jesus ban her book? I don't know, but I do know that some of his followers specifically wouldn't ban her book. This specific copy was used by one of my fellow ministers at my church in seminary when she took an ethics class. There are people who realize that there is value to these books. There are people who realize, and we're not asking any 11-year-olds to read the book. You'll see in the committee's report that it's labeled for high school. There are people who just should read it and who need to read it and for whom it will be helpful. And I'm going to stop now so that you all possibly have a subconscious inclination to keep the book.
Keith Bowe, followed by Linda Fussell.
Well, I believe there's no question that this book does not belong in the middle schools, and it's questionable if it belongs in the high schools. Now, I would reference this as a book that a grandfather should read with the grandchild, somebody that was around in the 60s, maybe the 50s, just somebody that can explain where this person is coming from. And if I understand it right from reading it, it is from the woman's perspective, and she was herself trying to free herself from male domination. But it goes into every form of graphics that you just don't need in the middle schools or below. If you keep it in the high schools, it needs to be with parental consent. Once again, I'm big on parental consent. So whether you want to leave it there or not, but there's no question it does not belong in the middle schools. It was hard to get through, but there were certain things that I found interesting, and I could even identify with a few parts of it, just in abstract, not from personal experience. But I understood the depth of which they're coming from. And once again, there's a different time from the 50s and the 60s. This was published in the 70s, or 1970. It was written in the 60s. And once again, it was written with direction, with a purpose in mind. And I believe it was probably a little bit more oriented towards that period of time. And thus, in this period of time, it would have to have a little bit more explanation. I was witness to the riots in the 60s and the 70s. I'm from California, and I know what the Watts riots were about. They shut down the high schools. And there was a lot of stuff that, like even in the movies now, you can't put in the movies things that they had back in the 60s and the 70s. And all of this needs to be explained in context. And in context, that means that you have to have somebody that reasonably understands the depth of what we're reading in this. Comprehension. Reading without comprehension is not like reading at all. I mean, if you're going to read, you've got to comprehend. That's the whole purpose. And to comprehend it, you've got to have some sort of navigation, I believe, especially with this book. So if you keep it in the high schools, make sure the parents know so they can kind of go along with the child. But definitely does not belong in the middle schools.
Thank you, sir. All right, Linda Fussell, followed by Sarah Latshaw.
Do I have my extra minutes?
You have 9 minutes.
Good, because we would be really fast with the 3 minutes up there, okay. Okay, thank you again. I come from a race of people for whom at one time in this country it was illegal to be taught to read. It was illegal and punishable by physical punishment and sometimes fatal punishment to learn how to read. Toni Morrison's words from PEN America's Evening of Forbidden Books in 1982. And so here we are. Toni Morrison, Nobel Prize Laureate for Literature, 1993. The Nobel Committee stated that Toni Morrison is a literary artist of the first rank. She delves into the language itself, a language she wants to liberate from the fetters of race, and she addresses us with the luster of poetry. I read this book in, it came out in 70. I read this book shortly after that when I was quite young. And now I'm not so young, and I read it again. And just the appreciation that I have for it so much more now from age, experience, etc. The language is just fascinating and just beautiful. The complainant objects to The Bluest Eye because it contains graphic rape scenes, pedophilia glorified, and violent acts. The complainant argues that Toni Morrison's book has been on the banned or restricted list ever since it was published over 50 years ago. But despite efforts to keep a new generation of students from a transformative encounter with Morrison's book, The Bluest Eye remains relevant and reflective of American society over 50 years after its original publication in 1970. The district committee found after reading the book and discussing it that yes, The Bluest Eye has literary, artistic, and political value. Some points made by the committee include that this book describes the effect of racism on Black women as well as Black men and its pervasiveness for a community. The book challenges beliefs and preconceived notions of beauty and internalized racism on the lives of young Black girls. The complainant believes that there are no strengths of this book, and the purpose is shock. The district committee states that the purpose is to show the struggles and trials facing young children trying to understand their place in a community in which harm is occurring and understand the nature and reason for the harm. The Bluest Eye also shows the effects of a community that knows sexual violence and blames children for the acts of adults. The Bluest Eye has been frequently challenged or banned from classrooms and has been deemed inappropriate for high school students because it uses explicit language and depicts rape and incest. On any given day, the front page of the newspaper is a compendium of horrors. War, torture, shootings, rape, racism, misogyny are described, often graphically, and illustrated with gruesome pictures. By the time teenagers are in the 11th grade, they have heard plenty of offensive language and have seen plenty of sexually explicit or violent material, and all they had to do was turn on the radio or the television or look on their phones. Racism presents itself every day in society. Anti-Black and anti-woman instances are all around from TV, the internet, books, and everywhere. It is the same with sex and sexuality. While the text is at times graphic, the book represents true life stories that students need to know about to overcome racist, sexist, and oppressive attitudes. It is important to preserve The Bluest Eye because it serves as an important purpose for our higher level readers in schools, students who are enrolled in AP and IB English classes. To become college and career ready, students must grapple with works of exceptional craft and thought whose range extends across genres, cultures, and centuries. Such works offer profound insights into the human condition and serve as models for students' own thinking and writing. Having access to this book will help the success of students in these programs who take the essay portions of both tests. The school system should not deprive students of the opportunity to prepare for their future academic endeavors. If students are denied the freedom to study a work like Toni Morrison's, they may fail to gain an understanding that will prove invaluable to their future. An individual should not determine which books every child in the district can access across the library. Parents have the responsibility to choose what is best for their children. If parents are uncomfortable with the content of the book, they can opt out for their child. They should not impose their personal beliefs on others and demand that the book be censored for everyone. The county has created a district materials review committee that consists of a parent, community member, librarian, teacher, and administrator to review each book. The committee reads the book, evaluates it against statutes, and votes whether they are appropriate for the library. This committee is the boots on the ground for the school board. They are closer to the students who are most directly affected by the decision the board will make. We should respect the hard work that they have put into this process and support their decision. Thank you.
Sarah Latshaw, followed by Melanie Eubanks.
Hi, y'all. Thanks for hanging in there. As a parent, I understand the desire to shield children from difficult and uncomfortable topics. However, it is important that we recognize the academic importance of the Bluest Eye and the need for our children to engage with challenging subject matter as they prepare for the complexities of this world. The Bluest Eye is a classic work of literature, and it deals with important themes like racism, beauty standards, and the psychology of self-loathing. By studying this novel, our children can gain a deeper understanding of these important issues and develop critical thinking skills necessary to tackle them. But more technically, this novel is included in the list of titles that a student can reference in the IB and AP tests. Having access to this book will ensure that any student who wants to take this test is prepared for success. I feel certain this is why other Florida counties are choosing not to ban this book. They're retaining it in their libraries, most recently in Polk and St. Johns County. As high school students approach adulthood, it's important that they learn to grapple with the difficult situations in a thoughtful way. And banning the Bluest Eye from high school libraries will rob them of the opportunity to engage with challenging subject matter from the comfort and safety of their own couch with their parents nearby to answer questions. Keeping students in the dark will not maintain their innocence, only their ignorance. One speaker said that this book would be harmful to young adults who have experienced abuse. And I think, frankly, that is the wrong message to send to survivors of sexual assault, that this book is somehow pornographic. Assault is not porn. And again, if someone thinks that, then the book is not the problem. I'm sure as former educators, everyone on this board came here because you believe in the success of Escambia students. You want them to be prepared. You want them to succeed. Banning this book will leave our students ill-equipped for their exams, ill-equipped for college, and ill-equipped for the challenges they will face in the future. Please do not prioritize discomfort over the future of our students. Thank you.
Melanie Eubanks, followed by Vanessa Reynolds.
Thank you. This fiction book, The Bluest Eye, is being appealed, and it does
Melanie
contain...
has 6 minutes. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Lynn Hahn.
Thank you. This book does contain explicit, and it gives verbal descriptions of sexual conduct, and I believe that it is harmful to minors. And the 3 things that we were given, is it imitation, characterizations, description? Does it depict nudity, sexual conduct? Is it predominantly appeals to the prurient, shameful, or morbid interest? Is it the whole community as a whole? Does it have literary value? I don't believe that it fits in that category. It is harmful to minors. And I want to ask, since when do we need sexually explicit material to grow and develop and to be successful adults? We do not need that in our public schools to be successful adults. If people want that outside of the school and they want illicit sexual content, then that's up to them. And since when is rape and incest not shameful or of a morbid interest? Is not being raped by your father abnormal behavior in this county? And you know, I can't even read because it's already been said that if you wouldn't read it in public, then don't have it. Err on the side of the children. Be more careful. We've got to do something about who's selecting these books and what we may need to rewrite some of this. You know, I'm not, to tell you the truth, I wouldn't be comfortable reading it because it's so bad. And when does this sexually graphic content, it appeals to the prurient, it causes some people sexual excitement. Some people may write things in a way that they didn't mean it, but other people receive it that way. And if this is a book report, it becomes instructional material. Since when do we take a fiction book and we overlook sexually explicit content because someone is telling a story? Since when does sexually explicit materials hold value for our minors in our public schools? When sexually explicit materials are overlooked, the law is being broken. Someone is overlooking their responsibility to uphold the law. I can read more from this book, but I already know you don't want me to. Why? Because it isn't a standard of our whole community. It's beneath our community standards. I rest my case.
Thank you. Vanessa Reynolds, followed by Aaron Schneier.
Thank you. I come from a race of people for whom at one time in this country it was illegal to be taught to read. White people who taught Black people how to read were taking the risk of being punished. I think the same sensibilities that informed these people to make it a criminal act for Black people to read are the ancestors of the same people who are making it a criminal act for their own children to read, and I don't see a great deal of difference between that. There is some hysteria associated with the idea of reading, that it is all out of proportion to what in fact happens when one reads, and that is from Toni Morrison. Having access to this book will help ensure that students are taking that test. If there's a lot of students who are in advanced classes and AP classes, and this is an assigned book, so this would harm them detrimentally if we took this out of school. I know some people have a certain feeling about middle schoolers reading this book, but I was always in advanced classes from middle school on up, so I was reading books at a grade level that much higher than what I was currently in. As a matter of fact, I was in the Duke University Talent Identification Program, and I even took my SATs when I was in 9th grade. So it is important for students to have access to a variety of books. Some people have said you can access it in bookstores and libraries. That's a privileged take. Not everybody has access to libraries, as somebody has stated. They don't have library cards in the school anymore. Bookstores are expensive. Some students grow up in households where they can't afford that, or they don't have access to a vehicle that will take them there. So making sure that we have books available for all students is very, very important. The novel describes a scene of intense racism where white men force a Black man to sexually abuse a Black woman. This is important for the novel because it shows how the severe anti-Black racism of some dehumanizes African Americans, and in this instant leaves both people scarred for nothing other than the pleasure of racist. The South's history is full of such moments, and they need to be known and understood to understand present racism in the United States. When the transatlantic slave trade was over, we had chattel slavery. So this is very much exactly how we continue to have slaves in the United States because of forced rape. That is history. It's ugly, it's terrible, but it is history, and it's important to know those things. Not only because it's history, but it's important to understand what generational trauma is and how that impacts younger generations going forward. This book is thank you.
Aaron Schneier, followed by Charles Luther.
Thank you, board. The Bluest eye, you know, when we're talking about these issues that may or may not need to be discussed, like, you know, being raped by your dad or abused sexually, those things could possibly be covered in a book. So we're not addressing even the proper way the subject matter of this. We're not talking about that no issues should ever be talked about. We should have no empathy for anyone. We're talking about, if you say that a woman is raped by her dad, and that's what you're telling someone, okay, that's factual. When you start giving all the process of the sexual intercourse, and you describe it vividly in the book, and then the kids are reading this is when we're talking about perversity. And this is what the Bluest eye, you know, so here, page 83, okay. And then a slight and distinctly delicious sensation collected in her crotch. Come on, guys, this is school. It's disgusting. That's not just going over something where, you know, historical that happened, that we could empathize. I can empathize with history. I don't like slave traders. God actually says slave traders will go to hell. That's the scriptures. So we're all in agreement. We don't need the slave trade going on anymore. But that comment from that book is inappropriate for really everybody. Now, people can argue, well, it could be in public libraries. Why? So you can read something as an adult that's perverse also? So for children, which is what we're talking about, this 847.012, people actually keep bringing up pornography. It's not what the law addresses. It actually talks about sexually explicit material. It doesn't say pornography, but that might be part of it. But it actually specifically is saying that the sexually explicit material is illegal. That's how the law reads. So this book definitely falls into that. You know, I mean, it's just, anyways, I don't need to say anything more. Thank you all.
Mr. Luther has 6 minutes.
Yeah, so this book, did I read it? No. When you're going to a restaurant and you happen to be maybe in the parking in the back and there's a dumpster back there, do you need to stick your head in the dumpster to know it stinks? No. Now, there might be some people that are professionals that have to put their heads in dumpsters for their job to determine if it stinks or not, and I don't joke about that. And there's the thing. Here's the point with this book. What does the Escambia County Book Committee want? Do they think that the children reading this book are predominantly, that they're going to become sex abuse, rape, pedophilia counselors? This is disgusting. Every single one of us should repent to Almighty God for having even had this discussion about this ungodly book. It's ridiculous. This is right in line with, as I mentioned before, Alfred Kinsey. This is all there. He wrote about rape and pedophilia so much. and he also glorified it. As Aaron just read a portion of this vile book that glorified it. It's ungodly. Why are we sitting here? Why don't men be men? Men be men and rise up and say enough is enough. Stop being so feminized, men. We are thankful for the women. God made them women, and they are the glory of men. But men are to be men, and that is to rise up and say, this is vile. And we're putting it before our children. What are you doing? Leadership, I implore you, have a fear of God in you. You may not subscribe to all of our doctrines. That is okay, because I'm probably wrong on a few. But listen, you had better be a man, and you had better act accordingly. This is vile. Pedophilia. Why do our children need to be reading about pedophilia? There are professionals that help children that are either in danger of it, have been victims of it. But why put the books in the children's hands and say, go ahead, read the graphic material? As my brother said, yes, there are appropriate times where rape, where pedophilia should be written about. There are appropriate times. This book is totally inappropriate because the graphic detail, the scripture speaks of rape, but always very brief and not graphic, only to point out the vileness of it. Yet you, so many of you, stand up here and glorify this book. Oh, the artistic value of the book. Yes, I'm sure he's a great writer. We're not laying a charge against the intellect of the author of this book or any of you here. There are probably most of you are far more intelligent than me, but you are morally foolish if you support this book in the hands of children.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Dixon, followed by Joseph Meehan, and then Autumn McConico. I'll make it. Lindsay Dixon, are you here? Okay. What about Joseph Meehan? Okay, Joseph.
Thank you again for letting me speak. The content of this book makes me glad that I and many of us here were born and lived through the Martin Luther King era, where he said, you don't judge a person by the color of their skin. You judge them by the content of their character. This book has no redeeming character and should not be in our schools. You've already heard some of the things that are in there. I've got summary bullets on here. Regretfully, I'm getting a little older. I don't have the memory that I want to bring up. But the issue about rape scenes being in there and graphically described. Child sex, fathers having sex with their daughters. The mother comes home, finds the daughter on the floor, wakes her up. What happened? Dad did this to me. And she starts beating her daughter. How would you think your father would do? He would never do that to you. How is that redeeming to a high schooler, to a middle schooler? And in the very end of the show, the very end of the book, she goes mad. I know if she had overcome these, this is a great, she accomplished, got over these difficulties and turned out her life productive. I could sort of see it being useful to a high schooler. But it's got no redeeming character for a high schooler. It's a complete failure for anybody who's going to think this is a good book for kids to read. Whether they've been abused in that situation or not, I think they're wrong. The other thing, my concept, now you have to understand, I look at it, I'll go see a movie like a World War II movie. I'll go see Midway. And I'll go, it's a good movie. I will not go to see a new Midway that comes out with blood and guts and arms flying off and heads coming off. That's what this book does to the case of a husband beating a wife, molesting his daughter. And he does it twice, by the way. He gets her pregnant the first time. And then she ends up aborting, or she ends up miscarriaging, and then the talk of abortion or not abortion, that's a discussion in there as well. That's all thrown in there, which is okay, just what you want to have your middle schooler reading about. And then he comes in and rapes her again. But then he goes out of the scene and he goes off to some halfway house and ends up dying or something like that. But I just don't understand how this could be a book in our school system. I just don't understand how it got there. And the committee process, I really think you need to look at a committee process, whether they're picking certain biased people only to look at the books, have the committee members constantly rotate through. Every committee every book gets a different committee group of members. That way you're getting more from the community to look at it and stuff like that. But anyway, thank you very much for hearing me.
Autumn Meconico and Luanda Pescar.
Hello. First of all, reading Toni Morrison's books, her essays, her speeches is a very strange experience. Your stomach drops often because she tends to tackle very painful stories, but your heart soars because, as my friend Charlie said, she writes prose that feels like poetry. I'm going to read now from a script I wrote because I'm a theater teacher. First of all, I'm relieved we can save some time since the school library's purpose has been delineated extensively. Even if we ignore the distinction between restricting instruction and self-selected library materials, let me as a teacher in this district consider educational merit. This book is one of Toni Morrison's hardest to read, so out of context it can feel like a difficult book to defend. But fear of hard conversations cannot control the circulation of books. Toni Morrison's books visit sites of memory and pain which bear witness to the real beauty and horror of American life. She researched history. Her books demand effort to understand them, in part because she was relentless in her language. She was constantly aware of the frames for her stories, not only in their narration, but in the hands of the readers. Reading Toni Morrison write about the worst experiences of human life, I feel wrapped up in empathy unlike any I have ever felt in my life. Her words for pain and dreams prove that someone sees the worst and the most secret worlds they cannot hide. Language draws them out for us. Students should be free to select books which show examples of such craft and be able to electively seek the challenges of unraveling those stories. We heard about historical monuments earlier, a false equivalency. Removed monuments honored what we may no longer cherish. Her books are no monuments to depravity. They unmask it. Toni Morrison believed in writers' public responsibility, a quote from her, and made her every written and spoken word into an urgent song for language's necessity. She wrote in her Nobel lecture, "Unmolested language surges toward knowledge, not its destruction." I conclude my argument in favor of her writing, its value for students of literature, and the benefit toward development of human beings with this. In 2008, receiving a PEN Award, Toni Morrison spoke on the peril of striking down writing and building fear in the minds of artists and readers. "Certain kinds of trauma visited on peoples," she said, "are so deep, so cruel, that unlike money, unlike vengeance, even unlike justice, or rights, or the goodwill of others, only writers can translate such trauma and turn sorrow into meaning, sharpening the moral imagination. A writer's life and work are not a gift to mankind, they are its necessity." Thank you.
Luanda Pescar. Lucinda, I'm sorry. Lucinda. Okay. And then Cynthia Carroll. And after Cynthia, Polly Wagner.
All right. I've been following the outcomes of the books being challenged this year, and I want to thank the board for safeguarding children from liberal propaganda and for protecting children's ability to form their own well-rounded opinions by silencing the voices and opinions of anyone who disagrees with their parents. I read The Bluest Eye, and by that I mean I read the back of the book and a few pages in the middle, but the contents were shocking enough that I feel the need to talk about it. I'm sure there's no other context or nuance, within the rest of the book that I didn't read. It appears to consist entirely of lies. This book is full of made up concepts such as racism, sexism, bullying, and teen pregnancy. The publishers are so unashamed of spreading misinformation and falsehood that they even refer to the book as fiction. Totally unrealistic. I mean, but listen, I know most of the books being removed from school libraries this year so far were written by Black people or gay people, and I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea about Escambia County or to question the motivations behind banning these books. So we need to dig deeper and get rid of every other book that contains glorified pedophilia and violent acts, including all of the classic ones written by white people, too. For instance, of Mice and Men, The Outsiders, Lord of the Flies, anything written by George Orwell, all pretty violent. Romeo and Juliet, they literally kill themselves. And also, Juliet is 14 and Romeo's like an adult. And the Iliad, where two grown men start a war over who gets to marry a 10-year-old. My point is that none of these books, including The Bluest Eye, are suitable for children. And I know the children reading them are probably 16 or 17, that most of them have jobs and cars and will be able to vote soon. But we still need to protect them from this graphic content. If we keep them from reading about violence and abuse, then I'm sure it will be less likely to happen to them. Thank you.
Cynthia Carroll, and then Polly Wagner's our last one on this book.
I'm incredibly thankful to the superintendent and the board members for, enduring this. And I am very concerned that this is just the second time we do this. And there's a long list of books. As a matter of fact, I calculated it out, and we're 7 hours times 50 times of doing this if we do it at the rate of 4 books. So I'm expressing that concern in regards to this particular book because Toni Morrison, a Nobel winning writer, The Bluest Eye, may be excellent adult content, but I do not believe it is appropriate for high school students. It has incestuous, pedophilic rape depicted in a sensual, titillating manner because she writes so beautifully poetically. And I can understand, that others might see that and think it's good. I don't think it's good for young men and women who are still in school. When they're adults, they get to choose that. And somebody may have disagreed with me, but I would bet that there are a lot of parents who do agree with me. And the very fact that this book was in our public school system for more than 20 years without being challenged tells me that we parents trust our school board and our teachers and our librarians to select materials that will not be sexually explicit for our children. And I'm very disappointed that a panel of 5 committee members actually deemed that the redeeming quality of the remainder of the book made it okay to have a little feces content. Because if you put a little feces in my vegetable smoothie that I'm going to feed my child, I'm going to say, don't you dare let my child consume that. That's my heart here. We care about our children, and I think amazing literature needs to be out there for anyone to consume. But our tax dollars do not need to pay for pedophilic craziness to be within our school library for children to electively check out. And so I'm asking you to please remove this from our library system. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Paul E. Wagner. Paul E. Wagner. Okay, that's the last one on this book. One more to go. We'll now begin the public hearing on the Nowhere Girls. I don't need to remind you, you've heard it 3 times already. We're sticking to the book, and we're gonna follow all the guidelines. Our first speaker, Larry Downs.
I feel so sorry for you, Paul. You're not going to be able to talk at all tomorrow.
That may be a blessing for all of you.
Maybe one of y'all could loan your voice to him for a little bit. Yeah, anyways, the same goes for this one here for me. You know, if you can read the whole book up here and y'all just dead set on keeping it for literary value, just listen to all this. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, you know, I read a little bit of this one here on the, you know, on the excerpts, I guess they call it. I can't read the whole dang books. They got no literary value to me. You know, I'm just an insensitive, cynical old man. But I think a lot of these books are, you know, it feels like emotionally driven, feelings driven. You know, I almost don't know how y'all can stomach all of the skin tone division nonsense. I mean, it's just sexually gender confused. I mean, it's so weird. It's almost surreal. I mean, like you just can't let it go. Can't let this skin tone go, this racism go. Can't let it go. We got to keep it in the books. Oh, it's amazing. I mean, it's a little different at my gym, you know. We got all colors and we just, you know, we love each other there. We don't every day come in and cry and use tissues and, you know, it's just, of course, we got men there. This is just amazing. I mean, y'all know it. I mean, I don't know how y'all can stomach all this garbage being spewed out here. I feel sorry for these children that's got to grow up in this victim sissy society we have here.
I'm going to take over calling out the names. Our next speaker is Mary Lynn McDonald, who has 6 minutes. Neil McDonald is donating. He's still sitting there. And following her will be Kate Dickerson, who has 6 minutes. We'll work on that.
Thank you all for hanging in there with us tonight. Y'all have been extremely patient. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to share with you my thoughts on this book, The Nowhere Girls. This book is about 3 girls from very different backgrounds coming together to attempt to end their high school's rape culture, which at first would sound like a good cause, but then when you get into the book, you quickly realize that it's saturated throughout with explicit details of sexual perversion and full-blown pornography. Little, if any, is left to the imagination. In this book, you will find repeated rape of minors and other sexual activities included, all discussed in detail. Section 847-012 Florida statute states no book or other materials containing pornography shall be used or be made available in the district. However, the District Review Committee decided to overlook the state laws again and actually voted 5-0 to keep the Nowhere Girls in our school libraries. I'm not sure why we even have to be appealing to the school board when these type of books should never be in our libraries. Legally, they should have been removed when first discovered, yet we're using taxpayers' money and hours of people's time to unnecessarily go through these books one by one. Children are not allowed to get a driver's license in Florida until they're 16. They're not allowed to possess or purchase alcohol until they're 21. They're not allowed to vote until they're 18. We have state laws in place for our children because they're not mature enough to handle these things as children. Why do we think that their young minds are ready to deal with these sensitive topics that are being forced upon them through way of our school libraries? Why do we want to sexualize our school children of any age and desensitize their minds to sexual perversion and violence? This actually lowers their defenses and makes them more vulnerable to predators and pedophiles. We are setting our children up for failure when we continue to put pornographic books like the Nowhere Girls in our libraries. I appeal to the school board to remove the Nowhere Girls and other books like it and establish healthy, safe standards for our school libraries, protecting and shielding our children from the onslaught of pornography and indoctrination. Thank you very much.
Kate Dickerson, is Paul Mack here?
Is that Paul Mack? That's who it says, is giving the minutes.
He had to leave, but my husband gave him minutes.
Do I have a form from him?
I brought it up here somewhere. It's on a pink piece of paper. Excuse me?
Must be at the very back or something. I don't find a form from him.
That's it. It's from there.
They turned it in. I don't think we're accepting any additional. And your name is? What was the first? Okay, I've got that one. Okay, so 6 minutes.
Ready? Okay. I'm a retired school teacher, I guess I could say, former school teacher, but I taught over 20 years in the classroom at elementary school. And I was shocked when I was asked to look over some of these books. The Nowhere Girls by Amy Reed is the one I'm addressing, of course. And I wanted to point out some different things that are in the book that have already been brought up. But the rape in the books, in this book, is just like almost the author is wanting to exalt it and make it okay. On page 90, this is really happening. I'm 15 and I'm about to make out with one of the most popular seniors in school. I should be happy. I can't keep my eyes open. I can't move. I can't breathe. Wait, I don't want this anymore. My wrists are pinned down. My pants are off and it's too late. It's too late. Oh no. 1, 2, 3. How many of them can there be? They take her body, her breath, they bend and break and use her up until she's a memory that no one can remember. That's on page 90. On page 114, and another scene, different girl. She found herself on a forum where men exchange date rape tips on websites that suggest men move to impoverished countries where women don't put up a fight and there are no laws to protect them. This world is a very sick place, she thought. On page 133, another scene. It's true he never asked her, but is that his job or is it her job? Who makes these decisions? Who writes these rules and defines words like consent and rape? She just couldn't think of this as rape. Also, there's graphic sexual content in this book. Page 67, one of the jocks in the book named Eric Jordan said, "Let's make a bet on who can bang more this year, and all the virgins count double." It's hard for me to even read some of this out loud in this mixed audience, but wow, our kids are reading this. Page 109, definitely the oldest woman I ever effed. We did it doggy style in her basement while her kids were playing video games upstairs.
Didn't we stop this last time?
Self-censoring. I mean, that's okay. Do you want me to stop?
Go ahead.
There's some scenes in here that I am not going to read, of course, but there's extreme profanity in this book. I started writing down just the F word, how many pages it was on. It was probably 100 times. I quit counting after a while. And one of the other books that we talked about, the word was used 89 times. And the reason I bring that up is they made a movie of that book, and the movie theater wanted PG-13 kids to be able to see it. So they had to take out all the F words except 2 so they could keep that rating. And I just thought that was amazing that our liberal movie rating system is more conservative than our school system. Talks about 2 girls kissing, and one of them says there are no rules against kissing girls. There's drug use and suicide in this book. A couple of different things were on page 82. Rosina thought maybe I should just leak this putrid mess and get salmonella, and then I could just die of food poisoning and end this joke of a life. Wow, jokes about suicide are so cliche. So there are 2 different references to suicide in this book. As I tried to get through this book, and it was a struggle because I don't read stuff like this. I am an avid reader, and I do love to read. You can ask my poor husband. I read, like all the time. But I don't read stuff like this because it gets in your head and you can't get rid of it. I can't imagine our children reading a book like The Nowhere Girls by Amy Reed. What is the idea that so much vulgarity, cursing, graphic sexual talk, and rape be in a book in any high school anywhere? I have to wonder if a young person who might have been raped was to read this book, would it seem to them like it was possibly justifying or explaining how normal or how common this horrific act would be, or this act is? We don't know how they might interpret this book. I personally think it would not be a book that would help them move past this horrific happening in their life. I also want to challenge us as parents and teachers. Do we not think our children can read really educated, smart, informative books and literature? I mean, isn't that why they're in school? Do we think that if they read this, even though it's all, that they should be reading these kind of books just because they're around them, and books and movies and TV shows and the neighborhoods? I mean, do they have to dwell on that? Books help us to have hope and wonder and believe in things that are better than where we are. And books help us dream that we can make our world a better place. Read the books your children are reading. And I appreciate that you have read these books. Read the books, or at least excerpts and reviews from both sides of the books of your children's library, and be involved in their life. Also, I found it a little confusing how the procedure's been done with the committees. I went to some of the committee meetings. I know it's been talked about a lot, but it was a little confusing. They said that they voted on it, and then it comes here and you vote on it, and that was all new to me. So I'm a little confused how that procedure works. My prayer tonight, and I did say prayer, is that you will make the right decision to take this book out of the libraries of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Lindsay has already left, Lindsay Dirch. Okay. Yeah. Our next speaker is Allison Sloan, who has minutes donated by Joanne Porter. Okay, so 6 minutes, and then after that will be Rick Branch.
Thank you so much for your patience. This is the Nowhere Girls. Please notice all of the different places where it has been tagged. Vast majority of these I would not be able to read here. It's only tagged through page 184, and the book is 404 pages long. Okay. The Nowhere Girls is a young adult book written by Amy Reed. It's a story about a group of girls who attempt to end their high school's rape culture. This book could have been a good story with a much needed message, but the profanity and constant dialogue about sex simply gets in the way. Why was it necessary in this book to include a blog written by a teen boy in which he details his sexual adventures with his harem in explicit detail, to which the lady before me read some of it? The reader is exposed to such sexual terms as blowjob, handjob, doggy style, oral sex, masturbation, tits, damaged goods, busting a nut, pussy, pity, F word, and many, many more. The F word alone is in his book 47 times. Is this appropriate language for our children? On booklooks.org, this book has a content warning on the first page that states, "You're about to access material that may contain content of an adult nature. These files may include pictures and materials that some viewers may find offensive. If you are under the age of 18, or if such material offends you, or if it is illegal for you to view these materials, please exit now." The summary of concerns on booklooks.org is as follows. This book contains sexual activities including rape involving minors, alcohol use, and excessive, frequent profanity. As a parent and an educator, I do not find this book to have any literary or artistic value. I'd like to know the purpose of exposing our children, and they are children until age 18, to such profanity and descriptions of sexuality. Are you aware that Escambia County, Florida's 2020 STD rate per 100,000 was 30% higher than the Florida average? Pensacola is currently ranked 38 on a list of U.S. metro areas with the highest STD rate in the U.S. Shouldn't we want better for our children than to encourage promiscuity in the books they're provided to read in their schools? Thank you.
Rick Branch and then Keith Bowe.
Happy Tuesday. I don't know about you, but right now I'm kind of wishing I was a bit more woke than I am. And I know most of your employees here are probably salaried, or probably are salaried, and it kind of sucks for you. I'm sorry, but Mr. Sheriff's Deputy over there, I hope you are getting some awesome overtime. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Books that address sexual assault in a way that is relevant to teens should not be taken away or deemed pornographic just because they include sexual content. The statistics show that we need to arm our teens with resources to prevent and identify predatory situations. Books like The Nowhere Girls can be one of those resources. When I was in 5th grade, I was riding in the back of my car, and the first question I ever asked my parents about sex, my mom said, "We have books for you at home." And she gave me some educational books because they did not want to talk to me about sex at all. So she gave me those books. And then in middle school, my church actually had many lessons about sexuality and about healthy and unhealthy relationships using books by Charlie Shedd and some other authors. I've never said this publicly, but when the organist at my church started grooming me for abuse when I was in 9th grade, those books gave me some of the tools I needed to recognize what he was doing and to stop the attempted abuse. So again, books like The Nowhere Girls can be one of those resources. 1 in 9 girls and 1 in 53 boys under the age of 18 experience sexual abuse or assault. Females ages 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than the general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault. I don't like reading about the sexual assaults in The Nowhere Girls, but that doesn't mean that no one else should read about it. There are students who need those tools in their lives. And the last thing I'm going to say to you tonight, I hope, is you've heard a few warnings tonight about a slippery slope. There were times tonight that we all experienced where the bottom of that slope is. Please don't go there. That is not where we want to go. Please don't even go near that slope. Please support your committee's decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Bowe and then Linda Fussell.
Little Red Riding Hood effectively told us to beware of the wolf, and they didn't have to use any profanity at all. This could have been the case with this book, except this book has no redeeming values. It has a lot of bad language, and it's not even in the same person. It's disjointed all the way through. I don't need to say very much about this book other than it does not belong in our school system. I think that's clear enough. There are better ways of getting a point across than something that you can't even read in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Fussell, who has 9 minutes, she has time donated from Derek Scott and Barbara Beck.
For many women, their first experience with sexual harassment doesn't happen in college or at a job. It happens when they are schoolgirls. Among girls in grades 7 to 12, one national study by the American Association of University Women found that 56% of girls experience sexual harassment at school. Adults are sometimes hesitant to talk about this topic in middle school, but there's increasing evidence that these discussions about boundaries, respect, and consent can pay off in unexpected ways. Sexual and gender-based harassment can be difficult subjects to broach, but abuse thrives on silence, writes Dr. Jasmine D. Williams, a research scientist at the Committee for Children. By taking harassment seriously, educators and families help empower students to address these issues. The No Word Girls is not a subtle work. There is nothing subtle about high school rape culture. Amy Reed's The No Word Girls takes on big topics like trauma, activism, and the importance of consent as it follows three misfits, Grace, Erin, and Rosina, who start a movement to end the rape culture at their small town high school. The complainant's initial reason for objections of the No Word Girls is graphic sexual content. The second objection finds that, quote, main concerns are obscene sexual activities, alcohol use, and excessive frequent profanity, open violations of Florida Statutes 1006.28. And when I look up 1006.28, it refers to instructional materials. The No Word Girls is a library book and subject to self-selection. It is not an instructional book. The district committee, after careful consideration, determined that the questionable elements of the book are important to the overall development of the story of the No Word Girls. Sexual assault is an act of violence and is integral to the novel. The dialogue is authentic to today's teenagers. The protagonists have distinct and unique personalities and very different life experiences, yet each is touched by the culture of male entitlement, and that is their unifying purpose. The complainant does not find any strengths of this book, yet the district committee supports this book as having literary, political, and scientific value. The young adult novel is representative of girls of different backgrounds uniting to help each other. The work fictionalizes events that are common occurrences in 2023. The novel addresses an important theme of activism, self-acceptance, and empowerment. The reality is that rape culture and human trafficking exist in our society. Rape culture is not an invention, and to think that even when it's uncovered makes a book like The No Word Girls timely as a means for girls and boys to be on their guard. The complainant states in the first objection that the purpose of the book is for sexual introductions and sexually excite. While the book is in part about the consequences of rape, those consequences are not presented pruriently. That is, not to sexually excite. The district committee states that the purpose of the book is to inform its audience about the need for victims and non-victims, boys and girls alike to speak out against sexual violence. The novel is an indictment of rape culture. It is a cautionary tale for young people who can too easily be victimized, and the power of advocacy. Indian River, Volusia, and Flagler counties have all decided to keep the Nowhere Girls on high school shelves because it does address sexual assault and the importance of speaking out and seeking support in a way that is relevant for teens. Books that address sexual assault in a way that is relevant for teens should not be hidden away or deemed pornographic because they include sexual content. The statistics prove that we need to arm our teams with resources to prevent and identify predatory situations. Books like The Nowhere Girls can be one of these resources. 1 in 9 girls and 1 in 53 boys under the age of 18 experience sexual abuse or assault, and females are ages 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than the general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault. To leave students ignorant and ill-prepared leads to the loss of innocence. To protect innocence, we can properly prepare students, especially girls, and arm them with information to know and understand it is okay to have boundaries. It is okay to say no. The county has created a district material review committee that consists of a parent, community member, librarian, teacher, and administrator to review each book. The committee reads the book, evaluates it against the statutes, and votes whether they are appropriate for the library. This committee is the boots on the ground for the school board. They are closer to the students who are most directly affected by the decision the board will make. We should respect the hard work that they have put into this process and support this decision. Thank you all very much, and thank you for the evening and the morning.
Thank you. Kim Stephenson, followed by Vanessa Reynolds.
Oh, I am not that tall. Good evening again, or good morning. I'll be honest with you, I had not even heard of this book until yesterday when I was looking at the agenda because I knew I was going to be here for New Kid. And I started looking up all 4 books and see what I could find about them. And I found a reviewer's comment about this book that said that what she took away from this book was that the book teaches girls and teenage boys that no means no. It doesn't mean convince us. And that yes doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want with us. And when I read that, I went, oh, okay, now I gotta find out more about this book. I bought it. I started reading it last night. I've read it all day today. I am like so wired and frazzled because this book blew my mind, absolutely blew my mind. We need to keep it in our libraries in the high school level. And counselors should probably have access to it for middle school, but be very careful with it. And I highly recommend, though, that it be highly encouraged to be checked out 2 at a time, that a parent and a child read this together, girls and boys. Boys need to understand all this stuff about no means no, and no does not mean, well, get her drunk first. No does not mean get her high first. The boys in this story, this team of 3 who get girls to where they cannot make a decision and they rape them and then brag about them online, these 3 girls turn against them and they bond. All of these girls, the girls that never liked each other before, the hip girls, the cool girls, whatever, they all team up. They build each other up. They start realizing that they're part of the problem. If they turn and slut shame a girl because they found out that she had sex with somebody, then they're being just as bad as the guys who were slut shaming the girl, in the locker room. That all of this has to be done as a group. The girls had to team up to shake up the boys. The boys who are good guys, support them. The guys who are not good guys quickly start losing their girlfriends. It's a team effort. What I have seen in my career, I was in the Navy and then I was in education. I was around for Tailhook. Mr. Dennis and I have talked about that before. Things have happened to women in schools and in the workplace, and we have to work together to educate young women and young men what is okay and what is not. If this book had been written decades ago and read decades ago, maybe we wouldn't have needed the Me Too. Maybe we could have changed something before. Tailhook didn't do it. We tried, but it didn't work. Sexual harassment awareness training has been spread all over the place. It still isn't quite doing it. We've got to get to our youngsters before they cross the line and do something that might affect them forever, whether they're the one that's been assaulted, or they're the one that eventually gets arrested, or they're the one that ends up in the Supreme Court.
Vanessa Reynolds, followed by Aaron Schneier.
Indian River, Volusia, and Flagler counties have all decided to keep the Nowhere Girls on high school shelves because it does address sexual assault and the importance of speaking out and seeking support in a way that is relevant for teens. And as somebody who used to be a teenage girl, 20 years ago, I can tell you that the sexual environment at school was very, very hostile. I can only imagine how it is now. My daughter will be 21 next month, so I had to go to high school with her one day where she was sexually assaulted by a male student while they were playing kickball. He decided, as he's running across the base, to grab at her breast, not once, but twice. Okay, so this is something that is still happening. It is still very prevalent and is still very problematic. And I will say that by telling young boys that they're too soft and they just need to man up, that is encouraging toxic behavior, toxic masculinity that actually causes environments like this. 1 in 9 girls and 1 in 53 boys under the age of 18 experience sexual abuse or assault. Females ages 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault. And only 310 out of every 1,000 assaults are reported to the police. And as far as rampant cursing in the books, apparently you need to walk down the halls of a middle school or high school because that's very, very prevalent. They do speak like that. And when you take sexual education out of high schools or out of any schools, there is a higher chance that students are going to have teen pregnancies, STDs, rapes. It's more prevalent in states where they take that out because, again, a lot of parents are uncomfortable teaching their kids this, or it's possible that the parent themselves are the ones that are causing the abuse. As public institutions, schools must serve our democracy. School libraries provide a vital resource for educators. School libraries are places of voluntary inquiry, and efforts to restrict what information and ideas are available therein often entail efforts to suppress or censor particular viewpoints, stories, and history. And when we talk about God and morality, that was one of the reasons I left the Catholic Church, was because there was a widespread amount of child abuse going on. So when you talk about God, 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 and church, 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 it happens there too. So everybody needs to be aware of it. And hail Satan.
Aaron Schneier, and then Nancy Hagman.
Thank God that Satan is defeated by the blood of Jesus. So the Nowhere Girls, here's an excerpt from page 9 of this book. It says, in a very different neighborhood, a very different girl closes her eyes and lets go, feels the boy's head between her legs, painting pleasure on her body with her tongue, just like she taught him. Is that a good book for kids? So it's not. There's only about 36 more excerpts from this book that are just as graphic and disgusting as this one. And I don't know how this prevents, this kind of stuff prevents rape. So this is how all this stuff is slipping into our schools. You'll have an issue that's actually something that maybe should be addressed. I don't think kids should be bullied. I don't think that there should be rape of women. I think we're all on the same page about that stuff. But why do we have to have a graphic sex scene book for our little kids or teenagers or whoever they are so that we can cover issues like that? We don't know how to teach that kind of stuff in school. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, tell boys if we find out that you're doing this, then we're going to have you taken off by the sheriff, you know? Or we could start executing people for raping women. So what I keep seeing and hearing from these pre-talks from the media specialist is this lie that says, well, you know, there's only 37 instances of something disgusting and explicit and vile, but because the book is so long, it's 400 pages, so the overall literary value, so then we get to pass off sexually explicit material to our children because of some alleged overall literary value just because of the length of the book. I don't know. I think the disgusting sex and rape scenes that are just, you know, horrible, they just speak for the book itself. So I want to mention, I know this is this booklooks.org. It's a good resource for looking up books like The Nowhere Girls to find out really just how disgusting this is. I don't see why we need this stuff in schools. I ask that you'd remove it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy Hagman. And she has time donated by Alma Woods. Is Ms. Woods here? Oh, thank you.
Ms. Vice Chair, how many of them we got left?
After this speaker, two, because both of the ones left are.
Okay, because I'm getting a little worried with staff here, the time of the night, whether we, after the speakers are done, whether we pick this meeting back up before our meeting tomorrow night. So it's getting awfully late, so that's.
It got late a long time ago.
Well.
Ms. Hagman.
I find it interesting that we're listening to a book describing what the Academy Awards nominated this year for an Academy, Women Talking. And if you haven't seen it, it's like listening to this book. And had children perhaps been educated at that level, we wouldn't have had women talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith, and I know we had trouble pronouncing Faith Pursuant. Yes, and you have minutes donated by Laurel Todd. Okay. And then our last speaker would be Charles Luther.
Hey, hi everybody. My name is Faith and I'm currently doing social work for our unhoused neighbors in this area. Before this role, I worked in the psychology field, often with kids and young adults. The young people I worked with were vibrant and curious. When they were not vibrant, but closed off, angry, or scared, it was often due to some sort of trauma, hardship, or mental health struggle they were experiencing. It's important to note that these struggles are not reserved solely for adults. The message that young people may experience violence or harm, and that they deserve to have a voice in changing that, is at the core of the Nowhere Girls. It bravely teaches teenagers of the difference between consensual sex that is wanted and enjoyed versus sex that is taken, forced, or coerced. The first time I truly understood sexual abuse and assault was when it was happening to me. I suffered for years and had no way to express what was happening because I wasn't sure of it myself. I wondered, maybe I was overthinking things. Maybe this was more normal than I thought. Maybe everyone had an adult that did these things. It wasn't until one day, when I was given money to keep quiet, that something clicked. I remembered being shown an educational film years before, in elementary school, that depicted childhood sexual abuse. One of the scenes was an adult giving a child a treat in return for silence and obedience. In remembering that scene, I understood what was being done to me. Now that I had the words to describe it and the certainty that this was wrong, I did what I'd been taught from that video. I started to see a light at the end of the tunnel, and I reached out for help. Eventually, I told a friend and then a trusted adult, and my abuser was taken out of the home. The abuse I had suffered at his hands, and the grooming that we later found had started with my younger siblings, was done. We were considered lucky, and yet we've struggled for years. I will never be the same. But what has brought me some peace since, both as a teen and as a young adult, has been literature like this book and open discussions with other survivors about how pervasive this violence is and what we can do to stop it, even just in our local communities. Some have argued, including people tonight and the individual who filed this appeal, that sexual violence survivors may be harmed by this book. I, as a sexual abuse survivor, would much rather hear about this violence in a book that empowers our youth to stop it, rather than through another friend or loved one being brutalized and not knowing what to do in the aftermath. Educating young people about sex and how to reach out when they've been harmed is crucial to their safety and their ability to protect themselves and the other young people around them. It has also been argued that parents alone should educate their children on these topics. According to the U.S. Administration of Children and Families, over 600,000 children were reported as abused in 2020, and a majority of those cases, 72%, saw the abuse perpetrated by the child's parent. So I sincerely question that topics like consent and personal agency are always taught correctly at home. We should be rushing to make sure young people have access to information that helps them understand what might be happening to them, and to stories that show them they are not alone, that getting help for and fighting against this issue is possible. As mentioned, we know abuse and violence is happening to young people in drastic numbers all across this country and right here at home. Young people deserve to keep their innocence, yes, but their ignorance to the abuse they could endure will not stop that abuse from occurring, and neither will banning this book. On your website, you state, "When we come together to work, we put children first." So do that. Listen to the committee's decision on this book. Allow our young people in high schools to read stories about how to better treat others and how to know when they might be getting abused, whether that's by their peers, a trusted parent or adult, or a stranger. We must put our young people first and give them the ability to be safe and informed. We cannot keep them in the dark because that is where abuse grows. Thank you.
I don't, is Charles Luther still here? I don't see him. Okay. So that's our final speaker. Thank you all for your patience.
Okay. Moving now to the action item to consider a citizen's challenge to drama. Is there a motion regarding drama? Mr. Adams?
I offer motion that we keep drama on the high school level, possibly even part of the middle school level.
If your motion is that we leave drama in the middle school and high school libraries.
I would say eighth grade. I would say eighth grade and high school. Are you speaking all of middle school?
Only because some of the students, accelerated readers, can take advantage. That's something where we have to kind of lean on our media specialist.
Okay, I can go with middle school and high school.
So that's your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Board members? Seeing none, please vote.
It's so late that iPads went to sleep.
Motion carries 4-1.
Moving now to the action item to consider a citizen challenge to new kid.
Mr. Chairman, to save your voice, could I make a motion?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I move that we keep new kids, and it would be available from the fourth, 5th, and 6th, middle school and high school.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just would love for it just to be on middle school and high school. I wish there was some compromise we could make with that. I really appreciate this piece of work. As it's been stated, and the American Library Association gave it the Coretta Scott King Award for African American authors who write about the culture and human values of African Americans, but I really would love for it just to be middle school and high school.
So what you're asking is what I amend my motion to drop the 4th and 5th grade.
Yes, sir.
And that would make it for middle school and high school students.
Yes.
I can go along with that.
So it's amended. Is there a second? Ms. Hightower, did you second that?
She did. So that would make her make.
She would need to second,
Yes.
she would
right.
need to agree to second the amendment, or.
I'm not going to second it.
What we really ought to do is that should be handled as an amendment to your motion. The original motion was that the book be available from 4th through 12th grade.
Right.
I think the proper procedure would, and that had a motion and a second.
Right.
So the next process would be for Mr. Williams to offer an amendment to that, which would then require a separate second and a vote on the amendment as to whether or not the original motion should be amended.
So the original motion, Ms. Hightower, are you staying with the original motion?
I seconded your motion to
Okay.
put it elementary, middle, and high.
I need to make an amendment motion. I make an amendment motion to your motion that it's will be only on this book only be read on middle school and high school level.
I'll second that.
Don't ask me where to go next.
Need to vote on the amendment.
Or have discussion.
Discussion.
Yes.
Because I'm perplexed here because the young student who spoke with us was a 3rd grader. I believe that this book is perfectly acceptable to be in the elementary libraries. As I read it, I thought about myself moving into a community when I was going into 4th grade. And though I'm not a person of color, I did experience a lot of the things which many of our speakers talked about too. And I don't really feel like there's anything in there that would preclude an upper level elementary school student from being able to read the book.
Mr. Adams,
I'm not going K through 5. And in a K through 8, where I see legislators heading that way, K through 8 in the bill I talked to you about. So high school, yeah, but not K through 8.
Nobody has made a motion for K through 8.
He just asked for me to have a discussion, and I'm
asked
replying
if he
back to him.
His light was on. I asked.
I see his lights on, but I didn't.
All right, so we have 2 motions.
Need to vote on the amendment.
Vote on the amendment first. All right, let's vote on the amendment.
Ollie, are we waiting on someone?
Or two.
Could do old school. Board anymore.
There it is.
Amendment carries 4-1.
Thank you. Moving now to the action item to consider a citizen's challenge to, oh,
The motion as amended.
For middle and high.
The original motion was to include a broader array of grades. An amendment was made to restrict that, and now a vote has to be taken on the original motion. As amended.
as amended.
Yes,
Okay. So we know what we're voting on.
presumably.
Okay. Any other discussion?
No.
All right, let's vote. I'm not sure I know what I'm voting.
Amended motion carries 4-1.
Okay, moving now to the action item, consider a citizen's challenge to the Bluest Eye. Is there a motion regarding the Bluest Eye?
Mr. Chair, I move to remove the book.
All right, we have a motion to remove the book. I have a second. I'll second that for discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss this. Being principal at Pensacola High School, this was one of the books that was on the list for the IB students. And being an administrator for 17 years, I never received any complaints concerning it. It was optional to read, along with Beloved, I believe, was also Toni Morrison's book as well. So I would like to propose an amendment that this is only read at the 11th and 12th grade level on the high school level, if that's proper protocol. Can I amend that motion, or is this discussion? Or we just vote?
It almost seems like it would be
That's a
one-
countervailing.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can amend it, you just make another.
First and then.
So let's, the vote to be, would be no, and then a new motion.
And then the motion, okay.
So the vote is to remove the book.
Motion does not carry 2-3.
Now, do I make motion? Now, I'd like to make a motion that we amend that motion to.
You're just making a motion.
Oh, okay, I make a motion that we restrict the book to only the 11th and 12th graders on the high school level due to reason because it's been in circulation for the past 20-some years, and I do not remember receiving a complaint from any parent from the IB program which read this book, students who read this book.
I do want to express, in reading the book, when I began.
Have a second.
There needs to be a second before there's discussion.
All right, I'm sorry. I have a second.
Yes, I'll second the motion.
All right, now can I discuss? Having been originally an English teacher in high school, when I started reading The Bluest Eye, I thought this is the most phenomenal writing I've read in a long time. It reminded me of Hemingway. I said the detail, the descriptions, the use of language was phenomenal. But when I got to the parts concerning the sexual content, that's where that detail worked against it for me. I understand that there are probably students who are mature enough and with leadership from a teacher at the IB program, but to have it available in every high school for 11th and 12th grade without that kind of, I can't vote for it.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion? If not, please vote.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right, moving now to the action item to consider a citizen's challenge to the Nowhere Girls. Is there a motion regarding the Nowhere Girls?
I move that we leave the Nowhere Girls the high school level.
A second? No second.
I move we leave the high school, leave no way, say,
Nowhere Girls.
no way girls.
Nowhere.
Where? Let me read this. Where is it on here? It's been this late. Nowhere girls in the high school level with the restriction for 11th and 12th grade usage only.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right, this concludes our agenda items, ladies and gentlemen. We are now adjourned.